Good morning. Supermicro on move.
Mm. What about time to work through the system transmission mechanism, Jeff? How much of the volatility might just be a stock market that maybe got ahead of itself? How much is it really sort of like a invalidation of some of the economic potential? Yeah, that's big. Okay. The key part there is that the low should be in. That kind of logic base level is still important, and I think that's important context because in the past, the kind of fits and starts, we're still in part of a downtrend, and it's pretty hard to argue that at this point. Okay. All right. So then the last part of this, Jeff, is what comes next. What do we look for then next? And do they still generally sit alone kind of right now in the world's central banks and overall policies as kind of being more, well, I guess they're kind of joining in now. So they kind of had been sort of removed. I guess part of this is kind of coming into the fold a little bit of supporting their economy some more. You got a good look at the employment situation and labor markets across several different economies. Take me through this chart, which shows us Australia, Canada, France, U.S., Germany, Japan, the trajectories of their labor markets and what you're gathering from this right now.
G7 peers. In fact, more recently, over the past year, job growth in Australia and Canada has been faster than in the U.S. But here's the thing. Bank of Canada's cut rates 3 times already.
All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closing print another day. Tuesday, the 8th of October. Prayers go out to the west coast of Florida. It is 9:25 on the East Coast. First 15 minutes, of course, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets after about 9:45, 9:50, and then looking for stocks with high relative volume to note they are in play for the day. Upward sloping VWAP, price above for bullish trades, VWAP down to the right with price below for bearish trades, and flat VWAP for range-bound strategies. This morning, watching Supermicro for the follow-through.
There are a few kind of lingering possibilities that maybe there would be inflation risk. Don't think that's the conversation yet, given our inflation prints. But when you do get a hot jobs report like we got, how much does that open up the range of possibilities?
I think it opens up the range of possibilities. More than
Bitcoin with a bounce. Bitcoin.
probability in the markets that we're going to get a rate cut 25 basis points at every meeting going forward. I think there's more risk around that, particularly as we get, I think, into next year. I mean, I might be fairly confident here for the remainder of this year. But markets tend to look out 6 to 12 months. And as we look out to the middle of next year, it may be harder to see. And so I think markets can begin to price in maybe a little bit less confidence in some of these things. And that could just lead to some volatility. I think there's some parts of the market very dependent on that return of liquidity that could be disappointed. Not so much because the Fed won't cut them, just because there is that range of possibilities. I think that become more obvious to investors as we go forward. I note that one of my favorite leading indicators of inflation is the PMI component, asking about what manufacturers are paying for supplies. And that's ticking back up again on oil and maybe a few other factors. Maybe they're temporary, but it is a little bit of a rising concern, and one that could raise some questions about, as you said, the range of the outcomes for central bank policy.
All right. Hey, Jeff, real quick, tell me about Europe. What's the main thought right now? Is it European stocks? I know are obviously part of your focus. We talked a lot about them this year. Hit me real quick.
Hey, earnings is about to kick off, and Q3 is forecast by analysts to be the first quarter since the first quarter of 2023 that earnings growth is stronger for European companies than the S&P 500. So faster earnings growth combined with lower valuations and higher dividend yields might help European markets that continue outperforming Q4 as they did in Q3. We'll have to see.
Okay. So this is now kind of a show me time, though, right? Because their stocks have done surprisingly well.
Yeah, that's right. So they've got to deliver on this. And now that we're seeing this convergence in earnings growth.
All right, we got 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go.
Suggestive of the big gap in valuations may need to close a little bit, but they've got to deliver, and they've got to deliver good guidance as well as we move through this earnings season. So we'll be watching that closely. I think that's key to the next couple of weeks.
All right. Good chart. So Europe going to eclipse us for this quarter. That's a pretty big deal. Good for them, I say. And good for the trade that you've been talking to us about, the international trade, which has been working so well. Appreciate your time as always. Jeff Kleinstein, good stuff.
My pleasure. Thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir. All right, about 2 minutes until the bell. We got some movers to talk about.
All right, let's get ready.
Spot a trend in electric vehicles? For online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified.
All right. We're about to open. Okay, we are open. Watching for some profit taking on Supermicro.
little convincing. But you get it. Tough woman queens. You get it. Like my wife. And I switch hard, David. And man, look at that.
No
Some
regrets
people,
there.
no, some CEOs are so good. And Lisa Stewart.
Let's get the opening bell here in the CBC Real Time Exchange at the big board.
Okay, S&P 500 looking pretty good. Markets moving higher after being lower yesterday. It did find support near 5,700. S&P. S&P cash. Okay, back above. Back above the key level. I'd like to see it back above 5750 where it closed on Friday. Positive gamma above 5,700 basically. 5675. That just means that institutions will buy, dealers will buy the dip. As long as we stay above 5675, 5700 for sure. Okay. ARM Holdings. Let's see what that's doing. ARM. ARM Holdings. The center of its Bollinger Bands, ARM Holdings. So I decided to sell some put credit spreads on ARM Holdings. I currently have what I posted in the spreads channel, 125, 115 puts. 125, 115 puts. As Bollinger Bands contract, it's telling me look for prices to stay in this zone between 135 and 150, basically. We're right at the 9 and 21 day. So that's a pretty good trade. It is up quite a bit this morning as well. ARM Holdings. I have October 25th. October 25th. So watching for ARM Holdings to stay in this area or push a little bit higher. Supermicro pulling back a little bit. Profit taking.
Electronic materials, industrial grade fibers, healthcare packaging.
Right. It's not cats and dogs. It's the advanced chemicals, including some that help save the environment. What I like is the new company.
Okay, futures at the highs, seeing a drift, starting to see a move lower at the moment. Let's go take a look at junk bonds. Junk bonds, okay, we got an inside day for now, but I'm thinking that we're just going to continue to cruise. So look for selling into strength is what I'm thinking. Look for selling into strength. It's nice to have a bounce, but could be enough of a bounce for institutions to just liquidate more shares, take more risk off. We don't know. It's an inside day, so it's hard to say. But we definitely need to stay above 5,700. So that's the line in the sand right now. Supermicro giving back much of its early morning gains. Okay, Yang. Mondo mentioning Yang yesterday. Calls, Yang. Okay, Chinese stocks. Chinese investors coming back from vacation, from what I understand, and they're taking profits. So look at Baba. Okay, Alibaba. Okay, gapping down, Alibaba.
I just think that this is one of those situations where when you think it through, the man said he was going to do a big one. He does it. Man of his word. Stock doesn't go up. That is a recipe for tomorrow. Analysts saying, listen, this Honeywell is a bomb.
Okay, so Alibaba, that did pull back. Alibaba. Okay. So Yang, yin and yang, moving in opposite directions, as you would expect. Yesterday, a lot of people talking about the big gap up. Chinese investors coming back from vacation, from what I understand, and selling. Okay.
That does office, that does warehouse automation. I don't want that business. It doesn't fit. I want aerospace, and I want a company like Carrier that does or Train solutions for the
Okay, what's
next
Palantir? Palantir bouncing. I'm looking to get a position of Palantir. Okay, it's holding up fairly well. I was hoping for a little bit more of a pullback on Palantir. For now, all I have is a put credit spread 35.30. I have the 35.30 down here near that lower Bollinger Band. November 8th.
Has he been on with you? Yeah. Okay. He's very shrewd. He's look. I like him. I don't know him at all. Look, he said he's going to do this. Now,
Okay, let me post that in the.
This is a test of his work, right? And he did something that I really want. He's talking about bringing the quantum business public. Yeah. Look, the stock is underperformed. How do you not underperform Jim Umpleby in Caterpillar? Jim Umpleby's incredible.
All right, so I just keep thinking about people in Florida, especially Rick and David and Ziggy and others down there. We got 2 Ricks down there, I believe, not just Lee Star. I believe the other Rick is on the east coast of Florida. So can't help but think about those people and send out prayers. Okay. Supermicro dropped $6 off the pre-market highs. Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto on a big pop there. Palo Alto. It's just going to be really important because the robotaxi is going to decide. Humana. Let's see, Humana. I think that if Musk comes through with it. Humana turning. Look, we're going to blitz the world. I think we're all going to sit back and say, you know what, he's going to do it again. He's going to do it again. And that at 240, I'll take that ticket any day. What's remarkable is Humana's turning off the recent lows for those of you who like to trade it. American Airlines, AAL pop. AAL's popping. I don't want to listen to politics. Oh, that's Elon.
Like nobody's even bothering to try to kill Kamala because it's pointless. What do you achieve? It's another puppet. It's so important. Deep and true, though. Nobody's trying to kill Joe Biden. It's pointless.
NBC had some polling data last couple of weeks where his approval rating among Democrats is now 6%.
Do they buy cars? Democrats? I guess not.
Yes, they.
NVIDIA. I'm thinking about buying some leaps on NVIDIA. I've been looking at this for a couple of days. NVIDIA. It's not that far yet. It's up $3.13. It's got an ATR of 5. So let me just take a look at some of those leaps. I know I'm going to get a better entry if I just wait. Let's see. January. Let's see. 130s. All right. 130, 135 is my go-to for now. Okay. 130. Let's see.
Again, it's the two sides of Musk. It's that side which you just shake your head and wonder why, and then it's the other side which is incredible ability to get things done as a businessman.
Then you have the CPI. You've got
NVIDIA looks good.
You have this muddled period of 48 hours where I think that not that Elon Musk will ever be lost in the shuffle. No, I think that this is, I think it's real.
Wait, you think what's real?
I think autonomous is real, and I think that he has
NVIDIA looking good. Okay.
I think we must look. I've got to tell you, you don't want a human once you've driven in a self and autonomous. You don't want a human. They have cameras everywhere that can pull you over, think you're acting up.
NVIDIA.
I tend to agree with you. Yeah.
We do have Uber with this event in London where they now have a thing called Uber Green.
Did you see the revenues?
All EV. They got a
Okay, let's take a look at the S&P. And I want to pay particular attention to TTM at the bottom of the screen. Okay, momentum. We are fading. We had a nice gap up. We have a gap, obviously. Got some supply overhead. Let's look at 5 minute. Okay. TTM on the 5 minute is bullish for now. It's bullish, but seeing a fade on, or selling into strength on the 60 minute chart on the right.
Given the rise of Chinese-made EVs in that country, that has taken their market share down substantially in China from really not even that many years ago for GM. But one of the best performers, obviously, you can see what it's done over the last year.
She's done the capital allocation that is amazing. She's done what I was pushing forward to do, and they just.
Well, when your stock is trading at 5 times, why not just keep buying it back, right?
That's what she says. So look, if you don't want to buy it, I'll buy it.
Right.
And she's
Okay,
really
Apple
good at that.
on the move. Apple pushing higher. AMD looking for a dip on AMD. NVIDIA looking to buy some leaps on NVIDIA. So
Jim, you want to come to this Hindenburg?
probably talking. Let's see what expiration. 2026, January 20. Let's see what these go for. January 2026. Okay, you would have to do a vertical unless you got really, really deep pockets. $3,300 per contract. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So buy a few of those.
42%, not to mention engagement as well.
Well, let's start by saying we have not heard from the Zoo. Okay.
No, we haven't heard from the
Pretty decent narrow spread, about 20 cents, 30 cents on NVIDIA. I'm looking at January 2026. S&P 500. You can see that histogram is turned up. Okay, S&P.
Numerous criminal indictments from 2019 to 2024 allege sexual predators groom children in game, ranging from 8 to 14. Why do I point that out first? Because this was always the safe place. Every time I ever dealt with Dave's I thought pretty straightforward. This is the place where you can let your kids, let's just say, learn. But the things, okay, I'm going to say one just because it's, okay.
That's what listed a bunch.
Oh, they did?
They did.
Okay. Did they do the Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, and the Diddy and the fleeing Diddy.
All right, because I just, there's stuff that just like I feel like that we're reporting on stuff that is so prurient, like what Musk is saying about Vice President Harris, but this is bad. I mean, they're basically saying they inflated, and they inflated in dangerous ways. That's the best way to put it. And this is so the opposite of what Dave has said to me over and over and over again. That it would be, if true, a major scam. Major scam. Because this is the safety place that you could work with your kids.
Okay.
David, I know your kids are probably too old for Roblox.
Yes, they are.
But Roblox is like what you, during the pandemic,
Yes, I know.
Roblox is what you did.
Right, you sent your kids to do that, and you gave yourself a few minutes to grab a drink and try to just relax. Yeah.
Right. But Jeff Epstein supporter, I don't know. Carl, when I see this stuff, I just say, I know Hindenburg does quality work, but if you wanted to take down an organization, you would do what he did. And Roblox isn't down enough. If what Hindenburg says, it's true.
Nano nuclear coming back. It's getting added to the Russell 3000. So this pullback is going to help. Okay, I was thinking about buying some last night and I said, let me wait until tomorrow. Nano nuclear. Okay, so that's pulling back. Nano nuclear. It's being added to the Russell 3000. So any fund that tracks the Russell 3000 will need to buy. I'm thinking about starting to scale in, like 100 shares here and there. nanonuclear.
This is the Chinese money coming back. This is just China hot money
Coming back over here.
Exactly. It's like it's a backup. This is the money that's determining a lot of prices.
Right.
Nvidia being
Doesn't take much incrementally because you just got index funds running this market.
you're so good.
Carl, you hear that? I'm so good. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
You're good, man. You're just good.
Thank you. You got to give one to Carl. Then.
He's good too.
He is fabulous. Carl, you're good too.
This day is amazing. I don't want to be facetious about this. I follow the fund flows very closely. And what's happened is that it was out of crypto, which is crazy, into China, and then you were watching mega cap tech come down, and then you saw the China reversal, and next thing you know, you saw Nvidia starting to percolate. Microsoft downgrade, that would be down. Amazon, the downgrade had a pretty specific come back up, and then Apple, well, that's Chinese stimulus. So you end up with this kind of plethora of things that if you didn't act it yesterday, you're dope.
Meanwhile, you got some firms trying to defend Humana today. Bernstein goes to outperform.
Yep, saw that. Yeah.
It's working.
After that blow up last week when they lost all those stars from CMS.
But when you get to be that age, David, you're going to live by the stars. It's like when we were little, and your parents would go to AAA and like a 2-star, and it was good.
Sadly, I'm not that far away, but you're getting to the point where you've got to start taking Social Security. Did you defer it, or did you start taking it?
I deferred.
Okay.
It was a better deal than defer.
But come February, you're all in.
Drinks on you.
You make me so angry.
Listen, I'm just stating the obvious.
Yeah, you want you to go state the obvious
Time
somewhere
is
else.
going by.
Oh, okay.
And you're
You
sitting here-
know what?
you're
I'm
sitting
done.
here- you're sitting
You're
here
right. I'm
wasting
done
it.
this.
You're
I'm
sitting
gonna
here
go
wasting it
with
with
my
us.
friend Larry Williams. I'm done. Guys, I will see you,
Actually,
all right? I'm going to go pick James in Italy.
Jim will be the guy who says, I wish I spent more time at the office.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm going to buy a little bit of nanonuclear. If it dips a little bit more, I'll buy again. What I'm trying to do is average in.
I'll be here long after
Okay,
you're
nano.
at the World's Fair Center in Queens.
You know, some of the Red Sox said that to me too. But I outlived it.
Watching for that histogram to turn. So it's still early on nano. Okay, let me go back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA watching. Supermicro. Supermicro. Supermicro with the dip.
Like I gotta start, 60. When do you start getting the distribution?
7.
Stop it.
Okay, I'll put the Mercury prices down 7 on that downgrade.
Okay, I'm going to wait a few more minutes for the markets before doing anything.
S&P's up about 21 bonds. Busy day today. We got international trade. 3-year note auction at 1. A lot of Fed speak, including Boston, Collins, Jefferson tonight. Stay with us.
Okay, so let's take a look at semiconductors, SMH, semis. Okay, technically an inside day, inside of that wick right there. The 9 and 21 day have crossed up through the 50. The 50 is turning. If you look at the Zoom window over there, you can see that green line is turning up. Okay, 200 day is rising. So this is becoming more bullish, SMH. Becoming more bullish, the green line. Decelerating, flattening out, turning now in the Zoom window, pushing higher. So it's still early. A lot of risk in the markets for now. We got to stay above 5,700. Okay. Okay, VIX a little bit lower after hitting, what was the high? 2314. Okay. So watching S&P cash. Watching S&P cash. In particular, watching histogram. Okay, I'd like to see the one on the right, the hourly chart, change from dark blue back to cyan. And for the chart on the left, the 5-minute to continue building cyan colored bars. This is bullish momentum at the moment. Apple at the high. Supermicro. Okay. I'm thinking it's going to be better. If you're thinking about swing trades, swing trade entries, I think it's going to be better at this point, waiting for the markets to stabilize. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, let me wait until about 11, 12 o'clock, see what these stocks that performed very well yesterday do around noon. All right, Microsoft has changed direction. Let's take a look at junk bonds. Junk bonds. So I'm thinking about foregoing very aggressive trading in the morning right now, unless something changes, and wait for good signals. Okay, we still have an inside day on junk bonds. Still favors a move to the downside. We had a bearish bias to start the day. S&P, the way it closed yesterday, was a bearish bias for today. We have an inside day so far. We'll see if they buy any dips or if we're just kidding ourselves. All right, Nanonuclear, let me just check this one out. Nanonuclear, trending. This could come back to the 21 day. Right now, I was finding buyers at the 9 EMA. 50 day is starting to turn up. Nanonuclear. JBDI, that's one that Cayman mentioned. JBDI, turn in the corner. Okay, turn in the corner, JBDI. Let's see what that one does today, JBDI. This gets any kind of legs, hit it with whatever, 1%. Maybe 1,000 or more shares, looking for a follow through and a push higher on JBDI. Very, very risky. I mean, this could drop, could lose on 1,000 shares. You could lose $200-300 pretty quick. So this is not for the faint at heart. This would be something that you would trade actively, meaning nothing else. Watching it very closely. JBDI. Okay, just watching that one. I do have some shares that I've been using to track the position. Cayman started mentioning it, I believe, the end of the week. Yeah, it was on Friday, right? You were talking about shorts over the weekend. JBDI. What do they do? JBDI. Are they a Chinese stock too? Let's see. JBDI. Look at Yahoo Finance. Southeast Asia region. Okay, JBDI. Let's see what they do, where they're located. Oh, they're Singapore, right? I think you mentioned that, Singapore. Okay, JBDI. Summary. All right, it's on the move. Singapore, okay. S&P cash, TTM histogram is still pointed upward. Nanonuclear is bouncing. Nanonuclear are probably going to add to that one. Nanonuclear.
Jim, and stop trading. I do a top 10 that comes out for anybody who wants to sign up. Top 10 things I'm looking at. And I had one part of it, which is BTIG downgrade American Express. But that turned me very positively out of the firm. Now, Max Levchin came on Mad Money and gave a presentation about that last quarter that said the buy now, pay later is incredible.
Okay, S&P cash, watching Super Micro, looking for a bounce. The fact that it was hit 51 and dropped the way it did, some profit taking. Super Micro. Okay, top of the NASDAQ 100 belongs to Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto is number one. Palo Alto still going. Looks good. Palo Alto. Palo Alto. BNP Paribas has initiated coverage of Palo Alto with an outperform rating and price target of 410. Palo Alto consolidating its security operations on a single platform, which is expected to enhance its operational efficiency. Palo Alto getting an upgrade from BNP Paribas. 410 is their target. Broadcom, the chips are starting to turn. Okay, I'm watching SMH as well. Semiconductors, looking for that to bounce. Hourly chart on the right. 5 minute on the left. Let me turn off pre-market.
So there, that could be the theme. How about tonight? Okay, I've got Generac. Boy, talk about a company that you need. I got Generac just because I can't afford to keep throwing that stuff away when the power goes out. Yeah, when the power goes out. And this man, what he has been telling you, you have to.
Okay, Palo Alto looks good. Synopsys number 2 on the S&P 500. Synopsys number 2. Okay, I'll post these.
Because the dichotomy is so great. One, I'm telling the truth, one not. Okay, it's really a huge story. You cannot bury the lead, okay?
Jim, thanks. We'll see you this evening.
Kids-
Mad Money,
kids are in that
Eastern
thing.
time. Dow hanging on to some gains of about 17 points. S&P 5726. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Okay, NASDAQ 100. We got some good performance here, more than 50% green. Focus on these for now. Okay, let's see. Datadog, NVIDIA following through. NVIDIA. I want some leaps, NVIDIA. 2026 leaps. Okay, Netflix on the bounce. AMD bouncing. Diamondback energy stocks pulling back a little bit. Okay, Netflix. That looked pretty good yesterday. I think they got an upgrade or something, right? Netflix. It's above 700. That's the level that we were focused on over the last couple of weeks, getting above 710, 720. Currently trading 715. Watch that for us, Frano. Okay. Sava, you mentioned earlier, Corey. Their lawsuit or whatever is gone kaput, right? That's behind them. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. Remember that song? SMH on the move. SMH on the move. Check your favorites. Semis. Mine are AMD and NVIDIA. Supermicro looking for a bounce. Supermicro. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going to crash the party here in a good way. NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA, nice move here.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Crockett Tania and David Faber, live as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Taking a look at stocks right now, higher, up 0.6% on the S&P 500, despite the sell-off in China overnight, which we'll get to. Nasdaq also doing better. Tech is leading us, up 1% right now on the Nasdaq. Have some big winners today, like Palo Alto Networks up 5%. NVIDIA is higher. That helps about 2.5%. Netflix, Apple, all.
Okay, there goes Apple. Okay, all the FANG stocks is catching a bid. Okay, FANG stocks catching a bid. Okay, let's see what Amazon looks like. Amazon even catching a bid. Let's see, Google. Even Google catching a bid after being whacked yesterday with a trout across the face. Okay, SMH, NVIDIA, Netflix, Broadcom. Okay, that looks good. All right, looking good. Looking good. I think I'm going to buy some semis. SMH. I think I'm going to buy some semis. SMH. All right. The reasoning being, looks bullish. 50 days turning. We had a little dip. On Friday. Got bought, sold a little bit yesterday, but now we're following through. If we close up here, we'll have a bullish bias for tomorrow. Right now, I'm watching those Bollinger Bands come together, which tells me the prices probably won't get above that upper Bollinger Band unless there's a lot of momentum. What happened recently that we talked about in the weekend video that did exactly this? Tested that upper band and started to push through it. That's right. NVIDIA did. NVIDIA did exactly the same thing we're seeing on semis right now. Bollinger Bands were coming together. 50 days started to turn. 921 day up and to the right. This is SMH. Now look at NVIDIA. Okay, 2 days ago. Okay, we were looking Friday. We were looking for a test of the upper band. What's it doing? It's taking out the upper band and taking out this level over here, 131. Looking good. Looking good. Broadcom's moving. Okay, semiconductors. I want to take some semis. Semiconductors. When is earnings for NVIDIA? It's on the watch list, right? Let me just take a look at the watch list. NVIDIA 1127. All right, so let me go with semis. Semis 1127. Okay, I'll go there. Okay, semis. Wow, these suckers are expensive. Wow, $5,000 a contract. All right, let me go.
Too soon as greater than the cost of easing too little, too late. So there's
252. Semis.
well in his pursuit of price stability and remains appropriate now, but I will not be prejudging the size or timing.
Okay, let me just look at semiconductors. Look at the histograms on all of these. S&P, same thing. S&P, we started off today with a bullish TTM histogram. I would advise you to at least have this on your screen somewhere. Okay. A chart with this, so you can just very quickly check. Are you buying at the wrong time or are you buying at the right time? Okay. Are you selling at the wrong time? Are you taking a short at the wrong time? Taking a long at the wrong time? Always want to be looking at histogram. Most of the time, you'll get good references from this. Okay, so S&P, you can see histogram turned from red to yellow into the close yesterday, opening higher, and then we are running a bit now. Okay, watching NVIDIA, another example. Watch your histogram, TTM histogram, NVIDIA, turn from yellow to red. Red to yellow to cyan, and following through this morning. Okay, SMH. SMH.
Still shows things have perked up a little bit lately, but mostly not too optimistic on the small business front. And then here's some little.
Okay, we're trying to get through some supply right now. Overhead, we got supply at 253 on SMH. Okay, so about $3 to go. All right, looking for a little dips. Again, I'll probably be looking at 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, that period, for buying some of these stocks like Supermicro that pull back.
So they're planning to hire a little bit more. They're planning to give more wages, and inflation is still a problem. So just something for the Fed to look at as they have to worry about both sides of the mandate, but now it's focused more on labor.
23% plan to raise
Okay, the Chinese stocks,
Most of them probably,
Chinese stocks, the bearish,
but it was a tick up from last
the
month.
bearish
Highlighted it. Just
China bear, three times shares. Yang. Okay, you can see this is higher today. This could last a few days. All right, so Mondo bought calls, I believe, a couple of days ago. Maybe it was Monday. Netflix continues, Nvidia continues, Apple looks good, Supermicro was up at 51, saw some selling, that dropped back down.
Right, because the key economic development agency of China came out with a very highly anticipated conference or statement outside of the holiday week and didn't get much more in the form of stimulus. I think 200 billion yuan, which is $28 billion, when the market's hoping for like a 3 trillion yuan bazooka. Doesn't cut it.
Worst session for the Hang Seng since 2008. That was a very big sell-off. Meantime, the S&P is coming off 2-week closing lows, and this bull market approaching its second birthday. Where do we go from here? Joining us at Post 9 today, Barclays head of
Okay, let's take a look at Supermicro, which pulled back this morning after a very nice push pre-market. Okay, looking for this to bounce. Okay, from red, needs to turn to yellow. That'll give you an entry signal. You'll start to look at a potential entry. Once it starts to turn yellow, and keep an eye on the volume. Okay. So that looked like a liquidity grab up there at the highs. It's being added to the Russell 3000, right? So any fund that tracks the Russell 3000 will need to buy shares.
We're within about 1% of all-time highs on the major indices, but the only Mag 7 at 52-week highs or all-time highs is Meta, really. Do you don't think the market's broadened out at all?
Well, the market, in some ways, where some metrics have broadened, right? So instead of only 20 or 25% companies being the S&P, now it's about 40%, which is quite decent. And the broadening in earnings is also taking place, but incremental. But the reality is the anchor for the market still remains big tech, which is essentially a conglomeration of just 6 stocks, right? And their earnings growth, despite moderating, is going to be more than 4 times that of rest of S&P. So I think that's where we sort of shake out.
Do you think, I won't ask you whether 50 was a mistake, but would you expect 50 again?
No, we don't expect 50. I won't opine on the fact whether it was right or wrong, because you can always do Monday morning quarterbacking, right? So clearly they were focusing on the labor market and they wanted to be preemptive, and they have a lot of wiggle room, right? Because inflation is coming down, so they have a lot of flexibility.
Okay, Nvidia's running. Nvidia's running. Watch for Supermicro. This is going to give you an entry signal. Okay, if you're interested, Supermicro, this will give you an entry signal down here. Nvidia, though, Nvidia is running. Okay, Nvidia is running.
Once it comes closer to the 5% level, right? So you could well have a situation in the 4s where there's a positive correlation between equities and rates. And that's because look at what's happening on growth right now. The economy is very strong. Inflation is decent. Job market is strong. Wages are going up, right? So anyway,
okay, Nvidia, you can see this fair value gap right here. I'm looking for it to come back. If it doesn't come back, we could just run right up to 135, it looks like.
A lot of the pretty weak. We haven't seen
Robinhood.
there in several
Okay,
months.
Robinhood.
And you'll have more
Let's
investors
see what that one looks like. Robinhood.
painting a pretty strong picture of the U.S. consumer or the global
Okay, nice
consumer,
breakout on the
especially
daily and the
at
weekly.
a level. So
Robinhood.
it's sort of confusing.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. So I think you're right about
Okay, Robinhood looks really good.
The reality is the U.S. economy is 70% services, only a third manufacturing. So that makes a difference. Services side is pretty strong. If you look at services PMI, they're extremely robust, right? Which is 18-month high, right? And
S&P, a little profit taking from the high.
Very strong in services. On the consumer side, I agree with you, but it's a mixed bag over there. So those companies which have more of a brand or have some pricing power are able to hang in there. But a majority of them are struggling. In fact, we created a basket of stocks which we felt was more exposed to pricing risk, and that is lagging the market quite substantially over the last 3 months. So I think it is a mixed bag on the consumer side. Yes.
I'm sure viewers can probably guess what's in there too. But thank you. Good to see you.
Okay.
Good to Christian.
We are, of course, keeping a close eye on Florida and the monster hurricane that seems set to slam that state. Comes nearly 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene battered that part of the country and, of course, north of there as well. NBC's Chase Kane joins us. He's live from Orlando and has the latest on preparations taking place there. Chase.
All right, Bitcoin pulling back in a little bit. Bitcoin.
Years here in Florida. They're expecting more than 7 million people to leave the West Coast, the Gulf Coast of Florida, to get out of the way of Hurricane Milton. I'm here in front of I-4 in Orlando. This is the main road that runs between Tampa Bay area and Orlando. You see traffic moving
Bitcoin bouncing.
downtown Orlando.
JBDI, nice pop.
Because Florida officials opened up the shoulders of the interstates. They have suspended all tolls to help get more people out of the area as quickly as possible.
JBDI on the move.
Time is running out. The impacts of Hurricane Milton are really going to start being felt tomorrow here in Florida. And in fact, here in Orlando for the last couple of days, folks have been filling up sandbags. We were out at a sandbag filling station yesterday, and people were waiting in line in their cars for more than 4 hours just to get to the sandbag station because, Orlando is a place that's prone to flooding. It flooded during Hurricane Ian, and local officials here in Orlando are expecting more of the same here with Hurricane Milton because some of the rainfall forecasts are that this area could get 10 inches, maybe even a foot of rain in certain locations. So even folks in Orlando are taking this seriously, but this is also a place that a lot of folks in Florida come to evacuate to. They're trying to get just away from the coast, but not so far away that they won't be able to get back home after Hurricane Milton passes. So the last thing I want to mention here is that the Florida governor says that they now have Florida Highway officers out escorting fuel trucks to get them to gas stations along the evacuation route because there are a number of gas stations from the Tampa Bay area up to Lakeland and closer into here.
NVIDIA.
Which are running out of fuel, so they're using those Florida Highway Patrol officers to try and get those gas trucks to the gas stations as quickly as possible. David.
Chase, thank you. Chase Kane in Orlando. As we head to break, let's give you a roadmap for the rest of the hour. Roblox shares are in the crosshairs. Short sellers at Hindenburg, of course, out with a new report, and it has affected the stock to the downside. We're going to tell you what their criticism is.
All right, Netflix looking really good, Frano. Nice job there. All right, Supermicro looking for that first yellow histogram bar to tell us to keep an eye on. The stock was trading at 51, dropped down to 45 and change. $6 off the high. NVIDIA looking for a follow through. Okay, what's Nano Nuclear doing? Nano Nuclear, watching that one. Okay, futures, we hit a high there at, what is that? 57.82, 83, 57.83 looks like on the futures, and we're pulling back. Okay, let's keep an eye on VIX. VIX. Okay, that backed off. It's still elevated at 21, so volatility much higher. So if you're an options trader, you're embracing this increased volatility. Let's see, junk bonds, junk. We want to see continue with the bounce today. Junk bonds. 10-year yield. We'd like to see that back off. Okay, I'd like to see that back off, back below 4%, 10-year yield. And the US dollar, we'd like to see that back off further. That bounced, okay, near that 102 level. Okay, so watching the semis, NVIDIA doing well. Okay, AMD had a nice day. AMD just kind of sitting here doing nothing at the moment. AMD, Doji on the 60-minute chart on the right. Let's change to the daily. Actually, you know what? Let's go here. AMD. AMD at the upper Bollinger Band. Okay, RSI near 70. It's just as possible that this pulls back towards the 9 EMA as it is for it to break higher. You can see that the lower band is coming up. It's basically paralleling the 9 EMA. So that's telling you to look for a grind higher, not looking for big drops, looking for more of a grind at this point. Volume suggests institutions have been picking up shares in the previous 4 trading sessions. So that looks okay. You got a gap over here to deal with. I think we talked about this yesterday.
Hindenburg says Roblox has been lying about the number of people in the platform and failing to protect users.
Okay, so we're looking at this gap to fill. We're in an area where there's less volume had traded in this area for AMD. You can see by the histogram on the left. Okay, let me just increase the opacity here, or the opaqueness. Let's see, where are you? Volume. Okay, let's go to 4. All right, so you can see the volume by price bands over on the left. Price is above it, and as it moves higher, there were fewer traders in the past. Remember, this is a indicator of the past, it's not a crystal ball. But in the past, a lot of the volume traded near 160, a little bit more, a little bit less at 162, and gradually tapering off to almost negligible volume. The last people holding shares that maybe want to get out are up here north of 175. RSI is rising, so this looks pretty good. Everything's still pretty good. AMD. But I am watching my favorite, NVIDIA, for a follow-through. NVIDIA.
For many years now, it's the user thing that seems to be the new and more interesting thing, guys.
Yeah, the inflated user numbers. But bring us back then, or Steve, who has been lodging that criticism in terms of how it endangers potentially children? Where has that been coming from previously?
Oh, just the typical people like rights groups. It's the same kind of people that we hear talking about trust and safety across Instagram and other social media. Here in the Hindenburg report, though, it goes like a level deeper than I've ever seen. The broad claims. We've heard so many stories of people being arrested for going after kids on the Roblox platform and things like that. What this really goes into like pretty deep detail. They even said they were able to make accounts with users' names, like using Jeffrey Epstein, for example, as a username and going in and able to talk to kids. And then they also list out, David, a number of experiences and games within Roblox that are just very sexually explicit or kind of unsavory. That's things you wouldn't want your children playing. I will also note that Roblox has been aware of this for a long time, and they've been sort of age gating certain experiences. So, if you're under 18, you can't use some of those more adult-themed things. But clearly, Hindenburg says they're not doing enough here, guys.
I think it's banned in Turkey, too, for child safety concerns.
It might be. I don't know about that.
I've read that this morning.
Yeah.
My question
Okay,
is,
so NVIDIA coming back a little bit,
That's
a little profit taking.
The issues there. Some of the other recent ones, how successful has it been?
That I'm not sure. The Nikola one was
JBDI, that was a nice little pop there.
I'm not sure about how many
hits and misses I don't have that in front of me right now, Sarah, but I mean, this idea of, I want to go back to the users thing, because that is the most important thing in my opinion here. This idea that they have two sets of books, one with the actual number of humans they think are using the platform, which by the way, Hindenburg says Roblox says they can't track, decouple accounts from people, but Hindenburg says they can do that. And so that seems to be the new set of data they have. They've interviewed moderators, they've interviewed people at the company, they say, that show that this is going on. And I will also note that the statement doesn't address the part about the users, guys.
Steve, thanks. What a story. We'll continue to watch it with your help.
Nanonuclear.
Still to come this morning, Pepsi kicks off Q3 earnings. Stock is bouncing back a bit from its lows. We've got the highlights of the quarter.
Okay, what I'm waiting for now is to see if the futures and the S&P 500 can continue this bullish thrust that started this morning. Okay, histogram is starting to peak, okay, as we see some profit taking. Okay, so waiting for this to peak on the short time frame for a reversal. Watching that or a bounce. Okay, SMH pulling back a little bit. All right, so Yang looks good. Yang. Palantir, that's another one I'd like to buy some shares for the kids. Presently have just a put credit spread to 35.30, I believe it is. 35.30 puts. I sold the 35.30 puts. 10 of those. Nice credit. Nice credit. I would still look at it if you're interested in put credit spreads, but I would only do it now on a dip like we saw yesterday, which gives you a better entry because your puts become more expensive, obviously. So if you sell, for example, if you sell a put credit spread up here at the high, and let's say over the next couple of days this pulls back to 39 or 38, those puts will increase in value. So you'll actually show you could have got in at a better, or you could have sold at a better price, in other words. So instead of selling at $1, it might be worth $1.50 or $150 per contract. So whenever you're selling put credit spreads, you have to think the opposite. Sell one on a dip, wait for the stock to turn, and then look at a 20 delta or so that you have about an 80% probability of success. It's a bullish trade setup. Okay, so I'm also looking at verticals. I'm also thinking about shares, but we're at the highs. It's got like 130 PE, I believe, something like that. Palantir, but it's something I'm keeping an eye on. Okay, weekly trend. Okay, it's already made quite a move from the $7 level.
PepsiCo is a mover today. It's higher. Despite cutting its revenue outlook on weaker demand, the food and beverage giant beat profit estimates but missed revenue expectations. Second straight quarter of sales misses. The weakness stemming from a drop in snack and drink. I just spoke this morning, guys, with Ramon Laguarta, the CEO, and here's what he told me. Yes, challenging consumer environment, but he says we saw it coming, so we stepped up multi-year productivity savings. What does that mean? Well, they've digitized the warehouses and the process, and they've cut out a lot of costs by doing that. And he said there's more to go. So perhaps this is why the stock is higher today. Margins were a beat, and so there's an earnings power story, which is good, despite a weaker revenue story, top line story because of the consumer. So what did he say about the U.S. consumer? Really interesting color here. He said it's a very challenging environment for the U.S. consumer, especially households that make under $100,000 or $70,000, struggling to get through to the end of the month. He said, and we see that, Pepsi, according to LaGuarta. He said it impacts how much they're buying, the frequency of consumption. Also, it impacts where they're buying. They're going to more club warehouse stores instead of convenience stores. He saw convenience store traffic really drop off during the summer. And he said that consumers are going back to buying essentials on food and, quote, we are discretionary. You don't need snacks. You want snacks, but you don't necessarily need that. And he said that they're seeing that on both the food and beverage part of the portfolio. As far as what's going on internationally, Ramon Laguarta says international is still a huge opportunity for us. Saw positives in places like India, Brazil, parts of Eastern Europe. In China, not so much. And he said we expect it to get worse before it gets better. Doesn't expect it to come back anytime soon in the next few quarters, which sort of jives with the theme of today's market, which is that China's not stimulating their consumer, which is how Pepsi would feel a rebound in China. But as far as the read on the overall consumer, guys, this one sort of made me question all the strong data we're seeing on jobs and on wages, which we talked about. I talked about it with the CEO, and he said that's why we expect the consumer to turn. He thinks after the election, some of the uncertainty will be lifted and that things should come back.
Does that make any sense, dude?
It's interesting.
After the election, the
because-
uncertainty as to whether I'm
Yeah.
I'm going to buy soda.
Well, whether you're going to feel good about your economic prospects, and he sort of blamed the media and said, "Look, there's so much uncertainty. We hear about inflation, we hear about the wars, we hear about this, we hear about that. That has an impact on consumer confidence and on spending."
It's all going to go away after the election.
No, that the fundamentals of better wages and better employment should manifest at a time where people feel a little bit better. I think the question is on how they're feeling and what they're seeing.
I find that explanation lacking.
I mean, he's got a lot of experience looking at the consumer
I don't doubt it.
and tracks what they're doing. And, apparently there's a confidence problem out there right now.
We tried to counter it this morning with Jim, looking at this Morgan Stanley chart and survey that argues consumers are trading down less,
Yeah.
especially in grocery. But we'll see.
Maybe because prices are
It's because
normalizing.
real wages are fattening, not
and real
slipping.
wages are happening. It's good. But then you look at a category like snacks, and if people are cutting back, then there's some pressure.
And he continues to say it's not GLP-1s at all, right?
No, and we didn't hear anything about that. The Hispanic section is booming, though. He said they just made a $1 billion acquisition, Siete Chips, which is gluten-free. So what he calls permissible food and also Hispanics, two trends that are working in this environment. No, not much on the GLP.
I like eating chips and salsa, but I mean,
So you're more
I'm not
Tostitos.
Hispanic.
No, every month, not just Hispanic heritage.
No, all the
Yeah.
time.
All year long.
Same.
All the time. In fact,
All the
that's my go-to snack these days.
Me too. I'm a big chip person.
Delicious.
In my family, we make something called chips and cheese, which is really just nachos.
When we come back, the China trade slowing down. Hang Seng, as we mentioned, 9% decline overnight. Impacted some other China names, including Baba. We'll take a closer look in a minute.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. I am Brian Sullivan with your CNBC News update. Hezbollah opened the door today to a negotiated ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon. Came after Israel's defense minister claimed the military eliminated the senior Hezbollah official who replaced veteran leader Saeed Nasrallah after he was killed in an airstrike last month. Meantime, the largest regulated water utility in America revealed it was the victim of a cyber attack. New Jersey-based American Water, which has 14 million customers in 14 states, says it noticed the unauthorized activity last Thursday and it prompted a pause in billing. The utility does not think facilities or operations were impacted. And guys, it seems this may be unlucky. The cost of a Mega Millions lottery ticket is set to more than double next year. Lottery officials say beginning in April, the cost of a Mega Millions ticket will pop to $5, up from the current $2. But officials believe that gamblers will be okay with it because it could lead to larger payouts and improved odds. So while overall inflation is coming down, it appears that lottery inflation is not. If you win that Powerball, David, you could buy a lot of chips and cheese for your household. I'm just throwing that out there.
Sarah is the chip.
With the $5 lottery pocket.
S&P. All right, starting to show some blue bars. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea to take a little profit off if you took it from the low. Okay, NVIDIA, watching profit taking on NVIDIA.
Okay, pause for laugh. Now move on. Chinese stock rally cooling this morning. Of course, we told you that at the top of the hour. Investors perhaps disappointed after Chinese officials stopped short of on some large stimulus measures. Markets there, of course, reopening after a week-long break. Still seeing big gains, of course, on the month after many Wall Street firms raised their various targets. Joining us now, MSA Capital Management.
Okay, NVIDIA looking good. I want to buy some leaps, but I'm not going to buy them up here. I'll wait for the next dip.
Parse through this, if you can, for our viewers. What stimulus measures have occurred or been announced that you believe are significant and will be followed through on to potentially a positive impact on the Chinese consumer?
Well, it's a great question, and I think it's actually not a direct line to be drawn between the actual stimuli and the impact on the consumer. The key was to cause everyone to feel stable, to cause everyone to feel like there was a floor under the market, to change everyone's perceptions around the way the Chinese government would deal with the economy from being much more laissez-faire and allowing it to kind of organically grow out of its rut to one where they were going to aggressively intervene with interest rate drops, capital injections, cash handouts.
Okay, JBDI is on the move. JBDI.
Ratio requirement changes. And so all of that was to change the flavor of the market and to change the feeling in the streets of Beijing and Hong Kong and Shenzhen. And to that end, it has achieved that. People are walking around with a different pace in their step today. While I would still say it will take time for these actual changes to ripple through and for us to see them on the consumption numbers.
All right, so you're a believer that they have done enough at least to stimulate the consumer.
I think that the engine has been jump-started again, and I think the numbers coming out of, for instance, Gold Week, where people went in with a little bit more of that confidence, looked pretty good. Tourist trips were up about 6%. Spending rose about 6.3%. We saw some spurts of buying in the real estate market. We obviously saw a huge rush to the public markets. China has this deficit where, around 70% of U.S. wealth is in public markets and other forms of financial products, and only 30% in real estate. It's the exact opposite here in China. So there's huge room for that capital to flow into the market. But we're seeing that confidence slightly restored beyond what you're seeing today in the downward of the market.
You mentioned real estate, of course. So much of the problem, to the extent there is one there, centers on that. I mean, has enough been done? We hear these enormous numbers in terms of.
Okay, SMH continues. Supermicro. Okay, you got yellow histogram bars on Supermicro. All right, so even if you don't take this trade, I want you to watch what happens with Supermicro. Okay, I want you to watch what happens. All right, watch those yellow histogram bars. Watch price action. Should seem pretty obvious that we have a turn now. Supermicro starting to turn.
system. What I can say is that we're not at any risk of a Lehman moment here. The NPLs are nowhere
Okay.
near what we had in the U.S. People's loans are tied directly to them personally, so they're not walking away.
Looks like institutions looking for liquidity.
The ratios between the LTVs are very different than we had in the U.S. During the 2008 bubble. So overall, I don't think that is as crushing a threat to the economy, but certainly one that looms over it, and certainly for global investors, scares them away, and forces Chinese investors to kind of bunker down because they're afraid that their equity values are going to continue to fall.
I mean, two sort of counter bearish points to the China story right now. Number one, what is the savings rate in China? Isn't it dramatically high? So doesn't it take some fiscal stimulus to unleash that? And number two, the trade tensions impact China. We talked about the U.S., what could happen after the election, but even look at what's happening right now in Europe with the tariffs on the Chinese EVs, and now potential retaliatory tariffs. I saw Brandy was up for discussion.
Nvidia looks good. Nvidia at the high of the day.
Sure. So,
Netflix high of the day. I'd like to see these New York FANG index stocks continue to push higher. Microsoft at the high of the day. Okay, let me take a look. Okay, we got about 30, maybe 35% of the NASDAQ 100 is red on the day, leaving about 65 to 70% green. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Okay, looks like mostly tech. We got Airbnb there. Zscaler, Palo Alto. Let's see what Zscaler looks like, because Zscaler is chasing after Palo Alto. Okay, Zscaler looks pretty good. Okay, if you like Palo Alto, CrowdStrike as well in the group. Palo Alto, note the Bollinger Bands are opening up. Palo Alto. RSI is rising. So although I would not buy the high of the day, I would be looking for a dip. Earlier, I told you that I'd be interested in buying between 11, 12, something like that. See if we get an ABCD pattern on this one. MACD's turn, stochastics rising. Everything is pointing to follow through tomorrow if we continue to see this strength. Stochastic alone is telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Why is that important? Because if you chase, you're going to wind up getting probably the high of the day. You might get shaken out. So you don't want to buy up here. Stochastic is telling you if it dips at all after some profit taking, perhaps at the highs. If it dips at all, perhaps B and C pivots are your best entry at this point, because it's already run up quite a bit this morning, gapped up and then followed through, up 4.8%. So you don't want to chase it up here, up $16. You want to wait for a little dip. Either that or you get it first thing in the morning tomorrow if we close on a bullish bias. So that's what I like to do anyway. So super micro, watch it. Okay, so you see histogram bars turn red again. Okay, so it's not ready just yet. JBDI is ripping now. JBDI.
Specifically, the fact that they grew them by 60% in the third quarter relative to last year, and they're up sequentially. They continue to pick up market share within the EV business here in the U.S., and they say they're just scratching the surface there, especially with models like the Equinox EV, which is a lower priced model. We're going to talk with Mary Barra about this and so much more. An exclusive interview. We'll be having her comments a little bit later on today. Guys, we'll send it back to you for now.
Okay, look forward to that, Phil. Thank you. Phil LeBeau with Mary Barra later this afternoon.
Okay, let's take a look at a few other. Okay, so this is still in the workings. Let's see. Palantir, I really want to do something with Palantir. Okay, so Palantir holding at the highs. Only have credit spreads at this point on Palantir. Okay, DJT, that one's at the highs, right? DJT. Okay, that's trying to push a bit higher. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 10:42 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. All right, Supermicro, looking for that to turn. Watch that histogram bar, though. It has yet to turn completely yellow. It was there for a second and started to reverse that. So looking for Supermicro to bounce. Semis look good, though. Semiconductor SMH is moving higher, the ETF. So the majority of semis look pretty good. Majority of the semis look good. I just wouldn't buy right now. I'd be waiting for dips now between 11 and 2. If you make a practice of buying dips, you're going to be a lot better off, in my opinion. If you're always buying the high of the day, there's always the risk that it's going to pull back before, you get a nice follow through in an otherwise bullish stock. We're watching Netflix. Netflix keeps moving. Good job there on Frano's part. Frano bought some Netflix. I don't know if it was today or recently, Frano, right? Looks good. Apple still pushing higher. Have Apple credit spreads on. Put credit spreads on Apple. I don't have any shares at the moment. I was busy reducing my risk last week.
They'll show you how on our Market Navigator segment today on Power Lunch at 2 p.m.
Will change everything. I think the last thing I'll say is actually this court ruling, this Kalshi victory in courts.
Okay, SMH continues to look really strong. SMH.
First time in 100 years that these election markets are back to being legal in the United States.
Okay, so remind us again the difference between the way you guys run your business and some of the other betting markets that are out there. You're CFTC regulated, which is completely unique. And so when we look at some of the other sites that had these betting markets, why did you have to go through this process?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the easiest analogy is like, look, we are regulated, we are legal, we operate legally within the United States and all 50 states. And, there's always sort of bad actors and people that operate outside of the boundaries of the law. And that's always been the case. The reason they do that is because this market has a lot of demand. And so
AMD with a nice bounce. AMD. Okay, cool. AMD.
Offshore, unregulated products, platforms operating illegally. But this court ruling now is going to bring it all back under the regulatory umbrella. And so our approach has always been, do it regulated.
SMH looks good. SMH.
And the reason for that is, one, we believe prediction markets are going to be the next frontier of financial markets. This is the next big thing. It's becoming abundantly clear. And two, financial markets need to be done legally and in a regulated way to build trust. I have not seen an example of a large-scale financial market that is done in a shady, sort of murky territory.
All right, SMH, you can see the histogram on the 4-hour chart is changing from red to yellow. 4-hour chart on the right.
Are there any strings attached to where you need to monitor, like what's going on, like if there's any, big players, or are there any stipulations now to monitoring what happens?
Oh, there goes JBDI is ripping here.
Absolutely. I think as a regulated exchange, it's like any trading on stocks or trading on options or any other financial instrument. We know who the traders are. They have to, do what we call know your customer. So they submit their information when they onboard to the exchange, and then we monitor their trading as
Amazon pushing a bit higher. Okay, so a little reprieve there for Amazon. Google with the bounce. That one got murdered yesterday.
It's become an incredible gauge of who's going to win the election. It's actually the most accurate way to forecast the election. And funnily enough, actually, the odds right now are right at 50-50 between Trump and Kamala. So we'll see how that evolves over the next month.
I'm looking at it right now. As you guys got this up quick, obviously you were ready to roll with it now at the top of your guys' page. 51 Kamala right now, 49 Trump, and it seems like you're picking up a good bit of volume. What are you seeing, Tarek? Like, are people storming to this, or as the liquidity fills up, will that change at all kind of the dynamics of the polling?
All right, Google on the move. All right, so chips are on the move. Chips are definitely showing a lot of strength. SMH. All right, so yesterday I was talking about, as I often do, looking at what stocks are moving. Is the whole group moving? If I'm buying NVIDIA, is the whole group of semis moving? What's Micron doing? What's On Semiconductor, Marvell, LRCX, CLAC, etc., AMD, Broadcom? They're all moving higher. All right, semiconductors look good. Semis.
So right now, actually, it's kind of calm season right now. Actually, it seems like things have tapered. There's been some jousting from both camps, and then sort of there's a little bit of a pause, a wait and see. I'm just looking forward for the next 2 weeks. I think October surprise is going to land, and I think markets are going to move. I mean, market volatility is going to skyrocket when the October surprise lands. I mean, if it lands, but it usually does land. Yeah, right now I think the one last thing. So like the one thing to watch right now is obviously Pennsylvania. It looks like early voting is started, and things are starting to move. So I'd say the Pennsylvania market is the one to watch on Kalshi. It's moving, it's volatile, and Trump and Kamala are neck and neck, and a lot of people are saying that this is the one that determines the election.
Interesting, I like that. Hey, not to I mean, I don't know how much you know about how the other competitors, if you call them that, trade. We saw pretty big movers who moved too much. Can you speak generally at all about the process or the structure behind your markets versus others?
Yeah, so I mean, Binary falls under the unregulated bucket, and so that doesn't come with some of the checks and balances that a regulated exchange would come with. I think it's interesting. I don't know. It seems like there's some sort of it's interesting. I don't know why the odds are inflated that way, but it's clear that they're inflated. I don't think they're correct. And maybe a lack of liquidity, maybe some sort of scheme happening on that product. But this is the difference between a regulated and unregulated product. On an unregulated product, any of these schemes cannot happen.
Okay, NVIDIA is doing a great job today. NVIDIA.
Okay. Well, you guys are loaded up right now. Almost, I mean, you got all the big stakes. You got
Makes me happy.
Betting market, so it's certainly going to be.
All right, semiconductors. All right, so your favorite semiconductor should be moving today. Everything else is moving. Broadcom, NVIDIA, AMD, Micron, Supermicro. Gonna turn. Supermicro at some point is going to turn, I would imagine. Okay, JBDI just keeps going. Can we get to 2?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
NVIDIA's still going.
Pretty much across all 11 sectors. We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail. Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, oh, wait, off with their head.
AI feels controversial on it. It's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
Semis on fire.
What all this means for the market.
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There is nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in. All right, let's chat about the market session here. Back in on trading. Mr. Dan Graham joins me in the studio, senior specialist in retail trading here at Charles Schwab. Dan, bond selling got pretty intense last week, but it's cooled off a little bit this morning. We're actually catching a bit of a bid from the lows and treasuries overnight.
And yields going higher because of the economic news.
Right. The nice little NFIB this morning. Really good.
Exactly. So we're kind of undoing that a little bit, but bond prices went down substantially based off the big jobs report last week, and they're reacting. And then crude oil was going up as well. Now we're seeing crude oil collapsing right now because China didn't do enough stimulus apparently.
WTI really getting whacked.
I would think it would be the exact opposite with the major hurricane, coming right down into the Gulf, the Gulf Coast.
Yeah,
maybe they're saying that it's not going to have a big reaction. I think the market's really going to be looking at that FOMC minutes tomorrow for details of the QE.
The drop in crude continues to disappoint crude bulls, but also support the notion that we're not going to have a big reflation scare. I think it's pretty interesting how hard crude is coming back because for the first time in a while, it looks like maybe you could make a run for $80, and then hard rejection should limit some of the reflation potential.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's an economic indicator. It might be.
Yeah, because when bonds sell off like they did on employment, then it kind of gets you maybe thinking about inflation again. But I just don't think we're there. Carolina crude down 5%. Seems like generally we've had a pretty good response to good jobs data, good small business optimism this morning. We're in good shape. The Nasdaq's ripping right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Mag 7 all higher, NVIDIA leading the way higher.
NVIDIA doing a great job today.
But one of the best outperformers. Really
Despite all the market pundits, NVIDIA is ripping.
all-time highs, only about 1% away from there. I do think that's important to note when you take a look at big tech and how close the Mag 8, let's call it, are closing, how close they are to the highs. It's really only Meta and Netflix that are close. Meta's about 2% away, but if you take a look at the others, Apple's 5%, Nvidia 6.5%, Tesla 10%, Amazon almost 10%, Microsoft 12%, Google, Alphabet even more than that. So just interesting to note there. But having a strong day today, nonetheless, Palo Alto, the best performer in the S&P 500, Affirm, another big winner today after that upgrade at BTIG at the expense of American Express. But there are some losers, I think, that are important to note. Roblox being one of them. Roblox off earlier lows, but still down about 3% today after this short report from Hindenburg Research, basically alleging that they inflate user metrics, saying that Roblox is lying to investors, regulators, advertisers about the number of people on its platform, inflating that metric by 25 to 42%. They also say that engagement numbers are grossly inflated. Bots are rampant on the platform, and they actually point out that Roblox is compromising child safety to report growth in those metrics, saying that their in-game research revealed X-rated pedophile hellscape, exposing children to grooming, pornography, violent content, and extremely abusive speech. Roblox has said that those statements are misleading and that they firmly believe Roblox is a safe and secure platform, and they believe in the financial metrics that they report. But let's see how that plays out, because shares were down more than 6% a little bit earlier, but down about 3% right now. Also seeing weakness in U.S.-listed Chinese companies after China's top economic planning agency didn't really outline a very specific stimulus plan. So most of the names win. Las Vegas Sands, Tencent, JD, Baidu, Baba, all still higher on the month, but seeing sharp losses today. But if you take a look, Lean, Neo now negative on the month with today's big sell-off. Lean's down almost 9%, Neo's down 7%. So quite a bit of weakness there. And Supermicro, I should note too, was bucking the downtrend yesterday with gains and is now the worst performer on the S&P 500, giving back a good chunk of those gains today.
Good eyes on the Roblox. We saw that earlier. Pretty intense report from Hindenburg, who obviously has been making some pretty big swings at companies lately. Thinking about the rest of this week, real quick, Dan, as we do have some Fed speakers later out today. Do you think, given the job data, it's worth paying attention more closely to what they might say?
Absolutely. And they're going to go 50 at the next meeting? Unlikely now. I thought there was a good chance they were going to go 50 at the next meeting and then another 50. Kind of taking that off, and I thought taking those expectations off of Fed accommodation, I thought that's why the mid-market was kind of pulling back a little bit. Not sure now.
Well, it seems like tech coming to the rescue. I mean, Nvidia is making big moves here. $133, like breakout, technically. So good stuff there. Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Dan Grant, for some good thoughts there to wrap up the session here at Morning Trade Live. Trading 360 with Nicole Petalides is up next. I'll see you this afternoon for Market on Close. This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set.
Semi's having a good day.
Incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how
Super Micro looking for it to turn. Still has yet to turn. Super Micro trading up at 51 this morning. Dropped $6.
Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, you don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail. Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy. So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for equity funds.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Good morning. We're 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalidis, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So glad you're with us. We have a big show for you today. The 360 Spotlight will get some long and short picks from Melissa Armo, including a short on Tesla ahead of the robo-taxi event on the 10th. Our disruptor, Arista Networks, after Citi raising the price target on those shares. Our 360 round will talk about all things Amazon. The deals have kicked off. Prime Day has begun. It's the 8th and 9th.
Okay, watching Super Micro for a turn. If semis can manage to hold on to strength, I would think Super Micro will turn. NVIDIA is still pushing the high of the day. SMH is still pushing. Very strong price action.
The Nasdaq 20,046. That's up 1.25%. So certainly you're seeing strength in tech, and the Russell up 0.2%. Oil and gold both to the downside. Oil has had an incredible run. Last week ran up 9%. Its best week of the year and ran up again. But now it's taken a breather, down about $3.50 at $73.70 the barrel. 26.39 on gold, and the VIX is at 21.23. The dollar 102.32. So that's been gaining, and Bitcoin sitting at 63,020. Jenny Horn is with us, markets
Palantir.
Schwab Network. We're taking a look at Microsoft, the downgrade from Oppenheimer. Would love to hear more about that. Good morning, Jenny.
Microsoft gets a downgrade and it pops.
Concerned here, we are seeing a more pessimistic tone out of Oppenheimer today, downgrading shares, which does feel like a rare move, of course, for Microsoft, which has just been more muted over the last several weeks. But they really warned that OpenAI losses could potentially
Supermicro.
AI revenue might be trailing the overall expectations.
All right, nice price action so far.
Investment in OpenAI was a smart move given the company's access to these top AI technologies. They do worry that the investment could pose some risk. They said in the near term, they see some pretty steep financial losses for OpenAI. They downgraded Microsoft shares to outperform, saying the street may be too upbeat now on these earnings prospects going forward. So they said OpenAI losses are this primary concern. Microsoft does have a 49% stake in the company, mind you. OpenAI is expected to lose about $5 billion this year without accounting for payouts for equity compensation, according to a New York Times.
Microsoft, okay. Semis though, semis just cooking. Okay, the daily on semis, SMH. Okay, SMH looking really good. RSI rising.
They did reiterate the street is now overestimating a lot of this AI enterprise adoption across the board. And again, I think that this will be a very interesting story as we go into earnings. Microsoft, of course, has report towards the end of this month. But amazingly so, we initially saw this dip in shares today in reaction. We were down about, earlier in the session, now we're up 1.2% after being up around 10% this year. We pulled back from highs by about 11.5%. So a more weaker narrative trying to find its footing here, but earnings is, I think, the next
AMD. AMD, nice pop. Thank you very much, AMD.
Yeah, and I saw Capital IQ have the average because you were saying this is
Yeah, AMD, we're looking for that to continue. SMH, lower bands turning up. Upper band looks like it's about to start turning. Okay, I would think it probably will. AMD. Okay, you can see how AMD is pushing on the upper Bollinger Band. That'll turn up. Lower band is paralleling price and the 9 EMA, which is telling you look for a grind higher. It's into the gap. We noted this yesterday when we marked up this chart. We marked up this chart yesterday and thought that we could get into this gap, and then very few bag holders left up here at the highs. So there's a few people who'll probably sell some into strength, but overall, AMD looks very good. The 50 days turning upward. MACD, stochastics, volume, RSI, all say institutions active. So it looks pretty good. Just buy dips. Buy dips, sell rips.
And then we're heading up in a few days, 27 more days until the presidential election. That's on a lot of people's minds, and we're trying to see where that's going to go. No one has an idea, but I don't think it's going to have that much of an impact on the market, but will create headlines, that's for sure.
How about the fact that the 10-year has gone back above 4%?
Yeah, well, that
the reinversion of the yield curve. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, well, the speed at which you move back to 4% caught people off guard. Now it looks like it's going to stabilize here, and that's okay. What is it telling us? That maybe after that 50 basis point cut, we're not going to go a quarter. That if we do, that's okay, and the 10-year is getting us to that area where they see the rates finally settling in. So when it dove down to 3.6, that was a little too far too fast, and now we'll see. As long as it doesn't get like 4.2% and get back above there, then technically I think we're okay. But the speed it moved to 4% did catch people off guard, no doubt.
I do want to talk about some of the current earnings. Obviously, everybody's waiting on CPI and PPI this week, right? Huge inflation prints. Every inflation print is very meaningful. In the meantime, we're seeing Pepsi up 1.5%. Some of your thoughts on what Pepsi's quarterly report tells us?
Yeah, well, Pepsi, the guidance was a little weak. The snack food, segment, especially in North America, was lighter than expected. And I haven't heard anyone say maybe it's because of Ozempic or Wegovy yet.
NVIDIA, very strong move on NVIDIA. Thank you.
To me, that's positive price action. That maybe this could be
Palantir, just sitting there. Okay, Palantir breaking out to new highs. All right, so that looks good. Palantir trending. RSI is pegged I'd like to see more volume. Palantir.
So Pepsi doesn't really move much on earnings time, but maybe this is the signal that the worst is over for them. Technically, watch the 200-day moving average still has $2 to go to get there, and it could be a play for the next quarter. We'll see.
Yeah. What about Tesla? We have the big robo-taxi event followed by, on the 23rd, we'll have earnings for Tesla. There are a lot of very high expectations, such as Steve Wesley, who used to be a board member. He was telling you that he said this event better be really good.
Yeah, well, this was supposed to be on 8/8. Now they moved it to 10/10. Rally another 10, 15.
Okay, guys, I'll be back around 12 noon. Just going to drop my son off, and I'll be right back.
From a price action point of view, and then earnings. A lot of analysts talking about stocks. Some of those Mag 7 stocks were downgraded yesterday. We saw downgrades in Amazon. We saw a downgrade in Apple. So as we get into earnings season, let's see how it goes, and then watch NVIDIA. We're talking Magnificent 7 stocks. That stock broke out yesterday after Jensen Huang had some positive comments to say.
Yeah. Look, it wasn't a quiz. You didn't have to comment on each of them, but thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad you did, because they're all in the news and people like to hear some of your thoughts. Is this a buy the dip type of end of the year?
Yeah, I think so. I will stay steadfast to my belief that we're going to have some jitters up until the election. The election is when we tend to peak. It happened in 2016, 2020, and then it was smooth sailing regardless of outcome into the end of the year. Strength begets strength, and I think we've continued to see that rotation. That broadening out theme has been fantastic. The second weakest sector last quarter was technology. Those technology names are starting to make a move. We're seeing it with NVIDIA. Let's see if Apple and Microsoft can follow when they report their earnings later this month. So there's a lot to look forward to. And then, that fourth quarter, strongest quarter of the year, an election cycle holds true. So I think the table is set for us to continue this rally into year end.
Yeah, I just saw, for example, Alibaba's down. So the hopes for more stimulus is my last quick question. Maybe fading because there were hopes for more China stimulus, but a name like Alibaba down 6%. Any quick thoughts on
Yeah, well,
some of
China
these
threw a
stocks?
bazooka with the stimulus last
Yeah.
week. These stocks were up a tremendous amount. Any pullback should be expected.
Do you buy them on the pullbacks or you stay away
I'm
from
skeptical
them
of Chinese stocks. When
Yeah.
a man like David Tepper says he's all in on China, then I'll listen.
Which he did say that.
He did say that.
Yeah.
He did. But I'm a little skeptical. Let's get through the election season and see what the China-U.S. relationships look like going forward.
Yeah.
But the risk reward, it could be an opportunity to dip the toe in the water short.
All right, Jay Woods, Freedom Capital Markets. Thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the technicals. Scott Bauer takes us through the trades for Lululemon, Affirm, Marathon Petroleum, all that. Trading 360, Schwab Network. We'll be right back. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Thank you both for being with us. Before we get to Lululemon, Scott, tell me a little bit about how you're feeling about this market. We just had Jay Woods on, who still feels it's a buy the dip kind of market between now and the end of the year. What are you watching?
I definitely agree with Jay. I think you have to be a little bit cautious. You can't just say, okay, we're down 1%, so it's time to buy. You do have to be a little bit tactical about it, respect technicals, respect moving averages. But absolutely, the market is set up for a run higher into the end of the year. That doesn't mean we're not going to have chop along the way here, but look where the 10-year is, and I'm really focused on that, Nicole. The 10-year at 4%, who would have thought a few weeks ago when it was down at 360
that the market would be okay with it, that the market would be just fine. So I think the market is accepting of better economic numbers that are coming out. The Fed is still going to cut, maybe not as quickly as everybody thought, but here we are. So I agree with Jay.
Okay, so that being said, let's get to Lululemon. Some of your thoughts there.
Absolutely. And, there's a shift in the technicals here after a very, very long bearish run in this stock. And the stock is showing some signs of life, and it's now really kind of pivoting and anchoring above that 50-day moving average. And it looks like buyers are really trying to come in on it. You talk about a buy the dip here. On any little bit of a sell-off here, buyers are coming in. This could lift the name back to the $300 level. With retail season coming up here, coming into the holidays, this is definitely a name at the top of my list of the retailers here. And I really think this thing could make a nice run up. So I'm going out about 3 weeks or so to the November 1st expiration. And I'm looking at the 285, 295 call spread, which I want to buy for about $2.50. Great reward to risk. And I think the economic backdrop supports this.
Okay, so, the question, it is the holiday season. As I look at this chart here, not too far off 226 at lows. What do you think here when you take a look here at this, Rick Ducat?
Definitely a chart that has been in decline for a while here. And when we look at it, we can see that we have this rather severe gap down here on earnings. That's kind of the start of our most recent downward pattern here, kind of a wedge type shape here. Two trend lines converging toward each other, one going across the highs, one going across the lows. It did look a little dangerous for a bit there when we did hit those yearly lows near 226 because we slipped below that lower boundary. However, we have made a series of higher lows from that point here. You can see now our new pattern that we're focusing on is our two white dashed lines here, which are once again more of a wedge type shape converging toward each other here. Some other things to note. RSI has been improving here. We can see that we crossed out of that oversold area. We've got a green trend line in play here. We are above the 50 midline, so a bit more geared toward the upside. We can also see that we passed above some important technical points. We've got our volume profile point of control, this thick red line here. That's the area of heaviest trading. We made our way above that. We made our way above the 21-day EMA. We are on pace to close above our orange 63-day EMA today. We also filled this gap that we formed right here near about 268, and we are trading above it once again here. If we were to keep moving higher, this boundary here, we've got our upper line of our wedge shape here. And then the area that Scott mentioned, 295 was another point that I had. That's a high point that we had right here. That seems like an interesting place to consider some resistance. Also got a volume node close ahead. Ultimately, though, this high right here, 337 would be one area for the bulls to clear to the upside. To the downside, lows, light green line here, low points, 246, and then ultimately 226, our 52-week low for further support.
So they have to watch China. I mean, that's a big, thank you for all of that, Rick. They have to watch China, according to Morgan Stanley. We did see a call. Morgan Stanley maintained the overweight with a $314 target. It's at 273. Scott, final thoughts on this name?
I mean, Rick covered it perfectly. The charts that I was looking at, very similar to what Rick pointed out. So if this bullish momentum can continue, because we've cleared out some of that bearish, downside that we had, I agree. And I think that 295 is definitely within reach.
All right. BTIG came out and actually said, buy Affirm, sell Amex. Tell me some of your thoughts on Affirm today.
Well, again, here's another one coming up to the big shopping holiday season that, people, buy now, pay later. And this one really could come into play. It was upgraded today, as you mentioned, and it just pivoted near their swing low, which is also right near the 200-day moving average. So short-term demand here, I believe, can really carry this momentum if the stock can recover and stay above this 42 level. I mean, we're right there. This is really a very pivotal moment for this stock here. If so, I really think that next move is 45 and then 47. So with that being said, I'm buying the November 8th, so I get 1 month on this spread, 42, 47 call spread. I can do that,
right around $1.25, $1.20, somewhere in that range there gives me really good reward to risk.
Yeah, and within that note, to your point about the holiday season is coming up, within the BTIG note, they did actually say that Affirm was taking market share from some of the other traditional payments that we would normally use, and that would be namely American Express. Let's see what Rick has to say about the chart, please.
When we look at this one, we can see another longer-term downward trend has been reversed here. You can see it starting all the way back here with those yearly highs, 52.48. We trended down for a while here, and then we stopped kind of right on the nose at that trend line before this earnings event. Nice gap upward here, made a series of higher highs and higher lows once again. Took out our volume profile point of control, took out our 63-day EMA. Now today, we are making a push to the upside and overtaking our yellow 21-day exponential moving average here. So there's some bullish developments to be sure here. However, there's some other things that we maybe need to consider. First of all, as we did have this upward trend line beginning here, price has moved beyond it. The uptrend that we had initially had our eye on is no longer in play. That does not mean we are crashing or anything like that here, because we did manage to hang on at our red line here, our volume profile point of control, often a key support or resistance area here. You can also see this high point I marked, our green line here, 39.25. That was one area of interest here, we did kind of hang on for the most part above that area. If we were to keep moving higher here, that would be what the bulls would want to see, obviously, because now we would want to recapture some ground on our RSI here, trending lower. We had a little bit of a bearish divergence here with price making new higher closes, but RSI trending downward here. So the bulls would want to recapture some of that momentum, invalidate the downward trend line, hopefully push into the overbought area. Now, some points to watch here. Scott had mentioned 47. That's roughly around this area here. So we want to kind of push above that lone red candle there that we had that upswing for. And then this area right here, another high near 50. That would be another point where we would want to get a surge above and perhaps an energetic breakout to the downside. Volume profile point of control, and then our orange 63-day EMA, 36.50 to 38.50 or so. And then you can see here we had a couple highs, light green line, 34.13. That would be another point to watch.
Yeah, I love it. He's showing us all the important points to watch there. Final thoughts on this name, and then we'll get to Marathon Petroleum. Scott?
Again, I think there's a lot behind this BTIG report about, the holiday season coming up. And given where the consumer is, not in a great place, but I don't think as dire as some people had thought, that buy now, pay later, I think, is going to be really rocking and rolling this season.
Yeah, JP Morgan, a neutral on Marathon and 172 target. BMO Capital at a price target of 190, down from 200, but does maintain the downperform rating. Where do you think MPC is headed?
All right, so this one, along with many of the stocks in the energy sector here, are so volatile right now, and for good reason, right? You've got so many factors contributing to these big moves, whether it's geopolitical risk, whether it is demand pressures coming from across the country, or not across the country, but across the world, basically, and oil-related stocks that they've just been on a tear recently, right? Especially because of geopolitical risks. And I think you had to take advantage of some of that volatility, just as I think you have to do on this big pullback that we're seeing this morning. MPC is now trading down to a massive consolidation range, a massive congestion level, something Rick likes to look at as well, right around this 160 area, just, kind of dip below there right now. So this has been really big support since the beginning of the year. I believe the upside rally was overdone, and I believe this sharp pullback today is overdone as well. We're at about a 15% drawdown today. So since option premium is so expensive, implied volatility is so expensive right now, I'm bullish, but I want to sell a put spread rather than buying premium. So I'm selling next week's, the October 18th expiration, 160, 155 put spread. I can collect $2.25, and the break even on that out to next week is 157.75. I love that area for big support in MPC.
Okay. Look, we've had a lot of action in oil, that's for sure, but you think that some of the reactions are too drastic. Let's see what Rick says about the charts, please, Rick.
Drastic is definitely a good word to describe today's price action. Anyone who's been trading for a while can tell you it is not an easy game. It's not an easy way to make a buck here. One of the most frustrating and difficult situations in trading is basically what happened right here. The false breakout, the big surge to the upside. We cleared some resistance points here. We broke above our all three of our moving averages in pretty much one fell swoop. We broke out of our trend line here. We broke above our volume profile point of control. Whatever, so many things we breached above, and then you went long hoping for the breakout, and you just got crushed over the past few days, retreating all the way back down to this green line near 157.50. False breakout, so frustrating, so difficult. But now perhaps there's another opportunity here because it looks like the supportive area is holding so far today. So that after that rapid about face, we can see that RSI once again has returned to the boundaries of our kind of more triangular pattern here, where we had this downward sloping red line and our upward sloping green line here. So once again, back below the 50 midline as well here. So long-term downward trend, our blue line here still in play. One quick thing to point out too, we did have the highs right here. It looked like a pretty good example of a head and shoulders type shape here, almost like a textbook definition here with the accompanying, bad, severe move to the downside there. So, that one played out as the technicians would have expected. So just an interesting example to keep in mind here. If we break below our support, if we move lower, the old lows from right here, our light green line would come in right about here at this big volume node near like 149 here. If we get our act together, move back upward, we got some heavy lifting to do. All three of these moving averages and our trend line between like 165 to 169. And the real area that we would want to retake would be this red line here. We topped out a few times, 183.50. That would be kind of the sign of a new breakout beyond this range and a new uptrend.
Yeah. I don't know if they ever settled with the Teamsters Union either. They had an issue late September. I don't know if any of you know whether or not they settled with that. That was something sort of an overhang. It is the number one loser on the S&P 500 today. Final thought, Scott, on MPC?
And that area that he was just pointing out, the 157, 158, which is that congestion, that support area, if you go back about 9 months, even a little bit further, that was previous resistance. One of the things that we kind of look for is previous resistance can now become support and vice versa. So I love this play in MPC. I wouldn't just buy the stock outright and be long it. That's why I'm using a put spread so I can completely define my risk.
Okay. Scott Bauer, Prosper Trading Academy, and our own Rick Ducat there on the charts for the big three today. Thank you both so much. We had Lululemon, Affirm, and Marathon Petroleum. Thanks. Good to see you both. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight some stock buys and sells from our next guest. The short list includes names like Tesla. The big robo-taxi event is Thursday. What you need to know. Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customized to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with us. We have some buys and sells, some ideas for your portfolio, and bringing that to us, Melissa Armo, founder, owner of the stock Swoosh. It's great to see you, Melissa. We've had a lot of back and forth action after some records, but a lot that we're waiting on as well. How are you feeling about the market overall?
Overall, the market's been in a very tight range for the last few weeks, but as your previous guest said, it appears that the market is trying to break out, even though it's failed to do it yet. There's nothing that seems to want to make this market really sell off and have any follow through to the downside. If you look at all the things that have been happening, you'd wonder why the market hasn't sold off yet. You know, the port strike was one of them, the war escalating overseas that we're involved with. I think the market's going to break out higher. A lot of this will depend on earnings next week. We have some Friday, and then really the next month running up to the election. So we could have a breakout. It may not last because of the election coming up in a few weeks. So we may have a lot of volatility with that. And if we have some big movers that move the market that are to the downside, that will affect the market too. But right now, between now and just, let's say, the end of the week, it looks like the market is set to finally rally.
Yeah, I'll bring up Tesla right away because that's front and center. We have the robo-taxi event coming up on the 10th, followed by the earnings on the 23rd. What are your thoughts on Tesla today? And this is one of the names that you believe people should short.
Well, I'm just looking at short term. Again, I don't know what the earnings say, which are, like you said, in 2 weeks. But right now, the stock is having a very difficult time. It looks lower. Even today, right now, as we're speaking, the market is rallying, the market is green, the market's set to break out. And where is Tesla? It's basically right at where it opened and trying to go red. So we had a sell-off in Tesla yesterday. Last week, we had a sell-off in Tesla. For whatever reason, the stock doesn't seem to want to get bought. Again, maybe on the earnings, it'll show something where it wants to go higher. But right now, that stock is struggling more than the market. Again, every time you're looking to take a position in something, you want to get in a stock that if you're going to go long, it's moving ahead of the market, or if you're going to go short, that's moving, you know, against the market to the downside. Like one of the picks I had was NVIDIA. NVIDIA was starting to break out yesterday while the market wasn't ready to do it yet. And now, of course, today, NVIDIA is even higher and the market's higher too. So Tesla is having an issue. You can tell in the price action, which is what I really, really focus on. Tesla just doesn't look good right now for a buy. So if you don't want to short it, don't short it. But I definitely wouldn't be long Tesla right now, despite you know, what's going on the next couple of days with it.
I see. Because, I mean, you're right. It's down this week. It's down 2.5%. It's down this month. For the month of October, down nearly 7%. But it has had an incredible run over 6 months. It's up about almost 40%. So it did shoot up and now sort of bopping around. Today, it's up 1.25%. But to your point, is not doing much right now for this month of October. Boeing, another name that you're a little cautious on. Tell me how cautious.
But we have Dow earnings again, which is in that sector, which is Thursday. So it's going to be really interesting to see what those earnings turn out to be. Again, the airlines have been struggling the last year. Boeing has had so many issues. So Boeing is out actually in 2 weeks as well, those earnings too. But that stock will react because it's in the sector of Dow that comes out and has earnings Thursday morning. That's one of the first earnings. So that is definitely a watch for me because it has been attempting to break through that 150 area. It hasn't been able to do it and have any follow through with it, but I've been watching that. And again, remember, every time you turn on the news, it almost seems like there's another thing. The Boeing strike. We have another accident, a plane issue. that stock overall, that company has had just a horrible last couple of years. So that's a big watch in 2 weeks as well when their earnings come out. So we'll be watching that as well. But for now, I don't think anyone should be going long it. It looks like people did the last couple of days at rallies, but I think that is really, really, really one that will, number one, react with Dow on Thursday, no matter what Dow does. But number two, people are not buying into that yet until they see something amazing happen, which, what's going to happen on earnings? What could they possibly say in the earnings to change the outlook on that stock that's happened in the last 9 months?
Right. I mean, look, they're still working with the machinists union, the factory workers, 33,000 workers who want, I think, a pay increase of 40% and such. They have not reached the final on that negotiation. In the meantime, the stock's been hovering around the new lows of 149 and change. Now you mentioned NVIDIA as a name that was trying to break out. You have the triple Qs, you have Netflix on there. Tell me about those three, that sort of theme that you see upside potential.
Well, first of all, I love Netflix. Look at the total reversal today that we're having in Netflix from yesterday's sell-off. Yesterday, Netflix sold off 100% reverse that already today. Netflix is near the highs. Netflix looks even stronger than the market right now. Netflix is actually probably helping to lift the market today in the QQQs. And that is one of the first earnings. That is next week. So that's a big, big watch. Again, that was hovering around the 725 area. That could even make new highs this week before the earnings. So that's a watch. The stock has become very expensive. Remember the stock hit over 700 a couple of years ago, then it split. I mean, Netflix could end up splitting again. So who knows what will happen with that? Because if that actually reacts positive in the earnings, I don't think 800 is even out of range for that stock the way that they can fly. It's very expensive. You can do it as an option right now and very spready, but it definitely moves and it definitely pays. And I like that better than anything on the list that I sent you because it has held up so strong, even with the small little reaction we had of the selling in the market in the last couple of weeks. Netflix didn't budge at all.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's at 718. The high was 725. You think it breaks out beyond the high of 725?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, with the market, remember, everything lifts when the market lifts. The same thing when everything falls when the market falls. So we had some selling yesterday because the market sold off. I mean, again, it doesn't last. That's the problem. Like shorts want to come in, and I love the short. Shorts want to come in, then you never get the follow through. Then the longs come in, they want to scoop up and buy the support, and then we're not seem to get the follow through. But every time the market tries to sell off, it just doesn't do it. And sometimes you even see news over the weekend, and you say, "Oh my God, we're going to be lower on Monday," and then we're not. And then we're down a little bit in the gap, and then we rally. I mean, it's just like with some of these things you say, I guess we're just going to continue flying high. And when you look at the numbers, when you look at the economic data, sometimes you don't even believe it. You say, well, we're probably going to revise it because they keep doing that anyways. But ultimately, when the Fed lowered rates, that was what the market wanted to see.
Yeah, understood. And yesterday we did see an upgrade and a downgrade on Netflix. So we saw some, different types of calls, but I see what you're saying. Thank you so much. Melissa Armo, Stock Swoosh. Great to see you. Thank you. Coming up next, George Sillis is standing by for the disruptors. He'll take a look at Arista Network. Citi actually raising the price target on the shares. He'll break down that call. He'll give us an example trade. That's next here on Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. A look at developing stories. I'd like to bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network. We're taking a look at Roblox, the Hindenburg report, another report, a research report, a short report, and a lot of concerns within that report. I haven't heard too much of a rebuttal just yet, but not good.
No, it's certainly not, and it's weighing on shares. Roblox off earlier lows, was down more than 6%. Now off about 3.5% following this short report from Hindenburg Research, as you said, alleging inflated user metrics, saying that their research indicates that Roblox is lying to investors, regulators, and advertisers about the number of people on their platform, inflating the key metric by 25 to 42+%. Also said that another key metric, engagement hours, is being inflated by an estimated 100+%. Alleging that bots are rampant on the platform. And then on top of that, they're saying that Roblox is compromising child safety in order to report growth to investors in terms of these metrics, saying in-game research revealed an X-rated pedophile hellscape exposing children to grooming, pornography, violent content, and extremely abusive speech. They go into specific detail about inappropriate games they were able to access without age restrictions. And I can tell you it's nothing that you want your children near. Ultimately, Hindenburg Research says overall, we think Roblox has adopted the Silicon Valley approach of growth at all costs, whether by misleading or opening its platform to dangerous predators and illicit content unsuitable for children. So I reached out to Roblox for comment, haven't heard back yet. I will say they have responded to other media outlets saying, we totally reject the claims made in the report. The claims are simply misleading, and the authors of the report have an agenda. It is a short report, after all, designed to make share prices fall, saying we firmly believe that Roblox is a safe and secure platform, and in the financial metrics we report. Clearly having an impact on shares today, though, off more than 3% right now down more than almost 10% this month.
Yeah, well, that's the rebuttal, that emailed, response, but certainly weighing on the shares, as you noted. Thank you. Caroline Woods there on Roblox today. It's time now for the disruptors. George Sillis is here, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Arista Networks. Citi with a call, boosting the price target shares on those shares. Tell us a little more about that story.
Well, yeah, Citigroup does have an outperform rating on the stock, and they increased their target, as you mentioned, to 460 from 385. And I mean, what they're looking at is a couple of things. I mean, first off, Aristanet is one of the larger internet providers for network gear and software solutions for major data centers, enterprise companies. Partners, mega cap partners include Meta Platforms as well as Microsoft, and essentially they're an infrastructure stock that is the backbone of cloud and, of course, artificial intelligence and networking connectivity. And so one of the things about Aristanet is that they decouple software along with hardware, and that is actually quite a value proposition for those companies or buyers like Microsoft, for instance, which maybe want the hardware that is agnostic or separate from software. The other thing about Aristanet is it doesn't have a lot of international exposure, and I think that's quite compelling. But going back to what I think Citigroup is looking at is if you look at Juniper Networks, which was purchased by Hewlett Packard Enterprises alongside Cisco, looks like the market is developing to fewer suppliers, and therefore pricing power seems to be intact for the network gear that Aristanet sells the marketplace alongside its competitors. And if you actually look at the earnings or the EBITDA growth estimates for next year, 25% expected on 22% sales. And those EBITDA numbers have actually increased incrementally over the past 6 months. And over the last year, compared to the same quarter last year, it's higher by about 2.5% or 250 basis points in margin. So as price has been moving higher, it's up over 100% over the last year. So has earnings, which places next year's multiple around 41 times.
So it's pretty amazing, right? So AI demand, more demand for data, data centers and the infrastructure build out there. The stock's hovering around $400. Tell us about your example trade.
Yeah, so if you look at the stock, obviously it's in an uptrend, Nicole, so we don't want to fight that trend. It seems to respect the 20-week moving average, which corresponds, give or take, to the 100-day moving average. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a trend continuation, and I'm going to go all the way to December with 73 days, and I'm going to basically buy a bull call spread. So I'm going to buy the $400 call option, and then I'm going to simultaneously sell the 410 call option. So altogether, this would cost you about $5 a share or $500 a contract. So essentially, we need the stock to move higher, obviously, because it's bullish. And break even is 405 because you're outlaying 5, but your profit potential is $5. So it's a 1-to-1 return on risk. And that maximum profit it occurs at $410 on the stock. And that's, again, not too far off where the stock is right now by about 2%. So it only has to move incrementally, about 2% or a little bit more than that in the next 73 days to reach max profit.
Okay, George Sills, thanks for the example trade there on Aristonet in the call from Citi today. Good luck there. And it's higher, of course, today. Thank you so much. Coming up, our 360 round, a look at Amazon. Prime Day kicks off today. It's the 8th and the 9th. What do we need to know and find out about this company? Will it be the biggest ever? And what's the outlook for Amazon? We'll be right back with our panel.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward
Find the next trend.
from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. Time for our 360 round. We're looking at Amazon. Of course, the Prime Day kicks off, right? It's the 8th and the 9th here of October, but that's just one of many Amazon stories that are ongoing. Arun Sundaram, equity research analyst at CFRA Research, Melissa Otto, head of TMT research at Visible Alpha. Thank you both for being with us. Arun, you have a buy rating, $225 price target. What are your expectations for Prime Day, and what else is a super uber focus for you when it comes to Amazon?
Yeah, hey Nicole. Yeah, thanks for having me. So this savings event is actually called Big Deals Days. Amazon, it's kind of an extension of Prime Day, which is their infamous summer savings event. This one's called the Big Deals Days. It's kind of in the middle of Prime Day and also the holiday savings period. So it's a smaller event for Amazon, not as big as Prime Day. But and I don't think it's anything that's going to necessarily move the needle in terms of Amazon sales for the quarter. But it's still an important savings event, and we expect this to be a strong 2 days of sales for Amazon. One thing that we kind of learned with Amazon over the past few years is that whenever Amazon announces these kind of savings events, sales tend to hit new records, and we don't believe anything will be different this time around. I think for this savings event, I think one unique feature here to this year is that we'll likely see the fastest delivery speeds for Amazon, which would be great for consumers getting their goods quicker to their doorsteps. Also, this is also Amazon probably lower its cost to serve during this event as well. So lower cost for Amazon, quicker delivery speeds. I think it's really a win-win for Amazon here.
Oh, okay. So lower cost is a big one too. Let me hear, Melissa, some of your thoughts on Amazon over and above today's Big Deals Day.
All eyes are going to be on the Q3 and what they're going to guide to for Q4. It's going to be a really interesting one. I think just kind of recapping Q2, we saw some volatility in the shares, the sales numbers, and the North America retail margin came in a smidge light in Q2, which caused some pressure on shares. Coming into Q3, expectations have come down a bit, particularly on that North America retail margin. Initially in August, Visible Alpha consensus was expecting 6.3% in this Q3. However, that has come down 60 basis points to 5.7%. And how the market will guide for Q4 will be really critical.
Okay, so watching the margin pressure on the retail side of things, is that something that you're keeping a keen eye on as well, Arun? And what about Amazon Web Services? What's the order here of importance? You mentioned the cost structure and cost savings that maybe Amazon is experiencing. I'd like to hear more about the books and the balance sheet, because folks want to know whether or not they really should be believing in this company and buying it at $182 Arun.
Yeah. So about the North America retail margins. Yeah, the North America retail segment in Q2 margins were slightly lower from Q1, but it's not really due to their e-commerce retail business. That margins in that business actually increased quarter over quarter. It's due to other investments Amazon's making, mainly in its Project Kuiper business, which is a satellite business that they're ramping up investments there. I think as long as Amazon kind of discloses, the margin pressure from this satellite business versus their actual core e-commerce business, I think the stock will be okay from that perspective. AWS, in terms of what's most important for Amazon, advertising and AWS are two highest margin businesses for Amazon. And really, right now, if you look at AWS, it's really firing all cylinders there. 3 consecutive quarters of accelerating growth in AWS, hit 19% year-over-year growth in the latest quarter. In advertising, that's also a very high margin business for Amazon. That's a $50 billion run rate business for Amazon. Amazon doesn't disclose margins in that business, but it's probably close to like 40 or 50%. So very, very profitable for them. And the best thing for Amazon right now is that the two most profitable business segments, which are advertising and AWS, those are the fastest growing segments for Amazon. So that's good for overall margins. So we do believe margins over the next few years will continue to expand. In terms of the balance sheet, right now Amazon is generating a ton of free cash flow. That's why one of the reasons why we have a buy rating on the stock. Free cash flow has been accelerating. Growth has been accelerating there, and we see that continuing over the next few years, despite an increase in capital investments related to all the AI features that Amazon's investing in. We continue to see sizable free cash flow growth, and that's one of the reasons for our buy rating.
Yeah, understood. I mean, that's certainly a nice lineup for a balance sheet when you listen to it that way. Melissa, I'll give you the final words here on Amazon. What should we be watching? Because the earnings are due out on the 24th.
Absolutely. I think looking ahead to Q4 in terms of company's guidance, Visible Alpha consensus is expecting $186 billion in total revenues. That's going to be the number the market's going to be expecting in terms of the guide, where they need to meet or beat those expectations in order for the shares to potentially grind higher from here.
Okay. Arun Sundaram of CFRA Research and Melissa Otto, Visible Alpha. Thank you both. Good luck there at Amazon. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Join me then. Keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So, how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial. The old guard is saying, oh, wait, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today, including discussions. We'll have some option strategies. We're going to lead off with some tech names that were downgraded today. Microsoft is pushing aside its rating drop today, but has been under pressure over the last couple months. And Qualcomm, which has dumped nearly 30% from all-time highs that we saw in June. And like Bolio, break down consumer sentiment data in McDonald's, the fast food stock has rebounded sharply over the last few months and is now just above flat on the year. Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are near session highs as we speak, rebounding from yesterday's sell-off. Nearly all of those losses regained. The S&P 500
up 0.8%. The Dow lagging a little bit, down nearly 0.2%. The Nasdaq 100 leading to the upside, up over 1.25%, and the Russell 2000 also lagging, up just over 0.25%. As we see strength in tech leading in some of those blue chip names under pressure. To help me break down market action, let's bring in my co-host. That's Kevin Hinks. Kevin, give me the reasoning behind the rally back after a weak choppy session yesterday?
No.
You're not going to give us that.
No, I want to know what yesterday was. This I can understand, right? Because the overall U.S. economy is good. Interest rates are over 4%, but not really spiking. Why your crude oil's back down? Why was yesterday? That's the one I can't figure out.
Well, crude was up nearly 4% yesterday. Yields continued to rise. 10-year got above 4%. Yeah. And that actually, the 10-year went to 4.05% today, but that's pulled back a little bit also.
And then how about 130 yesterday when all the, markets were down like 0.5% and they doubled right at 130. They just plunged got down 1%. I don't know. I'm trying, you know what? Sometimes it's not worth your time or brain power to figure out why they're moving up or down. Just trade them, right?
Well, it seems like there's a lack of liquidity. Maybe that's why we fell yesterday because, I was just looking at markets, whether it was the futures or some individual names, and we saw some big chops and big swings based on nothing coming out. So maybe it's a liquidity problem with stocks just below all-time highs.
And, stocks are getting, pretty pricey here. Interesting move in gold.
Yeah.
Pretty solid move there. Crude oil backing off after, melting up the last couple of days.
Yeah.
By the way, China, that's a big sell-off in China after days and days and days of stimulus coming out. They open up after a week vacation and they pounded the Chinese markets.
And they had a press briefing over in China, and that's, I think, why oil even turned lower, was the fact that they didn't come out with any additional stimulus, which I think maybe the market had kind of priced in, the price of crude anyway. A big red candle in crude oil today after rising nearly 4% yesterday.
So it's tricky. I mean, these markets are volatile, and there's so many things that you can list as a reason why they're doing one thing or another. It's geopolitics, it's U.S. politics, it's earnings coming up, it's the move in the macros, it's the U.S. data. There's so many reasons why the market could move, and frankly, pick one, right? And try to figure out why that one's moving. You know what it's better to do? Just trade them. Keep trading, stay in the markets, adjust your winners, adjust your losers. I mean, these are great markets to trade. They're all over the board.
Yeah, choppy. Get a narrative, and then if you want to trade it, trade it. Yeah, get a narrative based on individual names or the overall market or a different asset class. All right, let's expand this conversation. Bring in Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Nate, so I asked Kevin, I go, what's going on? Why are we rebounding from yesterday's loss? And he goes, no. So do you have a more clear answer? Because I think we got some good stuff. Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
It's all about perspective and interpretation, right? I mean, there's always bulls and there's always bears. So yeah, I think yesterday, likely, Tom, you're probably spot on with yields going up and oil prices going up, oil prices down. To some extent.
All right.
Some of the price action. We've got CPI later this week. We've got.
Okay, Tiger had pulled back recently.
If you look at the Russell,
Let's see what Tiger looks like. Tiger of FinTech.
You look at NVIDIA, watch out. We're basically coming up to a 3-month high here on NVIDIA. Part of that has to do with, Micron, Jensen
First day of a gap down after a reversal yesterday. Tiger. Okay. Supermicro. No follow through yet. Supermicro.
How many servers they're sending out in terms of strong demand. So it looks like we're going to talk about Microsoft.
Okay. NVIDIA pulled back a bit.
If it's able to, basically take the baton again and kind of lead back up.
Okay. DJT is following through. Trump Media following through. Trading at 20 and change.
In that sector. If you look at mega cap tech in Q3, it was essentially the worst performing segment of the market. I mean, it was still up, but on a relative basis, it was essentially flat. So it looks like perhaps maybe we're getting some optimism that's flowing back into that sector.
Yeah, definitely. Nasdaq's been lagging. Dow just off all-time highs. S&P 500 just off all-time highs here, Kevin. But then
Qs. I'm going to take a little profits off the Qs. That was a trade from, I guess, Friday.
just hasn't been righted over the last couple of weeks. We've seen extra downturn. And I mean, think about this: 50 basis point cut by the Fed. Everybody thought, oh, so interest rates are going to stay low, but they've shot up. I mean, parabolic move over the last few sessions since that 50 basis point cut, where it's kind of like, okay, the economy is doing good, so I get why rates are up, but at the same time, that's not going to be good for the economy down the line if rates stay elevated here.
There's a lot of things that can affect where the stock market goes. The data is going to be crucial. We're going to get data later this week. You know, we're going to see a 2.5% year-over-year inflation headline maybe move to 2.3, and everyone's going to say, hold on a minute, that is stale and old, and crude is significantly higher than where that was now. And so they're going to discount the CPI. So what's that going to do? What happens if core comes in?
Amazon
I think the biggest risk now, or it's
pulled back. All right, so these stocks all giving back what they had this morning.
inflation is still out there.
That's not good.
That they're telling us to take our eye off inflation when core metrics for inflation have all stopped going down across the board.
Right.
They stopped going down.
Semiconductors.
The energy narrative that has kept those headline numbers lower.
Yeah, and you know what? That whole theme that people are talking about is owner's equivalent rent, and rents are going to start coming down. Why would rents come down?
Yeah,
Because there's a lack of supply right now.
Housing shortage, a fundamental problem.
Jobs are robust.
Yeah.
Wages going up.
Yeah.
Why would they have to lower rates on rents, and home prices are near record highs too?
Yeah,
So
that's one of those economists talking. Rents are going to come down, aren't they? They are, right?
if we go into a recession, they are. Nate, I wanted to get your take here because I think a lot of the moves that we're seeing today and yields going higher and stocks going higher with them fits into that narrative last week after that blowout jobs report. And we haven't talked to you since that came out. And the rest of the week was pretty solid jobs data as far as ADP and JOLTS and jobless claims too.
And services. Remember, services from last week was really strong as well. Services, 70% of the economy. We know manufacturing has been, in a recession. It's been in contractionary territory for quite some time. But it's, hey, if you got 70% of the economy that looks like
Just scanning through stocks, see what's doing what right now.
That's good. And then you look at the higher yields. What is the message that bond market's sending? The economy's stronger than we thought. The non-farm payrolls.
All right, this time of day, we're looking for B and C pivots, so you should be looking for that.
Here to solidify the soft to no landing type of a thesis. If you look at the last three non-farm payrolls reports, the prior two before
Apple.
September's that we got last Friday were soft. We saw an uptick in unemployment. We saw those recessionary triggers. We saw the Fed commentary.
Apple hanging out at 220, 224.90.
Friday's report basically countered that. Look at Atlanta Fed GDP.
All right, the New York FANG index stocks are mixed.
Today, so it feels like the narrative is, hey, the economy, yields are going up. The Fed's likely not going to be cutting as much as we want or as fast.
Okay, Trump media is on the move. I'm not sure what's going on here, but that's on the move.
Then we're okay with that because if we look historically, has the market been able to move higher if yields are moving higher and or Fed rate cut expectations are pushed out and basically downgraded? The answer is yes. Let's remember we started the year with 7 rate cut expectations. That came all the way down. Let's remember we've seen yields move higher as stocks were making fresh all-time highs. There's supposed to be that inverse correlation between yields and the stock market and risk premium. But the market has demonstrated over the last couple of years as long as the economy is strong, as long as the data continues to tout that case, then we're largely okay with it. And yes, I understand it. Yields are moving higher. Generally speaking, that's not good.
There goes shares only.
You know, you have to consider just the history that we've been through in terms of the relationship between the Fed and the rates and what they've been doing.
That's a big jump on that.
All right, so you can see where supply is, gets above 21. DJT above 21 will clear resistance.
For 90 seconds. Got it. You ready? So NFIB small business optimism comes out this morning around 6 a.m. Chicago time. 91.5, slight uptick from last month. 33 consecutive months below the 50-year average of 98. The uncertainty index. So this is small businesses, right? 2/3 of the U.S. economy. 2/3 are the uncertainty index rises 11 points to 103, the highest reading ever.
For uncertainty, yeah.
For uncertainty. And small business owners are feeling more uncertain than ever, their chief economist said. Uncertainty makes owners hesitant to invest in capital spending and inventory, with inflation and financing costs continue to put pressure on bottom line.
Okay, Trump media, that one's on the move.
And the small businesses aren't following along.
Right.
It's almost like two economies.
And that's the core for growth.
Trump media
Those small businesses do well. Now, there was a U.S. investor optimism.
on the move, watching for any sort of blue bars like we had here, profit taking, but we're still moving higher. Trump media.
For the 38th straight month. So, yep, give and take. But Nate, you know, we looked at Pepsi's earnings. Those came out this morning.
Look at the volume
Was, you know, to a T,
as it rips. Okay, looks good.
they gave lower guidance on organic growth is gonna be
All right, let's look at Trump media from a pivot
positive on that news.
perspective. Let's see where the pivots are. All right, it's moving through the 50-day. Volume is well above average.
Pepsi has a history of kind of having this kind of unusual price action around its earnings report.
All right, it's above 2010. So the next really big pivot is like 25. DJT.
Seems like regardless of whether you have enough money or you're in a recession, you might want to go to some snacks and beverages in order to cope a little bit. So yeah, that's a little bit you know, not too surprising in my mind to see. But when we think about the consumer, they are continuing to send that signal that yes.
Yeah, the next pivot I see on I'm just looking at pivots, so you might be looking at something different. All right, so here's 25 right there. Okay, 21, we are trying to get through there as well. 2070, this is ripping. All right, so looks good.
It seems like that is still providing, you know, consumer 2/3 of GDP, 70% services. So that's the bulk of what's kind of holding up.
Okay, look at the volume coming in. Wow, volume.
Staples sector within the S&P 500 up 13.5% so far this year. So it's had a good run. Pulled back a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but Staples, as that rally has broadened out over the overall equity market, still doing pretty well. All right, let's take a quick break, guys. Come back. We're going to discuss Microsoft. The tech giant stock was downgraded today, but it shrugged that aside and is now higher on the day. It's definitely pulled back, though, from those all-time highs we saw.
Yeah, I think it is.
Right back.
Okay. Google. All right, stocks pulling back. Looking for BNC pivots this time of day. Palantir looking good. Palantir making new highs. Palantir. Looking for a BNC pivot on this one. Palantir looks good. Palantir. All right, so we were anticipating that we might see a little bit more fade on Palantir. Instead, we're running the upper Bollinger Band. Okay, that looks good. NVIDIA, of course. NVIDIA looking really sharp. Okay, it went right up to the upper Bollinger Band. That's what we're looking for on Friday. When we talked about the weekend video on Sunday, we were looking for prices to move up to the upper Bollinger Band. Now we've exceeded that and followed through, and the upper Bollinger Band is turning up. The lower band is starting to change direction. That's increasing volatility that's doing that. RSI is rising. Volume looks good. So it looks like people are piling into NVIDIA. Okay, you got about 1 billion shares trading hands in the last 5 trading days, including today. Averaging about 250 million shares a day, trading hands on NVIDIA. That looks pretty good. Semiconductors echoing the same bias. Okay, got a bullish bias. We done for the day? Probably. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm just watching price action here. It's a bullish trade, bullish bias. Stochastics is rising. MACD volume looks good. RSI is rising. So what are we thinking? Okay, so this time of day, what I'm thinking is, okay, maybe it pulls back a little bit more. Maybe it just keeps going. But I'm interested in getting into SMH. I don't have a position currently, so I'm looking for a dip. I would like to see a dip, okay? The reason, again, is because Stochastic says we should see a close in the upper half of the daily range. So any dip in this bullish trend most likely gets bought. Yesterday, we had the same thing, but we actually closed a little bit below the upper half of the daily range. All right, so it closed in the lower half of the daily range, but still looked pretty bullish. So today looks pretty good to SMH, and most of the stocks looking good. In the group, Broadcom reversed yesterday's little pullback. Apple's looking okay, back above the 50-day. So that's a saving grace for Apple. I have some put credit spreads on Apple. I probably should take these off because it keeps getting threatened. Apple, let me see where we are here. Apple is a profit. Okay. Okay, I'll keep an eye on Apple. I like to sell my put credit spread, take it off for a profit. Apple looks like it's going to push a bit higher anyway, so that'll be good. Those puts will lose value. That benefits me as a put seller. Okay. So they're talking about Palantir, or this, excuse me, they're talking about Microsoft on Schwab Network right now. And several people have been calling Palantir the next Microsoft. Just a note, that's what was said, Palantir, the next Microsoft. Tom Lee likes it for this year, end of year, and into next year. Actually, I think he said something like 3 years, $10,000, 3 years, $1 million gain, something along those lines. That's why I like the idea of leaps. If, in fact, we do see that kind of follow through in AI stocks, despite earnings every quarter, I would rather, instead of having a bunch of shares, I'd rather have some leaps, control the same amount of shares, actually have more leverage, and look for follow through. His top 6 stocks are NVIDIA, Meta, Uber, Lilly, Tesla, and Palantir. That's Tom Lee. So I think he's a great analyst, you might disagree, but I like what he had to say. Plus, there's a lot of other people with different perspectives on the analysis of Palantir. This looks like it's going to keep going. All right, you got a buy order block here. Buy order block, that's about 45% of today's volume. You see that right there? On that little dip right there. So we're probably going to see another buy order block, I would think. Palantir's taking off to the upside. Don't buy it at the high of the day. Wait for dips like we had just about an hour ago, 11:10.
And if you take a look at the street high for Microsoft, it's $600 a share over at Truist, and even the lowest price target. Obviously, there are no sell ratings, so it makes sense that there wouldn't be a lot of price.
Yeah, and Kathy also had Nvidia, but sold too soon, right before it went vertical.
Significantly above where it's trading, not quite back to those highs yet. So I do think that the overwhelming majority of analysts is still very bullish on Microsoft, despite valuation, and think it will, continue its tick higher even above those highs. But again, it's a 12-month price target, so not without some maybe near-term volatility.
Yeah, and
June,
50 and 200 days.
January 26th is fine. Jan.
Levels at this point on a technical basis. All right, great stuff. Thanks to Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent, breaking down Microsoft news. Let's bring Nate back in here. Nate, I mentioned the technical side. I know you look at charts on this stuff. A couple times on market sell-offs, we've been below that 200-day moving average, but we're still below it now, and it's down about $55 from those all-time highs. What's your take?
Right. Yeah. Technically speaking, maybe a little bit in no man's land right here. But as you're mentioning, if it's below its 200,
Yeah, I threw her under the bus a year ago.
Moving average, that gives you a sense of how it's been performing over the past, year or so roughly. And it does, looks a little bit. I'm not going to say head and shoulders top, because you would need to break a neckline if that's the case. But let's just say that it's hey, it's performed really well if you look over the past 2-year performance, but it's been kind of lackluster over the past 6 months. And that goes along with Megacap Tech, as I mentioned. They were one of the bottom performing kind of cohorts for the market. And I think some of that has to do this creeping in sense of growth deceleration. So, look.
Kava. Okay, there goes Palantir starting to go some more. What do I want to do with Palantir? Trade. Let me see what leaps we've got on Palantir. At the high of the day. I can't do it here, but I will set up an order. I will set up an order on Palantir, the January 2006, 26. Palantir.
Not only was it Oppenheimer, but a couple weeks ago we had D.A. Davidson that downgraded Microsoft as well. I believe they have a 475 price target on there, but they were kind of singling out Microsoft within the AI complex within Megacap Tech, because Microsoft has to go to NVIDIA to get the chips.
Now, there's another buy order block right there. You see that buy order block on Palantir? Looking pretty good.
Microsoft is at the mercy of whatever the pricing of NVIDIA has. And so, you look at the stock here. Near term, we could be a little bit oversold. We're down from 440 to basically 410 at the close yesterday. We've got earnings coming up on the 22nd. But look, I'm a little bit want to give the analysts some credit for downgrading the stock before they report the earnings and not just following suit after they see enough evidence that they're not. I'm assuming their channel checks are suggesting.
All right, NVIDIA looks like it's going to turn back up.
Is actually lacking traction.
Yeah, and the investment in OpenAI, another $750 million on that latest round. And that's after $13 billion. So, monetization is going to be an issue. But you got an example trade for us, Nate, maybe based on this and maybe taking advantage of the 1% rally that we're seeing today, even with the downgrade.
Right, yeah. Hey, look, and when you get a downgrade and the stock is up, oftentimes you might cite that as bullish price action that's in there. I think the reason that it's up today is the setup heading into this downgrade. It was down the prior 2 weeks, and the market being up, Megacap Tech being up. So maybe a little bit of mean reversion type of a bounce here. But if you were on the side of these recent analysts, D.A. Davidson and Oppenheimer, and wanting to play this from a bearish perspective, We've got earnings coming up on the 22nd. I was looking at, I'm mindful that the VIX is above 20, but I also think that the VIX is likely to remain elevated because of the elections. So you want to look at Vega risk potentially. And if that's not the case, then you might be looking towards
Trump media continues to thrust higher, looking at 21, 22.
So I was going to a bear call spread going out to next Friday. I wanted to avoid that earnings event, and I was selling the 420 put in this example and buying the 425 put for protection. You got a $1.45 credit that's up there. It's around 155 right now at the current price, and I was thinking of seeing how much additional credit I would get if I included that earnings event and go to the 25th expiration, and you only get like an extra 40 cents or so. So you have to take some of these types of strikes and expiration selections into consideration. So with something like this, with a strategy like this, you would want the stock to remain
NVIDIA turning up.
Let time work in your favor, and you would have, this is kind of neutral to bearish in terms of the strategy on Microsoft.
Yep. Let's go over this one because it's on the call side. I think Nate might have said puts, but it's definitely calls on this. On this example trade. So going out to October 18th, monthly cycle. So 10 days to expiration, a week and a half. Sell the 420 call, buy the 425 call, short neutral to bearish, $5 wide call vertical. Collecting roughly about $1.45 credit. Might be about a dime higher than that right now because the stock has continued to move higher. But that credit you collect is what you can make on it. If you collect $1.45, $355 in risk on this one, Kevin. And the break even, $421.45 to the upside. So you still have that cushion where you can profit in 3 out of 4 scenarios. If it goes lower, remains where it is, or even goes up to 420, but stays below that break even.
Yeah, something a little more aggressive on the short call vertical, 64% probability of finishing out of the money, $5 call vertical, but the trade-off, when you get a little more aggressive, bigger premiums, right?
Palantir looking for follow through.
Fading this move here in Microsoft, and they'll either do one of 3 things, right? It can go down, it can stall here and go nowhere, or it can go up a small, about another $6.
Yeah.
All those are still profitable on this trade, but you're collecting data, you're risk defined, high probability. Those are the 3 things we look at.
Yep. And this could be a speculative trade. If you're long Microsoft shares and you want to sell call verticals against them in case it does, maybe reverse. Go ahead, Nate.
Oh, well, I was going to say the timing aspect of the strategy, just because for our viewers, when we're talking about Microsoft, obviously because of the down
Apple. Okay, looking for
an example trade.
Move higher in Apple.
Coming up in a couple weeks. So the timing of when you put on some type of bearish strategy, one thing that I think about is this the right time to put on this type of the spread? You might want to wait and see if you get some type of a pre-earnings anticipation as we head into the 22nd, and then look to position yourself in a bearish manner. If you look over the previous earnings reports, the 2 or 3 earnings reports.
Okay, looks like Trump media is going to keep going here. Wow, very strong.
Pretty poor performer post earnings. So, these are just some of the elements that you need to take into consideration when we're talking about timing.
Yeah, especially because you got 10 days in this position. You avoid that earnings, but does the stock rally into the earnings? Maybe that's about the timing I think that Nathan's trying to get at.
Ahead of the earnings and only 10 days till expiration.
Right. All right, great look at the short neutral to bearish call vertical.
Okay, what do we got going here? We've got 5-minute charts are showing TTM changing direction. Palantir looks good. NVIDIA, looking at NVIDIA. Okay, watching the TTM on the bottom of the screen. Okay, changing. It ran up to the highs, consolidated. You can see TTM went from blue to red. Now it's gone to yellow. So this actually might break out again. NVIDIA has an ATR. What was it? I think it was $7, was it? NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA ATR, $5, $5.20, currently up $4.70. So we're getting pretty close to, maximum for today, unless we see an expansion day breakout above this 31 over here, 131. 136 is the next pivot. Bollinger Bands look like they want to open up.
Including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
NVIDIA reports in November. So I'm looking for a volatility to pick up on NVIDIA. You can already start to see Bollinger Bands are coming, pulling away from each other. That's telling you going into earnings, over a month away, we're looking for volatility to pick up because market makers are going to want more premium over the next few weeks for NVIDIA as we go into earnings. Remember, Jensen said last week that the order book number of orders out there were insane. Those are his words. That's insane. Either he was insane or, yeah. Let me change channels here. Just reminded me Josh was talking about NVIDIA last week and what Jensen had to say. Okay.
96% of the day. Only 4% of the day are they being driven. Millions and millions and millions of cars being sold each month to just sit idle. Now you have entrepreneurs like Dara at Uber, like Elon Musk at Tesla. And what they're doing is they're taking these idle hours of cars just sitting in the hot sun in a parking lot. And they have these cars moving, circulating through the towns, through the cities, through the countryside, on the highway, taking people on rides when they need those rides. And that is a very different landscape for transportation. And that is what's depressing the multiple, not just for GM, but also for Ford and Toyota and Volvo and every other car manufacturer that's not called Ferrari. And it's a reality that I think hasn't yet dawned on people. This idea that American consumers are just going to average 17 million vehicles, it's just not what's going to happen as we automate the driving. And that is what's being reflected in the valuation of the stock. It's not being reflected in the valuation of people who think there's this huge opportunity on the OEM equipment manufacturing side.
We'll leave it there. We'll get the headlines now with Brian Sullivan. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Scott, thank you. President Biden postponing a trip to Germany and Angola ahead of Hurricane Milton's landfall in order to oversee disaster response. That is according to two sources who spoke with NBC News. Hurricane Milton slowing slightly to a Category 4 storm this morning, but is expected to slam into the west coast of Florida tomorrow. Meantime, Sam's Club is testing a future without having to check out. The membership club, of course owned by Walmart, is opening an all-digital store in the Dallas area this month. Customers will use a smartphone app called Scan and Go to ring up purchases for things like a lab-grown diamond or a 12-foot Christmas tree, and members can then scan a QR code to link to items straight in the app. And the Nobel Prize in Physics, honoring two pioneers in what else? Artificial intelligence, for helping to create the building blocks of machine learning. Nobel panel in Stockholm, Sweden, says the work of Jeff Hinton, known as the godfather of AI, and John Hopfield in artificial neural networks led the revolution of machine learning and AI. Congrats to them. Scott, back to you.
Sully, thanks. Brian Sullivan, appreciate that. Up next, calls of the day. Two big downgrades on two committee names, including one of Steph's payment plays. It's up 40% in a year. One of Jim's favorite chip stocks. We're back after the break.
All right, let's see, 70, 65. I'm just looking at Iron Condors, sell Uber, sell the 70, buy the 65. Oh, that's really interesting. $2.50 credit on this one. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do something like this. Okay. Okay, Uber. Trading near 75. Did I take the right ones? Let's see. Analyze. Monitor. All right, monitor, working orders. 70. Yeah, 70 is below the 200-day. So what I'm looking at is an iron condor. Because Bollinger Bands are coming together, meaning volatility is still pretty high and it's collapsing into their earnings, which is in November. So 70.65 on the put side. $80.85 on the call side. Let me just look at this. Okay. Uber. Let's see. Uber. 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 Okay, Uber. Let's see. That's by November 1st. November 1st, expecting 67 or 83. Okay. Okay, let's see what the deltas.
Wow, Steph, downgraded to sell. That's at BTIG. Price target to $230. Fundamentals are slowing for super prime customer versus accelerating expectations in the valuation. Wow, we see greater risk of worsening rather than improvement. Unachievable expectations in 25 are baked into the share price in our view.
So the stock's up 40% year to date. It's up 80% in the past year. This analyst had a neutral on the stock the whole time. So
okay, NVIDIA trying to push the highs. Supermicro is trying to turn the corner.
agree with him on valuation. I was buying this when it traded
Still sitting at the low.
forward. Now it's 20 times forward, but I do still think you're going to see revenue growth of 9 to 10%, maybe even more. Fee-based business growing very nicely. They're also seeing 6% build growth. So, I think the fundamentals are okay. And delinquencies, by the way, at Barclays, the conference a couple of weeks ago, every single bank talked about delinquencies being under control in that 2% level. So I don't think that there's any risk on that front. So I'm going to stick with it.
Even at 20 times.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with it because I still like the franchise, right? It's #1 franchise in the industry. Great management team, too.
All right, Uber. Josh Wolf Research reiterates it today as its top pick, $95. I mean,
We're going to get Uber to move.
About the GM bull bear story, but what about this car?
Uber starting to turn.
Outperform $95 price target.
Yeah, and Truist yesterday went to 100. Even like the reiterate ratings where they're not raising their rating, they're still upping the target. Uber's going to report on Halloween. I'm going to come in with my costume the next day. I'm going to be dressed like Rick Ross because I'm telling you right now, with the only bear case on this stock, people are terrified that tomorrow Elon Musk is going to launch the Uber killer. They don't understand the dynamics here. It would cost Tesla $35 billion in capex to launch a fleet of robo-taxis to compete with the system that Uber already has. The most likely scenario is 2 years from now, Elon and Dara do a deal together where Uber is abrogating demand for robo-Teslas, just like they will with the GM Cruise, just like they're already in partnership with Waymo at Alphabet. And if you think that that's the bear case, that Elon's going to knock Uber out of the box, I'll take the under on that bet all day, every day. I think this is a triple-digit stock.
All right. Qualcomm downgraded the sector weight from overweight. KeyBank. Previous thesis was that Qualcomm would be increasingly viewed as an edge AI play, given its position in handsets and PCs. However, given these end markets have yet to materialize in any way,
All right, Uber. Seeing a nice little change in direction here after being higher earlier. Uber's on the move.
In other words, what we thought was going to happen ain't happening. So
explained about the AI handphone market not materializing yet has been known for really about 3 months. I mean, that's maybe 2.5 months. When Qualcomm
Okay, I'm going to buy some verticals. Let's see. Uber. I'm going to buy the November 7680. Okay. 7680 for November 1st. Buy the 76, sell the 80. Okay, watching Uber for follow through. All right, it already dipped today. Already dipped. All right, so it's a B, C pivot. Looking for a B, C pivot. All right, so if it can make 50% on this today, I'll take the 50%. Maybe I'll take half off. Who the hell knows? Let's see. Okay, Dow Jones. DJT still going. Trump media still going. EMD, did he say something or whatever? He's out there, I know. Let's see. Nano Nuclear trying to hold the 16 level. Okay. Palantir. Palantir also thinking maybe this just keeps going. Palantir. Yeah, just keeps rising. Volume looks good. Okay. NVIDIA at the highs. Palantir at the highs. Palantir looks a little better at the moment as far as momentum. You got two buy order blocks. You got one at the open, that buy order block at the open. Okay. And then two more, looking like maybe we'll see another one. Okay, these two together are 57% of today's volume right here. 40% and 17%, these two buy order blocks. Okay, you got a break of structure. That's another signal. Every time it gives you a break of structure, BOS, that's a buy signal. Okay, using ICT strategies. We'll definitely have a bullish bias if we close up here for tomorrow. Palantir. Doesn't mean every single candle is going to be up, but looking good. NVIDIA holding on to the highs. Looking for B and C pivots this time of day. So if you were enamored with, say, Supermicro earlier, I'm looking for B and C pivots. Okay, so this ran up to 51 pre-market, collapsed. I guess they were, I don't know what happened there. But watching TTM. I'm also watching it on the 60-minute or the 4-hour on the right. So does the momentum continue and this dip get bought? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a B and C pivot on Supermicro.
Yeah, for sure, Scott. Late last week, I know we were talking about how NVIDIA itself just looked very tightly coiled. Maybe it was threatening to kind of break this little downtrend that's been in place since June. That seems to be playing out, at least in a limited way, the last couple of days. I think it more reflects a generally more balanced setup for the mega cap tech relative to the rest of the market. It was a big upside overshoot. It was all tech all the time into the first half of the year, let's say by June 30th. And now I don't think it's a matter of, wow, they've come in so much that they're streaming buys or they're cheap. But it's just
all right, SMH looks like it wants to go again. SMH. Semiconductors, okay, we got a flag, a little consolidation at the highs. SMH, watch the TTM histogram. That'll tell you if it's a good time or a bad time. As Led Zeppelin would say, is this a good time or is it a bad time to enter? It's already at the highs, so I wouldn't be chasing it personally, but if it dipped a little more, maybe. It's just showing strength. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm focused on the fact that semiconductors are showing strength again. A lot of people waking up to the idea that NVIDIA was a bargain a couple of weeks ago. A lot of people waking up to the idea that NVIDIA was a bargain a couple of weeks ago. And just seeing it pull away. It's above the 50-day moving average. Came back and tested it last week. On Wednesday, volume shows institutions have been picking up shares, with the exception of those two red bars. This is NVIDIA. With the exception of these two red bars, the last 2 weeks have been solid buying by institutions. MACD rising. We're making it to new highs. So I like what I'm seeing on NVIDIA. You can see money flow, and on balance volume are bullish. You can also see the weekly NVIDIA. Okay, we have this big run up, consolidation. Does it blow right through here and go through 150? I think it's going to, personally. That's why I'm looking at spreads, 2025, January 2025, and also January of 2026. Okay, we do have earnings, and I'm treating it more like I want to have shares, and I want to participate in the trend. In a lot of ways, I'm buying at the high. Buying at the highs. So we just had a pullback 5 weeks ago. NVIDIA back to the top of the range. We're going into earnings, so you have to weigh it with your strategy. Don't follow me blindly. Does it work for you? Okay. Half of me wants to buy shares too, but it cost me, for every 100 shares, it's going to cost me $13,250 basically. So for the same 100 shares, I could trade options for every call, and it cost me with a spread, cost me a fraction of that, 13,000. We are at the highs. We just pulled back recently last week. So if you did buy NVIDIA last week when we were talking about it, we had the, what was it, the 120, 125, I think it was. Let me go back and look at that. Okay, last week, let me just type NVIDIA. Okay, so going back on the alerts on NVIDIA. Yeah, on Friday we were talking about NVIDIA. Some people didn't like it. NVIDIA pulled back, and then it closed at the high of the day on Friday. Okay, let me go back a little further. NVIDIA, October 4th. That was Friday, right? Yeah, that was Friday. Sold the 124s into strength, and I bought with the profits. I bought the verticals on NVIDIA, 125, 130. Yeah, that was, I thought I put that in the spreads channel. Let's see. ARM. I had the 124, 130. My mistake. 124, 130. Usually take 5 wide. This one was 6 wide because I wanted to get a little bit more profit out of it, because we went right through 130. Trump media is still going?
I think we need to see deterioration in those groups, and I think it's too early to make that your base case.
In other words, Bryn, this financials trade needs to keep working if you're going to stay bullish on this market, along with those other groups. But, you know, Chris was pretty specific in talking about.
Trump media is still going.
Yeah, I mean, well, XLF has had a solid year.
Trump media is still going.
As we're looking for the market to broaden out, I mean, we own RSP. Financials are a big weighting, financials and industrials. And so I don't think they're going to tell us about the rest of the market. I think they're going to tell us about how they're doing, how the consumer respected to those individual banks are doing. I think you're going to come away and we're going to see what we already know, is the economy is just fine. And so, you know, these
Trump.
today are much more than just net interest margins. They have so many different verticals. And so I think you're going to have good numbers. You'll have
Donald, that's still going. Okay.
Brian Moynihan being positive. And then I think, you know, banks will do just fine. But I don't think it's a broader narrative to the stock market as a whole. I think much more technology is going to be the broader narrative of what the stocks do for the remaining of the year.
No, that's fair, but I think, you know, Steph, part of the point here is that you can't afford to lose financials.
Sure.
Right? Do you agree?
Yes, I do. But I think that we're not going to learn much from the bank because they told us a lot at Barclays a couple of weeks ago. I mean, Bank of America, he reiterated their net interest income numbers for the quarter and then raised it for the fourth quarter. And that's a big part of the story that we haven't had. We've had capital markets, we've had M&A, we've had asset prices that are higher, which will help wealth management, and NNA, net new assets, will actually be improving. But we haven't had the NII story. And I think that is what is going to drive some of these stocks higher. And especially the valuations. You're like at 1.2 times book value for a lot of these companies. So I think there's opportunity, but I don't think we're going to learn a lot.
Good year of 20% for the group. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back to finals next.
All right. Trump media is still moving. Still heading higher. Okay. NVIDIA taking a siesta, but looks like it could keep going. Supermicro, watching that one for a B and C pivot. Nothing yet. Semiconductors, SMH, very strong. So I'll be focused on semiconductors if you're day trading. If you're swing trading and you're looking at different sectors, let's go ahead and take a look at the sector view right now. See how, you know what? Let me do it this way. Let me go here. Semiconductors, watching Trump media, still moving higher. Okay. There we go. Okay, so you can see the markets are doing pretty good today. Doing pretty well. Okay, the dark green candidates are the ones, a lot of times I like to focus on the dark green because those are up more than 3%. So I'm looking for B and C pivots this time of day. Okay, so if you like NVIDIA, looking for B and C pivots, it looks like a B and C pivot at the high of the day, actually. NVIDIA. All right, so let's take a look at that. NVIDIA very strong, of course. Okay, looking at the 1 minute chart, NVIDIA. You can see we've got A, higher lows. I would say that count that as C over there, B and C. So does it continue? Well, there's a hell of a lot of volume trading on it. So since it pulled back to the 50-day last week on Wednesday and bounced, NVIDIA has been on a tear. Okay, so it bounced on Wednesday, followed through Thursday. We had a little dip on Friday, shook a lot of people out, closed at the high of the day on a long-legged doji, followed through yesterday, hit the upper Bollinger Band, which is what we were looking for in the weekend video. Got that. We did fade back into the Bollinger Band, but today we're running the upper Bollinger Band. So technically, 2 or 3 outside the upper Bollinger Band, we would be looking for some profit taking. So if it gets to 135, that's the first level. I'd be looking for some profits. Okay, you got levels over here, 136, 140. So 135 seems plausible. And if you look at Money Magic's levels, which I'll do right now, NVIDIA is 130, 135. So we're through the 130 level. 135 is the next call wall. So why is the call wall important? Well, as we approach the call wall, the maximum open interest averaged over 6 months is what Money Magic uses as his calculation. When we approach that, it's like a peak, it's like a hill or a peak. And at 135, the most options are right there. So what do you think people do? What I would do is we approach 135, I'd be selling my options. I'd be taking profits off in the strength. So that's what happens at the call wall, unless the call walls start rolling up. We won't know that until the end of the day. But if price action starts to accelerate, we're already above 130. If you're looking at Money Magic's graphics in his channel, we're already past 130. And MACD is bullish, stochastic is bullish, volume looks good, RSI is rising, so the chances of getting to 135 are pretty good. So once we get to 135, we start seeing selling. People start taking profits. And as it moves through 135, if it does that, we'll see buy order blocks, we'll see supply. Let's look at NVIDIA. Okay, let's look at the daily over on the right. That's the 4-hour. Let's look at the daily. As we push through 135, people buying shares. You can see 135. Look at that big order block overhead. That's about 24% of the current volume has traded right up there. So as we approach that level, it's also aligning with the call wall. So no coincidence, you'd probably see some profit taking as NVIDIA gets close to 135. What happens at 135? Most likely rejected, but I'm not going to sit here and say, I know what's going to happen. We can only watch and wait, see what happens when we get to 135. This is NVIDIA, and I'm just analyzing it for the next level. That's why I don't like to buy resistance, because what happens? It pulls back. I mean, this has pulled back quite a bit over the last 3 months, 4 months, since July anyway. The high was 140. The low was 90. So $50. It's a big pullback. $60, whatever. Okay. Nanonuclear, watching that to turn. That was added to the Russell 3000. Let me just do a little work here. What's JBDI doing? JBDI, that's back up. No, okay, it pulled back. JBDI. That's a penny stock, so be careful.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. I hope you'll join me then. Adam Parker, Avery Sheffield is back. Max Kettner, Keith Lerner, Jason Snipe. We'll take you through this final hour. Tech leading the way. We'll see where it goes from here. Brandon, final trade.
Uranium, URNN. The technical is broken. It's down some, heading higher. Microsoft wants to buy 3 Mile Island. You're going to continue to hear about nuclear energy. The data centers are taking over the world.
Nanonuclear.
Las Vegas.
I do. I like it. It's down 2.5%. I think you buy China today.
You do? Wow.
I do.
That's why I asked you. So I said it like I did.
You set it up perfectly. Because I think that they are stimulating the most since COVID. It's going to work. It's going to take time.
Tiger.
All right, less is still more.
Tiger. TIGR. Tiger.
Don't tell anyone.
Up fintech.
PayPal now has an 8 handle. Oh my God.
All right. We won't. Again. CRH, very large building products company.
TIGR. Tiger.
We'll see you in a couple hours on Closing Bell. The exchange begins right now.
Thank you very much, Scott. I'm Kelly Evans, and on the exchange today, we are tracking Hurricane Milton as it barrels toward Florida's west coast. It's currently a Category 4. It's expected to make landfall near Tampa tomorrow night, and it has the potential to be a 1-in-100-year event. 43% of Tampa gas stations are out of gas right now. The city's airport is closed.
Wow, that sucks. And they were supposed to deliver gas this morning, right? Tiger looks like it's on the move. Earlier, Mondo, I guess around right before noon, Mondo was talking about Tiger was on the move.
Last-minute preparations and evacuations are underway, with everyone curious, Dana, what these people are going to do if they can't leave on the highways and can't get out of the airport.
well, they're gonna have to hunker down, which is the worst case scenario, especially for people that are in evacuation zones like.
Man, you know, it's kind of sickening in a way because they're just loving the negativity out there. Just call me a conspiracy theorist, but you know, people tune in, they advertise. I mean, it's capitalism, but just kind of sickening because of all the shit that's happening in Carolina, Florida, from where last Helene went through. All right, focus on the markets, Vinny. Okay. Watching Up FinTech, watching this one. Okay, we got a little profit taking yesterday, a dip, a gap down today, and watching this one for a BNC pivot. Looking at this is A right here at yesterday's close, the low and a higher low. Watching TTM histogram for Tiger Up FinTech.
Leave now because once that storm hits, you're not going to be able to do it. And the best way to survive storm surge is to not be here when it hits.
Tiger.
Do you know why they closed the airport already? Yeah, because it's too dangerous.
Yeah, they took all the planes off at 9 o'clock yesterday, this morning, from what I understand.
Everyone's safe. This also allows workers to go home and prepare themselves.
Absolutely.
You've got to have staff to the airport, and if people can't go home and protect their property and their kids, their pets, then there's
Amazon fading.
going to discourage people from trying to travel into the area. We came in.
All right, I would just wait a little bit longer and see if we get any more dips. But things like Tiger Up FinTech looks good.
Clearwater Airport that has shut down operations, or they're going to shut down operations starting today. Orlando is also going to be suspending their operations on Wednesday.
Trump media is still going, 2150, 2138, 2140.
Drive out of here, and yeah, unless you've flown in already, you're not going to get a flight into this area before Milton hits. Dana, thanks for your report. We really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. 14.5% of Florida's gas stations had no gas as of 9 a.m. this morning. As residents brace for the
ARM Holdings. Let's see what ARM looks like. ARM. Okay, ARM still consolidating. Bollinger Bands coming together. ARM. I have a put credit spread. That's all I have for now. Was thinking about a call side as well to complete this and make it an iron condor as we're waiting on ARM to do something. Uber that got thumbs up. Watching Uber. Looking for higher lows and higher highs on Uber.
Situation for those motorists now who are relegated to the roads. There's a lot of stations that we're finding without fuel, especially as you get north on 75 and I-95. It's a very challenging situation. The numbers do continue.
All right, DJT still going. Thanks, Jason. Monster Beverages, is that what you're looking at? MSTR. Yeah. MicroStrategy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about MicroStrategy. Yeah, that's always a good one.
It's going to be very difficult, as you mentioned. The outages may continue to rise through this event. Keep in mind, Port Tampa and Port Manatee are the primary sources of gasoline for much of Florida. As those ports become significant.
Yeah, I always forget that one. MicroStrategy. There goes Trump media continues to go. For those of you who traded, Amazon still fading. Nvidia fading a bit. Should I stay or should I go? Remember that song? I used to go to clubs in New York. That song get everybody go crazy. Should I stay or should I go?
16.5% of stations in Florida without gasoline. So the numbers do continue to go up. It's going to continue becoming more challenging for those on the road to find fuel, not only now today, but as
The Clash.
as Milton makes landfall, certainly it's going to become more.
Okay, Tiger Up FinTech. Buy order blocks coming in. Okay, Tiger Up FinTech. This is one we traded last week into taking profits into strength on Friday. yesterday opened up much higher and then reversed, gap down today, as it looks like it so far. All right, so the way to trade this one, because it did dip, it's a little scary when you look at it on the daily, but the way to play this is, okay, so if I get long here, I have a stop under, say, 940 or so. So about a 50-cent stop. So if you were to buy up FinTech here around $10 on this buy order block, look for it to follow through. If it does manage to get up to the middle of this gap right here, I'd probably sell some. Okay, so that'd be a scalp. Trump Media is still going.
During this disruption. Does the nature of the size of the coastline that storm potentially is going to hit make this more difficult than in the past? Because if you try to go north, if you try to go south, anywhere you go, there's everybody is doing the same thing. Everybody's trying to fuel up.
Yeah, exactly right. And there's only really two main corridors that motorists have to choose from, either 75 or 95. So it makes it very challenging. And that's why it's so sporadic that you're finding stations in some areas that have more gasoline as you head north. There are better bets as you get into southern Alabama, southern Georgia. That gasoline is also flowing from other areas. So that's the good news as you head north. There's definitely more options. Try to hunker down. Try to be as fuel efficient in driving as possible. Get that gasoline extended as far as you can north. But there's a lot of stations just north and northern half of Florida that still have.
Okay, Trump Media is still. Just got a message from a friend right when I said that. Trump Media. Okay, this one has gone ballistic. Buy order blocks continue to flow in. All right, let's see where major resistance is overhead, daily. Okay, 44. Can we get a double?
And meanwhile, in terms of the insurance impact, my next guest says if Milton makes landfall as a Category 4 storm, losses for insurers in Tampa alone could total as much as $175 billion. For more, Elise Greenspan joins us now. She's managing director at Wells Fargo, covering the insurance sector. And the point here, Elise, isn't to be alarmist, but to try to understand the scope of what we could be seeing if these weather forecasts are accurate. And who are those losses primarily going to fall on and where?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the the order blocks overhead supply for Trump Media. If this does accelerate, you can see a lot of volume coming in as it is. On the daily, we've gone from red to yellow a couple of times. This is the first time it looks like we're going to sustain and it makes sense just going into the election. You can see there's rip higher. 44 is where there's a lot of sell orders up here. Shorts will probably continue to cover.
Reinsurers that we cover, Arch Capital, Everest Group, and Renaissance Re, they would all, feel a share of the loss as well.
Arch, Everest, Renaissance, just repeating, those people could catch that again on the reinsurance side. You think Progressive could be hit on the more traditional side? What are the losses we're looking at so far from Helene?
Helene, we view that as, a double-digit billion-dollar loss. Our base case estimate for that right now is around $10 billion of short losses, and could be, even trickling a bit above that as well, as it's still early days relative to that, storm that made landfall a couple weeks ago.
And that's because this is all primarily.
Okay, Trump Media. Wow.
And those are excluded from most policies, and as we know, very few people had flood policies in those areas and didn't think something like this would happen. So the cost of the storm, the economic cost, is I've seen it maybe upwards of $150 billion.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly. So usually, rule of thumb is around economic losses are usually around 2 to 3 times insured losses. That could obviously be higher, to your point, when flood makes up a greater component of any loss, because, a lot of that, flooding is not covered under traditional homeowners policies. Coverage can be bought under National Flood Program, but that would not fall on, to, any of these traditional homeowners insurers. With commercial policies, there could be flooding that's purchased with, with those.
There it is. Okay.
Additional home policies, you would not see flood coverage included.
All of this has sparked a lot of conversation, Elise, about what we should do to make insurance affordable for people who are in these both directly affected zones and also for those who might not have flood nationally. Should there be some sort of mandates to get more people into this program, bring down costs for everybody, as these events become so much more common in areas that never expected to suffer such damage? What are you hearing on the insurer side?
Well, look, I mean, insurers, that's what they're in business for, right? To, provide coverage for these instances, but, it's also, they want to, get paid for providing that coverage. And, that's part of the reason, right? Flood being so susceptible to loss with these types of events. If there was going to be anything that, any product or coverage that would fall to the traditional companies, they would have to price, price for that risk, to take on, any additional coverage.
Okay. Trump media continues to push higher.
Hurricanes.
I see. So in other words, because flood often means you can lose the entire property, they don't want to take on, a policy that has that kind of exposure, which could wipe out a lot of capital like you've been talking about. So if this event is anywhere close to the estimates that we're just kind of penciling in.
Okay, let's look at intermediate levels. Let's look at the 4 hour, 4 hour, 24 and 44. Okay. Let's look at the hourly chart. Hourly. Okay. So we're pushing through some areas right now on the hourly chart. Hourly. Okay.
Within the insurance industry, you'll start to see, increased prices first,
Trump media. All right. Running into some supply here. Histogram still very strong on the hourly chart. Nanonuclear, no follow through. It's trading 1590 right now.
Insured values have gone up through the years, right, relative to, prior storm systems that have taken place, in Florida. But yes, relative, Hurricane Ian was the last big storm that we saw, a couple of years ago with losses just over $50 billion. So we're talking something that could, parallel or perhaps be, right, somewhat of multiplicative of, what we saw with Hurricane Ian.
All right, Elise, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your time.
I hope not. Ryan Hall was talking about the fact that it could lose some strength. He's really good, Ryan Hall. Where's he from? Midwest? You guys know Ryan Hall? Screen's going to go blank for a second. Wow. Suck if we lose Spirit Airlines here in Myrtle Beach. It's a great destination. A lot of people live here now. New York, New Jersey. Moved down to Myrtle Beach. Golf paradise. Lots of golf courses. But Spirit Airlines looks like they're having trouble. Stock is down. All right. Okay, let's see. Let's look at Schwab. Okay, looking for NVIDIA to bounce. That's just chopping around. Trump media looks like a pivot maybe up here at the highs. Yeah, I think he's live today, actually. Live coverage, Ryan Hall. Let me just check here. Okay, he's talking Uber. All right, so maybe Uber gets a little boost. Okay, there goes Trump Media again. Wow, the traffic. Traffic on Florida highways is just crazy. Wow. I-75 north, I-75 south. Okay, Bitcoin, trying to do something, but just sitting here for the last few days. Nanonuclear. Nanonuclear, if you're trading nanonuclear, I would like to buy some on the dip. It could get down to 14. So there's a lot of interest down in that area. So there might be unfinished business down there below 15. Between 14 and 15, there's a lot of supply. So if you're looking at nanonuclear, if you're trading it, I'd be looking for it to bounce down in that area. I would be interested in building a position in nanonuclear at that point. Okay, you can see it pulling back to this area below on the right hourly chart. If you look at the daily, so while it might feel unpleasant for the next couple of days, if you have a small position, I'm looking to start a position right around in here, 15 shares. I have calls, so not calls. I have SMR. That's another one. SMR. Okay, that one pulled back a little bit, so we'll watch how that goes. Trump Media. Trump Media still very strong. Let's see what's going on. Trump Media.
Persistent ceiling that we encountered near the highs, as well as our recent highs too. We haven't really crossed over those yet. So, it's not everything isn't all great at this point right yet here, but things are looking okay.
Yeah, I have to say, not so great is a great way to put it, because I was looking at this chart and I was like, I remember when Uber was on much more of a tear than it is now.
Trump Media stock jumps.
Sort of starts slow, but as far as now, key levels we're watching, we have earnings on November 5th before the market opens, I believe. So that's to look forward to in a bit less than a month here. So what are we watching in the more near term?
Well, we did clear one area here, this green line. That was a high point that we experienced after a downward price movement there, around where we had highs several more times. 73.82, roughly around that area here. So that could be a supportive area to keep an eye on if we start moving lower, especially because it's right in line with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average. So around 74 would be a place that traders might have their eye on for potential support. Just below that, we've got our shorter term white trend line and our orange 63-day exponential moving average right on top of each other as well, near about 72 or so. To the upside, the recent highs, 78.45, that's the mark to beat. And then, as I said before, our old 52-week highs here, near about 82, that's where the bulls likely have their sights set on eventually in the longer term.
Yeah, making a near 2% rally today. So now with this in mind, and I believe their earnings actually are up.
Okay, watching semis. I'd like to get some SMH exposure.
Sooner than that, just based on the platform
Okay, so that's Trump Media.
Only went out to the October 25th expiration for this particular example. What we're looking at is buying a call counter. We zoomed in on that
Tiger up Fintech, also higher highs, higher lows.
79. And so what we looked at was a 79 call calendar, selling next week's expiration, buying the week following, which is the 25th. 40-cent debit means $40 in risk on this trade. Mountaintop risk reward profile that we talk about all the time with calendar spread. What it looks like is, as you see on the screen, it peaks out at the strike. So
October 8th.
Strike selection.
Oh, they're doing a calendar. Okay.
Looking for a move to that level. Now, I said we use that sort of former recent high as sort of the strike selection reason. Somebody with a different train of thought may choose a different level, but looking for a test of that 79 mark
Uber.
the next couple of weeks. If you get that, there's a chance for this one to work out.
Uber. Okay.
Limited to that $40 theoretically in the event that it does.
Nice bounce on Uber. Okay. Uber. Don't forget MicroStrategy. Jason pointing that one out. Okay, MicroStrategy is coming back a little bit. Semiconductors seeing a little bit of profit taking from the morning run up. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia looking for a bounce. Nvidia. Up Fintech, Tiger. Grr.
I understand what you're saying. This is not the kind of chart you would expect to see from a blue chip kind of consumer staple type name here with just such strong upward trajectory. We're up about 59% off of those lows. It's kind of an odd chart.
Firewall is becoming more symmetrical, but we had significant warming and clearing is evident again in the center of the storm. All signs point to this thing's getting ready to go nuts again. The pressure and maximum winds of Milton are similar to Rita in 2005 at its peak. Rita went through an eyewall replacement cycle and encountered some wind shear coming on shore a couple of days later. Barely a category 3, but it still produced devastating 15-foot storm surge that went miles inland. So we have like a book full of situations where we had a Cat 5 that
Trump Media still going. Okay.
and then it caused a devastating disaster. That's why we're all so almost certain that that's going to happen here. Yeah, 2005 was great.
The price is fluctuating, up and down here, has taken a bit of a toll on momentum here. You can see that momentum was behaving nicely.
Nvidia looking for a turn back up. What is what's Meta doing? Meta.
You can see that even though we were in the overbought area, we started to trail off here. You can see that we have been trending downward more, and we're not seeing bearish divergence
Meta.
because price was not making higher closes.
Okay, Meta just sitting here at 588.
Price is making a higher close. RSI is making a low. They're moving in opposite directions, basically. But here, it's mostly just kind of matching up with the price action and reflecting this consolidation phase that we've been in for a short time as momentum kind of trails off a little bit here. But now you can see downward trend line in play, hanging out just above that 50 midline. A cross below the 50 midline would be bearish. A break above that trend line would be more bullish here. So once again, kind of a question mark here for right at this moment. But I got to say, based on the recent price action and the fact that we're remaining above that 50 midline, probably a little bit more bias toward the upside.
Yeah, and I would say it's hard to not find lots of bias to the upside on this name that I know, again, not doing a whole lot today, but not exactly a ton of like
Trump Media still going.
either. So as far as the levels we're watching here,
Okay, watching Nvidia, watching the semis to probably maybe wake up. Supermicro still drifting lower.
So this is the biggest node that we've seen until you start getting back down here near like the $70 mark here. So there has been some trading activity at these high levels here. Now we can also consider a couple things here. So maybe if we were to start considering a move to the upside here, if trend were to reassert itself to the upside and break above some of these boundaries here, well, the first thing we would have to do would be to make sure we stay above that 21-day EMA near about 79. That's a supportive point to keep an eye on first. Then we would have to break above our white trend line. Once again here, old support becomes new resistance, but really breaking above those highs, 81.60. That's where crucial price action could take place here. That could be the door to further upside. From there, plus one standard deviation channel, one standard deviation above our blue linear regression line, our line of best fit. The plus one channel comes in at 85.40. That's kind of a snapshot potential target of where resistance might be projected at this point in time. A study you could keep in mind if we do start.
Come on, NVIDIA. Take out the highs. Just crush the bears. Okay, nanonuclear pushing a little bit lower. Nanonuclear could see 14. There is a lot of unfinished business that down there at 14, it seems. Okay, if you look at nanonuclear, I just want to point out something if you're listening. Nanonuclear. Okay, this could come back right here to 14. They have a conference that they're going to be presenting at soon, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to have earnings to deal with till later in November. So it's one of the more late reporting names. So what I went out to on this one was the November monthlies. That is November 15th this time around. Looking at buying a call vertical, so a classic bullish risk-defined strategy. Buying one strike in the money, selling one strike out of the money. In this case, it's the 77.5 strike being bought on the call side, selling the 82.5 call to reduce the risk, reduce the break even, and create the vertical spread. You can see that elongated Z risk profile. You need to move above the break even. In this case, that's $80, about 1% higher than the current share price. Then from there, it peaks out above 82.5, which would be back at those all-time highs, even a little bit higher. Of course, risk is to the downside. Continue to see weakness in this stock. If it were to fall below 77.5, that is where the risk caps out, limited to 250. So in this case, you risk 250 with a chance to make 250, equal risk reward, and that break even just about 1% higher than the current share price.
Yeah, and Walmart, again, not doing a whole lot today, but a name that still, I mean, has been on a pretty nice run. But we will leave it there, of course, for our Chartmaster segment. Now,
Trump media is still pushing. All right, nanonuclear pulling back. Nanonuclear.
Moving to the upside today, no doubt about that. We're up about 4.9%, just shy of 5% on the session. Lots of analyst calls, mostly to the upside. Goldman, one that maintained a buy on shares. We'll dive more into that report with Caroline Woods coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
It's too bad there's not options for this one, so you could sell.
With Schwab investing themes,
So you could sell covered calls.
spot a trend in electric vehicles, have a passion for online gaming, or want to explore the space economy. Choose from over 40
NVIDIA watching.
25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customized to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360. Only on Schwab Network.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudsling. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full G. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Higgins.
Trump media still pushing. Okay, Nano Nuclear pulling back to this area. Sell orders overhead. You can see those sell order blocks stepping down, the exact opposite of what we need to see. We're right back down to an area where we'll see if there's buyers here. We don't know if there will be or not, but looks like an area where we could see some buyers on Nano Nuclear making new lows. Nano Nuclear.
Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent for the network. So Caroline, saw a lot of analyst notes. I saw buys flying across the board. So I have to imagine that's why we're on
Nano
today.
Nuclear,
So
NNE.
hey there, Jenny. Yes, Palo Alto is the second best performer in the S&P 500 today, behind Palantir. The best.
All right, so 21-day is right there, just below. 50-day is around 11. Okay. MACD stochastics are going to reset.
But hiked his price target to $425 a share. That's up from $376. So
Okay, Trump media is still pushing. Nano Nuclear back down to the 20 EMA on the daily.
The reasons for added bullishness from Goldman Sachs, the analyst points to next generation security annual recurring revenue.
Okay, so what was the pattern that we were talking about over the last several weeks? We dip, we get bought, we follow through, take some profits into strength. Once the dip gets bought again, you get back into the position, sell it into strength. This time it looks like, obviously, that we did not follow the trend. Instead, we're looking at a bigger consolidation. So pulling back a bit more. Does it pull back all the way? Okay, we're getting oversold pretty quick. RSI on the 60, lining up with the 20 EMA on the daily. Nano Nuclear, if you're still in it, looks like this one, it's broken the trend. This last time it pulled back to the 20 EMA on the daily was more severe. These less severe. These were tradable. This time we're pulling back, looking for the dip to get bought. Imagine that you're not in a position at all in Nano Nuclear. Where would you be looking to buy? I'd be looking to buy right here in this area. So that said, we need to see the buyers step up. So on this 4-hour chart, if we start to see buyers coming in here, the 5 minutes is going to start to light up. TTM histogram says, nope, not yet.
Slowly but surely, Carolina's making its way back after that really disappointing first quarter earnings release that it had. I was looking a year ago at this time, almost 90% of analysts said to buy, but even kind of the depth of that, uncertainty post that earnings release, it only fell to 70%. Now it's slowly building back up, but it does look like there was a few analysts that got scared out of their buy ratings, but for the most part, most of them hung on to there.
Yeah, scared out, or it is a stock that has seen an impressive run higher despite, some of the weakness running. I think it was 2 earnings reports in a row that were really kind of disappointing. The last time it reported back in August, it had a strong report.
Trump media is still going. Okay, watch this. Look for a higher low here on Nano Nuclear. See that histogram? Watching for a higher low. Some point they're going to more than likely start stepping up. So watching that. Broadcom starting to light up. All right, so semis are starting to catch a bid. Semis are starting to catch a bid.
But in terms of the median price target for Palo Alto now, it's $392.50. So as I said, it's currently trading around $355. Goldman's $425 price target is one of the highest on the street, although the highest is $445. So there's definitely some optimism among analysts that this is a stock that can continue to run higher, and we're seeing it do just that today with this
Junk pulling. Junk is an inside day. Junk. So this is a bearish signal, neutral to bearish. Junk bonds. Okay, so you want to keep an eye on junk. Thank you for reminding me, Dollar. Inside day. it wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, obviously people don't want to see prices pulling back if you're long, but it wouldn't be a big deal if it pulled back to the 50-day and then bounced like it did over here back in August. Okay, what happened in August 1st? That was the Japanese yen, Australian dollar carry trade. Okay, so that's still at parity. No signal there. Got the 10-year yield was stronger over the last week. We'd like to see this peak and turn back down. Okay, like to see the 10-year turn back down. And we want to see VIX fade. We want to see VIX fade more. And the US dollar. US dollar did bounce. Okay, we're looking at that to roll over too. Trump media still going. Trump media is definitely on the move. Trump media. Big move today. Lots of volume past 2 trading days. Still going. Look at the trend here. Very few dips. The dips keep getting bought. Substantial dips, I should clarify. These dips keep getting bought. So if you're trading this one, you need to be paying attention to TTM, okay? TTM starting to turn a little dark blue, but every once in a while this will go back to cyan. The 4-hour chart looks very strong. It's broken a trend. We could see 40. Supply overhead at 40, also supply overhead at 24 to 25. You can see that on the live screen on the right, 4-hour chart. So if we change time frames, you can see on the hourly, okay, 23. And if we change back to the daily, you can see order blocks overhead, headed back in that direction at 44. So the 20s, we're going to have some resistance there because we've had resistance before. We have the 25 level has a pivot on Trump media. And then you got 40 overhead, 45. AMD's turning. AMD turning.
Trump Media and Technology, which is up 18%. So we'll dive more into the social media world with the focus on TikTok coming up next.
Oh, yeah.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, Ryan Hall, I like that guy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Trump media going for a lunch party. Okay. Yeah, Ryan Hall is a good guy. He's one of the good ones. Wow. Look at that changing character. You see that on the screen right there on the right? Okay. Change of character right there. Bullish chalk. We're following through. Volume above average. You can see 36% of today's volume traded on that order block a little while ago. Right around here, Tuesday, we got some order blocks coming in. Wow, look at this thing go. Trump media. Trump media. Don't worry, if you're not a Trump fan, it's okay. It's just a price action. I'm just looking at a stock that's making money right now. I'll switch screens here in a second. Okay. Palantir looking good. Palantir. Okay, let me shift. Let me go to Palantir.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader every market day.
PLTR, Palantir. Okay, that was a nice move on Palantir. Okay, that's doing really well, Palantir. Okay, look at these buy order blocks. August, September, October, and we just keep climbing. Trump media is going ballistic now. Trump media is going ballistic. Okay, that's really taken off now. Wow.
Walk me through the story and how it's impacting, of course, social media world today.
Yeah, obviously a lot of these social media stocks are catching a little bit of a bid here. And this is after 12 U.S. states, as well as the District of Columbia, have filed a lawsuit against TikTok, claiming that it has created an addictive platform for its consumers, especially when you're looking at children, and that the algorithm is really kind of preying on these children, I guess.
I thought they were gonna like cancel TikTok last year sometime. And they're still talking about TikTok. I just take my phone away from my son. You know, I take it away at 8:30. He's done. He's done for the day. I give it back to him the next day. He knows he'll get it back, so it's no big deal. First couple of times I took it away from him, he was really upset. But I said, dude, you want to do this or that? You want me to do these things for you? Well, you know, there's a trade-off. I'm your dad. You don't need a phone to sleep with.
It seems some of that's more just maybe high beta reaction to a strong risk on day with some volatility, of course, around geopolitics. But when it comes to this social media, you know, so much of this is it's just kind of a delicate subject, I guess. I can hear, you know, what TikTok's saying. If I was TikTok, I would say,
Wow, look at this. Look at this move.
Seems like that's an easier argument to make. If you're going to make, you know, wide sweeping allegations about us, why don't you make them about Instagram? I don't see that much of a difference. But when I look at this space, I'm not envious of those who are growing up, going through middle school and high school right now. We grew up with this stuff, Kev. It was in its primitive stages, but this is, you know, you understand the arguments and just how do you deal with it? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big question. I think it's just like parenting too, right? Where you just take the phone away and don't give them access. But I know that that's probably not a popular thing these days. So that would be my two cents there. Yes, is there you know, capabilities of having an algorithm that can create and stimulate individuals' interest in a certain topic or subject? Yes, I think that is going to be the case here. But it's not just TikTok, as you kind of talked about it. And it's not even just social media. I mean, there's advertisements out there for many different products, from Nike shoes to deodorants or whatever, that try to, you know, capture people's attentions. And unfortunately, this is just a scenario where there's friction between China and the United States. I think this is a company that's really caught up in the crosshairs. But we also have to kind of think about the larger implications here. You know, if we continue to have this back and forth when it comes to TikTok, then what could be next as far as retaliation from China? Could it be limiting chip supplies? Could it be impacting companies like Apple, which have a massive impact when it comes to our GDP? So I think this really opens up Pandora's box. And unfortunately, once again, this is kind of just the company that's in the crosshairs. And we are seeing some benefits being proposed, or investors a little bit showing excitement for some of these ancillary games. But I would say that they're not really one for one. Like Snapchat continues to catch a bid after the story continues to get updated. But when you're looking at the earnings announcement, it's a very new company and has not been able to monetize in the right way. So this might be something that's more of a buy.
Okay, Kevin, before we let you go, I have to get your thoughts on, of course, Trump media or Trump technology, whatever. DJT is the ticker. That's as closely as I can get here. But I do know that name's surging in a session following with Elon Musk's endorsement of Trump, which, I mean, is this basically just like a proxy of how people are now going to trade the election?
I guess so. Yeah, no, this is an interesting, it's an interesting company. So I'm all for, as you kind of talked about, you know, you have freedom when it comes to social media, you have freedom with trading stocks, and sometimes this is
Okay, Trump media with a little profit taking now. Okay. Probably a much bigger move over the next couple of weeks, just judging by the volume. Okay, probably a lot of that is short covering.
So there might also be some enthusiasm that maybe some of the bigger holders of shareholders within the company might be done selling for now, and this is the reaction that we're seeing. But once again, short-lived. Valuations really don't match the price of the company right now.
Yeah, Snap, the company with 9 lives, I've always said DJT seems to be just a risk asset. Digital assets in general. Not a lot of fundamentals behind them.
Somebody taking a little profits off the table. Trump Media.
Something there, at least a platform of some sort. But when we zoom out, though, we look at the overall market cap. Seems volatility's kind of dried up over the last few hours. There's that little spat right around the noon hour here in Chicago around some of those geopolitical headlines. Is this to be expected with all the stuff on the back half of the week from CPI, PPI, Fed minutes? Do you expect volatility to dry up a little bit in the next 24 hours so those start hitting the news wire?
Yeah, liquidity drying up. I would think that volatility probably will stay elevated probably for the remainder of the week because of the geopolitical events. We saw that massive move to the downside when it came through oil, and now we saw about $1.
Hope everyone's having a good day. It's Tuesday, the 8th of October. First full week of trading for the month. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I will be here until 4 p.m. usually every day. It is currently 1:47 on the East Coast, 13:47 if you're military or whatever, 13:47 on the East Coast. The best coast, the coast with the most. All right, just watching Hurricane Milton updates. Cat 4 headed for west central Florida. Hopefully this thing gets downgraded before it hits there tomorrow. Most people leave in town.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy?
Okay, looks like we're going to push a bit higher.
Stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize
Trump Media.
All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes.
Apple.
Up to 25 stocks.
Okay, let's go take a look at the top performers on the S&P 500. I know some of you don't like Trump, I'm sure. We all have our pet peeves. So I'll switch gears and I will look at some other charts. So let's see. Palantir is number 1 on the S&P 500. Palantir, number 1 for good reason. Palantir has been deemed the next Microsoft. I don't know who coined that, if it's Motley Fool or whatever, but there's a couple of tweets out there that I saw. You can only take so much, from what you see, what you read. As my 3rd grade teacher used to say, don't believe everything you read. Do your own research, basically. Okay, so Palantir, number 1 on the S&P 500. Palo Alto Networks is number 1 on the NASDAQ 100. That's consolidating at the highs. I would like to do something with one of these, like CrowdStrike, Palo Alto. Probably Palo Alto the better out of the 3. Palo Alto, right? What do you guys think? Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, security names. Okay, CrowdStrike, daily on the right. Yeah, so Palo Alto looks pretty good. Let's see. Okay, all of the list is green. Notice the list on the right is green. Okay. The FANG 10 plus AMD, these are all green. Okay, so that's a good sign. Let's take a look at the New York FANG index. It's easy to get absorbed into. Okay, nanonuclear is bouncing. Nanonuclear. Let me just update this real quick. Nanonuclear, buyers at the low of the day. Okay. NNE. Maybe I'll add to this one NNE.
laser photonics, what do they do? It's actually a very unique technology. It's essentially laser cleaning and cutting technology systems. They essentially provide lasers that traditional sandblasting would do for things like paint removal, rust removal, engraving, and etching. But also they've got a contract, and this is, I think, one of the primary catalysts going back a few months with the Navy for essentially rust removal and, of course, uptake of their metal ships and such. So that was primarily, I think, a catalyst. The other thing is you have to look at.
Okay, I just added to nanonuclear. Okay.
Today, it's obviously nearly doubled from yesterday. It's around 114 million. Short interest in the stock is around 6%. And then even going back not too long ago, there was a firm called Capybara Research, if I pronounced it correctly, that actually put out a short report on Lay's, and that created a devastating move to the downside, pretty aggressive. But nonetheless, it looks like.
Okay, so nanonuclear, I just added to it. Okay, a few shares. It could keep going. It could keep going a bit more, folks. So you have to be able to live with yourself if you buy nanonuclear on the dip. I like buying the dip. Doesn't work for everyone. You know, a lot of people like to buy the breakouts. That's fine too. I do that as well. Depends on the stock and, you know, where we are in the scheme of things. Okay, nanonuclear. Let me check a nanonuclear. Okay. So you can see down here near 14, there's a lot of supply, a lot of liquidity. Okay, let's look at the hourly chart. Hourly chart. Okay, you can see a lot of liquidity down here. So it could get down here to 14, maybe even 12. I'm okay with that. You have to be able to sleep at night. It's a small position. I'll buy a couple hundred shares. Let's see what happens.
So I mean, is this short report enough to warrant then the credence of shares falling? Well, we also are rallying.
CRM, Salesforce, that one was big. That one had a lot of news recently. CRM continues. Okay, it's making new highs. Let's look at the weekly. Okay, so we could see 320 again, maybe 317, 320. Nice one, Frano. Like it.
Using this technology, that's a start. And then, of course, the private sector on top of that, like I mentioned, industrial automation companies and semiconductor companies starting to use this technology. So
nanonuclear. Okay, starting to see cyan color bars, yellow bars on nanonuclear. Okay, what is that? That's the 15-minute. All right, let's go to the 15-minute here.
Because they see that the company needs to issue shares to finance those losses. But at the same time, you know, we're seeing a pushback by
nanonuclear.
They're pushing back.
Okay, that's fine. Trump Media. Okay, going down the list again, we talked about, let's see, stocks at the top of the NASDAQ 100. Okay, so NVIDIA, top of the NASDAQ 100. It's number 2. Synopsys, number 3. Okay, Synopsys, number 3. It looks like it's trying to get through the 50-day. Stochastics is set up perfectly along with MACD and RSI. So if Synopsys gets a follow-through, that would be a good one. You got basically an inverted head and shoulders or a support level down here. That's number 3. Netflix is number 4. Netflix number 4. Okay, that looks good. Recently hit 725. Intel, what's Intel doing up today? Intel actually, as much as I don't like Intel, this is actually a pretty good setup. Actually. All right, with a stop underneath 22. Maybe you see 8 to 10% upside back to that pivot. You know, you get 2 or 3 points out of this one. Top Bollinger Band right around 25. 10%. I could see it. 10%. RSI is turning up. So maybe Intel does something. Okay. Let's see. Trump Media. Okay, I don't want to go on Trump Media. Said I wouldn't. Copart, CPRT. Lots of cars CPRT.
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students.
Copart, big mover. Okay, Copart. Remember what it does, okay? Copart. It sells at auction cars for real estate, for insurance companies, okay, to make back some losses. It'll have cars restored. Okay. Okay. Online auctions, vehicle remarketing services, United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Brazil, provides vehicle sellers with services to process and sell vehicles over the internet. Does a lot of that restoring. Not sure who they contract out with, but they got some sort of operation where they do that. Copart. Okay, you can see it's breaking out. Makes a lot of sense. Same thing with Generac, GNRC. Okay, inside day on Generac. So I'm not interested in Generac unless it pulls back a little bit, but I'm definitely interested in it. Home Depot, that already pulled back, and now it's following through. Home Depot. I mean, you listen to these YouTube videos, these teams of builders going up to the Carolinas and Georgia and Tennessee and helping out. They mention Home Depot like in every other sentence, you know. We went to Home Depot, we bought a whole bunch of whatever. We're helping out. We're on their dime, you know. The best of humanity coming out. Home Depot, Lowe's, Generac. Those look good. HD, Lowe's, GNRC, CPRT. Yep.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, Bitcoin. Let's see. All right, going down the list. Broadcom, Trade Desk, TTD, advertising, Trade Desk, breaking out the new highs. Trade Desk, new 52-week highs. Trade Desk. Looks good. It's bullish. 921.50, 200-day, all pointing up and to the right. RSI showing strength of trend. MACD's fine. Stochastic showing you should be looking for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So if you get any kind of dips intraday, like this one, that's what you're looking for. What time does it happen? Between 11 and 2 usually. Okay. Why does it happen? Because people take profits. They'll trade in the morning, during lunchtime on the West Coast or whatever, you know. By 12 o'clock, a lot of people on the West Coast are at work if they work. So they sell into strength. And then the Midwest and the East Coast will come back. They'll look at B and C pivots, opportunity. They buy. Pretty straightforward, actually. It happens all the time. Okay, let's see. NVIDIA. Let's see what NVIDIA looks like. NVIDIA. Okay, you got dips in NVIDIA. Buyers stepping up. Volume picks up. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. Okay, I got to look. Trump Media's a little profit taking at the highs. 1 minute chart. Okay, Palantir looks really strong. Palantir. All right, so here's your B and C pivots on Palantir. It's already up quite a bit, so I would only be scalping this. If you took a B and C pivot here, I'd be scalping it back to the high, which is not a whole lot, you know. It's only 20, 30 cents, but does it go through this area? Who the hell knows? Palantir, PLTR, Palantir. Okay, so that was the NASDAQ 100. We looked at the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Palantir looking really good. That's number 1 on the S&P 500. Palantir. Numero uno.
Hey, Nicole, yeah, there's been a steady flow over the last couple weeks of Chinese stimulus coming out almost on a daily basis.
Palantir looking good. Edwards Life Sciences. Edwards Life Sciences. EW. Edwards Life Sciences. That one had a nice, somebody goosed it today. The cat woke up. Her name is Goose. They named that, the kids named the cats. They went over to the sister-in-law's house right after Top Gun, the second one. And it's funny. They decided to take 2 cats from the litter, Goose and Turtle. Goose being, from Tom Cruise's second in command, whatever, co-pilot. NVIDIA, okay, looking good. NVIDIA. Yeah, that's another way to play the whole NVIDIA run-up. Looks like NVIDIA, it would be a good play as well. NVIDIA, you could trade that one. Okay, $60. I wouldn't buy it right here. I'd buy it on these dips. So tomorrow we'll look at NVDL. That'll look good, most likely. Look at the lower Bollinger Band, just starting to turn the corner. NVDL.
It's early in the earnings season, but PepsiCo came out with the earnings this morning, and they beat very slightly, $2.31 a share versus $2.30 estimates. Slight miss on revenue, $23.32 billion versus $23.9 expected. They have 3 big areas that account for about 80% of their revenue. It's Frito-Lay, that's about 39%. That was down 1% on the year. Then it's Pepsi North America, about 20%. That was flat for the quarter. And Latin America, about 18%, which was down 5%. Quaker Oats, they've been dealing with callbacks and a lot of things. They were down 13%, but Nicole, Quaker Oats only about 3% of their bottom line. So even though some of these numbers were fairly disappointing and in line with expectation.
Okay, NVIDIA looking really good.
Into this earnings event.
So let's say you don't want to wait until tomorrow. You think it's going to move higher because it's going to have a bullish bias for tomorrow. So what do you want to do? What I would do is wait for, here we go. So we're pulling back a little bit. I would scale into it. So if I were going to take 100 shares tomorrow or 1,000 shares tomorrow, what I would do is take maybe 50 shares or in the reference, 50 shares or maybe 100 shares. And then, tomorrow, expecting that it's going to be moving higher, I would probably add to my position on the move up because RSI shows that strength of trend is improving as the stock breaks above recent pivot levels. Also, volume shows that institutions are the ones that are buying before everybody else does over the last 5 trading days, back above the 50-day. Bollinger Band is expanding. We're above the 921.50 200-day. 9 and 21 are above the 50-day. 50 days above the 200-day. That's all stacking up for a bullish trade. MACD is showing the bulls are in control. Let's go to the triple MACD setup. We want all 3 of these to be turned up, okay, on all time frames. They are, all 3 of them. The short time frame, which turned last week on Wednesday, crossed over on Thursday, showing you what you should be looking for. MACD momentum is clearly bullish. We haven't seen a peak yet, so this is probably going to follow through pretty good. So I just talk myself into some NVDL. Let's see, on this little dip right now. NVDL on this little dip. Okay, that probably gets bought. Somebody taking some profits. Okay, NVDL. NVDL. All right, so I'll start some shares here. NVDL. NVDL. Let's go. Let's do 100 shares. NVDL. NVDL. Okay, looks like it's going to go.
for the volatility here short term.
Yeah, Nvidia closing in on a record high. I mean, right now we're at 132.
Intel volume. Okay, Intel. I could see Intel a couple of hundred, couple of points higher. Intel.
But getting closer and closer to those 140 highs. Do you think we'll break the 140 highs soon?
Intel. Okay, looks good.
And I think a lot of it will be post-election on this, but I don't see how a market goes through all-time highs without NVIDIA participating. And NVIDIA's kind of been range-bound and had a lot.
Wow, that's a tremendous move in Intel.
Wants to break out, so I think it's going to go. In our opinion, it'll go well through.
Looks good, Intel.
And that's why we continue to keep that as one of our biggest.
Okay.
And selfishly, we hope it does blow through 140, but it'll be volatile too, just like everything else. I think we just kind of need to close our eyes and wait and see what things look like December 31st, because I think these names we're talking about today will be much higher by the time we get to year end.
Yeah, and the INDA, when you look at that, month to date down about 3%, so came off the highs of 59.49. It's at 57 today. Is that a good way to play India?
It is. That's the way we've played it. India, we put that in place last June. It outperformed the S&P over that 12-month period of time. And
Intel. Okay. Intel waking up.
Yesterday, we added to our India position. And we do think that's a great way to diversify into a country that has fantastic growth and inflation that is pre-COVID levels. So they don't have the same fundamental issues on inflation as we do here domestically. So versus just betting all on China from an emerging market perspective, we have a heavier weighting in India. It's less volatile in our opinion. And again, their fundamental story is extremely strong. So I would expect them to rally and beat the S&P from here on through the rest of the year as well too.
Wow, rally and beat S&P.
Okay, we got less than 2 hours to go.
I just want to touch on Meta and the triple Qs because NVIDIA would go into that triple Q.
Okay, they're going to mention Intel shortly, I'm sure. This move.
Meta right now, again, they fall in the AI story from a technical perspective. They look really, really strong. And look, we have a lot of ad revenue that they're going to be able to capitalize on this election season. And so I think, again, the fundamental story is really strong. I think they're going to continue to be one of the leaders. And I do think them, along with the QQQ and NVIDIA, fall in that same story where we're going to get that risk-on rally. Tech is going to be one of the leaders. And this is why we have rotated out of our defensive things like utilities and have continued to increase that and go overweight areas that we think the money flows will go into.
Oh, look at Intel. Holy smokes. Intel, look at Intel go. Intel, somebody said something. Somebody said something. Just think Bill Burr. Okay, 24, you see where the resistance is? Okay, train is screaming down the tracks.
So I think we're going to get an inflation print on Thursday that shows a little bit cooling off because they're going to be looking at rear view mirror data. And so we've had a nice spike here in the 10-year. We're probably pretty close to the top, and I would expect the 10-year to come down, and I expect the Fed to come
I hear the train a coming round the bend. I hear that whistle blowing.
With a time period where we're having the Fed cutting rates, the 10-year coming off of its high, in our opinion,
Folsom Prison.
acceleration of growth, and that's going to go real well for small caps. Now, if the Fed changes course because inflation reaccelerates next year, that'll be a different story. But right now, I think in that lower rate environment, that's going to be an area that really small caps really thrive in. And so that's why we have not given up on that trade for this year. I think it has frustrated us at times, but I think by the end of the year, again, that will outperform the S&P from now till year end.
Love Johnny Cash.
What do you think the Fed will do, and what do you think the Fed should do?
I think the Fed got too aggressive with rate cuts by cutting by 50 basis points. I think they'll cut by 25.
I liked when he used to do the. I loved when he would do.
Because of this aggressive cutting, you don't usually see these types of cuts unless
Hee-haw.
there's real problems in the economy. It's very inflationary. And look at what commodities have done since September and October and August. We're looking at oil prices, shipping costs because of what's going on in the Middle
Yeah,
East
looking good.
have really gone up. So this is going to be
Yeah, that was a good one.
and cause them to continue to go up. It's extremely inflationary. I don't think they're going to come
much as the market thinks next year, because I think by the time we get the first quarter next year, inflation has reaccelerated to the point where they're going to have to stop the rate cuts and potentially talk about pivoting. And the writing seems to be on the wall. The market won't like that, but the market right now is very short-sighted. And again, we're going to ride that until the data shows otherwise. But everything they're doing is causing prices to go up, and that's why.
Oh, wow. Chris Christopherson died on.
All right, Eddie. Good to see you.
Oh, that was last week, huh? I didn't know that. Chris Christopherson died at 88. Wow.
Coming up, Options Corner, Tom White is saying
I didn't know that. Chris Christopherson died. That's too bad. Chris Christopherson died in Hawaii. What a place to go. I tell you what, if I'm going to go, I want to go in Hawaii. Definitely. Died in Maui. Maui's a beautiful island off the touristy Oahu. I mean, Maui's gotten that way too, but wow, I didn't know that. Shoot. Chris Christopherson, huh? Intel's ripping here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Look at frickin' Intel. Wow. Yeah, yeah. That sucks.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's time for Options Corner.
Yeah, my dad used to have a place in Ponchatoula, Louisiana. It was called Louisiana Hayride. I saw plenty of people like, Waylon Jennings and Tammy Wynette and, all of those great stars back in then. I was, what, 4 or 5 years old?
They basically kind of took away their price target on this stock. They're talking about AI and the investments that they've made and how much it's going to cost. And we saw that big ramp up in all the big tech companies as they try to, get ahead of the game here in AI. But Opco thinks that it's going to take a while. They still got some losses from those investments.
Ernest Tubb, remember Ernest Tubb?
ChatGPT that got $13 billion invested in that. In OpenAI,
And the Texas Troubadours.
$750 million in investments in that latest round, where the value of OpenAI is getting up to $150 billion at this point. So they've got the investments in there, but
not having a negative impact on
Yeah, Pete. A lot. Yeah, we're getting older, man. We're all getting older.
all-time highs that we saw in the summer of about $468 per share. Now they report earnings on the 22nd, so you have to keep that in mind. That might be the
My favorite was what's her name? Who did the song "Crying"? No, crying. Tammy. No, not Tammy.
So it's back and forth on this. It's definitely underperformed the overall market and the tech sector over the last few months as we hit
Patsy Cline. That's it. Patsy Cline. You win. Patsy Cline. Yeah, she played there. Man, the place went like you could drop a pin. She was so good. Yeah. Patsy Cline. Friends went to her gravestone, like put flowers on and everything. I understand that's a big deal. Yeah. Crying is Roy Orbison, but yeah, Patsy Cline. Man, she was the best, man. Her voice just crazy. That was the song I'm thinking of, Crazy. Yeah, Crying. That's Roy Orbison. All right, what does that have to do with trading? I don't know. The markets are moving higher, so just about everything I'm looking at is at least grinding higher off the lows. So this looks really good. I'm just watching Intel, mesmerized. Okay, let's see. DJT, Trump Media. Okay, taking a little break. All right, so Intel, we're looking at Super Micro, looking for that to turn. Super Micro. Still haven't seen BNC, but you can see the histogram is gradually turning. So maybe by the close, this one looks a little better. Okay, Intel definitely on the move here. Intel. Okay, chips doing well. Chips are doing well. Okay, AMD turning the corner. AMD is turning. Broadcom, Nvidia looks good. Apple moving higher. Okay, looks good. Pink, yeah.
And their big trucks, which have the high margins at this point. Now, I mentioned they've got earnings on the 28th of
Paul Horning, yeah.
I think this trader was setting up for that. Shares are still down about 14% this year. They're flat on the session. It's a low price stock. There's not a lot of option premium in there at this point. And Q3 U.S. sales that they just reported were up only 0.7%. And EV models actually started to expand a little bit, but they're still losing a lot of money, $5.5 billion in 2024 alone. But the unusual option activity kind of stuck out to me. It was in the November 1st weekly cycle, so it's going to expire right after the earnings event on the 28th of October, where a trader came in and bought 20,000 straddles. So what did this trader do? Well, he bought 20,000.
Yeah.
10.5 strike calls.
What's his name? River. No, it wasn't River Phoenix. It was, who's that guy? Trying to think. He played the emperor in one of those movies in that Russell Crowe played in. What the hell's the dude's name? He played Johnny Cash recently.
Over the next 24 days.
He played Man in Black. Yeah, that was a good movie. That was a good movie. River, Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good movie. Man in Black. Okay, so the markets are doing well for the bulls, not so much for the bears. Well, we were down yesterday, up today, so giving you a chance to reduce exposure if you need to, you know. So you have an opportunity to do that if that's your wish. I mean, Intel is like just still going here. Intel. I hear the train a coming. Coming round the bend.
Then we turn our attention over to Roblox
I hear that whistle blowing.
Short report that I read this morning or heard a lot about, and within that report, I mean, you got the usual concerns about metrics and numbers that may have been inflated or not on point, but it went much deeper and very concerning to hear safety concerns about children and such. Very disturbing to hear that, right?
This is a second bearish report, basically the last week or so, because last warning about potential child abuse on their platform. Hindenburg did hit on the metrics here, where they're saying anywhere from 25 to 42% of the people on Roblox in the platform aren't real, right? This is a money-losing company. They've lost. They've had losses for every quarter since becoming public.
And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Stuck in Folsom Prison. It keeps dragging on. That train keeps a rolling on down to San Antonio. Great song. Great song. Okay. Nanonuclear trying to turn some more. Hopefully shorts will start to cover and we can see a move back up towards 16, 17. Okay, Intel. That was a move on Intel. Very quick move on Intel. Anything going on in Intel news-wise? Let's see. Let's go to Intel and see. Intel. Intel popping. That was an hour ago. What's the analyst comment? Intel. Okay, Intel. Let's see what he said about Intel. Intel.
Also about 13 times or 16 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions, with for every call traded, 3.5 puts have traded in the day. So leaning heavily towards the bearish side.
Asia for Intel. Highlighted Intel's server market share loss to AMD. Okay, well, that's not a positive, but definitely seeing move higher in Intel. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Intel, a little profit taking in Intel at this point.
It could be so much more. We've seen so many companies move so dramatically, double digits in percentage terms on any particular report or numbers or whatever. This could be maybe somewhat moderate compared to other moves that we've seen.
Yeah, when the company came out and refuted
Apple trying to push a bit higher. Nvidia. Google's still drifting after a bounce early this morning. Google giving it back.
A company like Hindenburg will release a short report, and then maybe the Department of Justice starts to get involved here a little bit. But this is the second one in less than a week on maybe the abuses and some of the metrics here for Roblox.
All right, Tom White, good to see you. Thank you so much for Options Corner today and every day here on the Watch List. We appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up next, we'll turn our focus straight over to OpenAI after receiving $6.6 billion in its latest funding round. How far ahead is OpenAI from the competitors, such as ChatGPT, for example? We'll dive into that, get some details after the break.
All right, just watching Intel. What's NVIDIA going to do here? NVIDIA coming for you. NVIDIA's coming for you. All right, so it's up there at the highs, NVIDIA. Okay, watching NVIDIA. Keep an eye on TTM.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with the Schwab Network's By the Numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial?
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to go. And get NVIDIA getting ready.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know, Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this call.
AMD making some higher lows. Looking for NVIDIA to go.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example. Full hour of trading. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network. Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalini, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I have a couple of market movers for you to keep an eye on. DocuSign, that's moving higher after announcing that it will be joining the S&P.
Okay, it looks like NVIDIA wants to go here. Watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go. Okay, so it's only certain areas that are getting a bounce. Brother Bill, I think that you like NVIDIA.
OpenAI as it continues to be a leader in the AI tech space.
I think a cat stepped on your keyboard.
Really big picture. That's why we bring in Nathaniel Bradley, founder, CEO, Data Vault Holdings. Thank you for being with us. So we have so much to talk about because you're so familiar with Web3 and this layer that gathers so much information for companies and actually gives them the opportunity to monetize this. I do want to hit the news, which is the $6.6 billion in the latest funding round for OpenAI. Why now? What kind of headwinds do we see? What do you think about where OpenAI could be headed?
Well, thanks for having me, and I really believe that
Looks good.
We have a number of competing.
Okay, NVIDIA. All right, nice move on NVIDIA. Okay, cool. Looking for NVIDIA to rip here. The reason being, I see lots of volume, all in the right places. You've got earnings. NVIDIA's got earnings November. Let's see. It's on the watch list. NVIDIA. Watch list. November 27th. So we got more than, 6-7 weeks to go. It's after the election. Super Tuesday. Coming into view around the bend. You can hear the whistle blowing. Okay.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk is now moving more in the direction that Sam Altman is. What's going on here? What do regular people need to know about OpenAI and AI in general?
Well, AI in general is revolutionary. It's going to change the way.
Excuse me. Wow. I couldn't hit that. I had so many hands occupied. Coffee in one hand.
Furthermore, I think that with respect to the change in OpenAI from open source and nonprofit to a for-profit proprietary platform ends up creating a lot of challenges.
Out of the room, whenever they're having a meeting.
That can harness now this technology and literally mark it up into other.
Okay, so TTM histogram is still fading, so I don't know if we're going to break through this area today, NVIDIA, maybe tomorrow. But we're at the upper Bollinger Band. Lower band is starting to open up, so that's looking good for NVIDIA. Semis are looking good. SMH. Google dying again today.
Nobody's saying anything against it anymore. It became a big deal.
Okay.
And it wasn't. What happened?
Well, at the same time, Scarlett Johansson lost her voice to AI, and there's been a lot of encroachment on trademarks and rights of in particular companies that own content become at risk because their content is sourced and repurposed by these machines that are doing so at a rapid pace. And it's hard to keep up with your rights when your rights are constantly being encroached upon. And so it creates another challenge, almost AI to watch the AI in terms of telling companies when their proprietary content.
Intel, nice move on Intel.
Becomes a tool in itself. There's other areas of AI, I think, in terms of its governance.
I got 2 sleepy cats in my office.
Pressure, and you're going to see that reemerge as AI goes into the marketplace and is utilized, and content providers simply need to stand up for their rights or utilize their rights into the marketplace.
So, as I mentioned, Elon Musk, we think of Grok, Amazon, Oracle, IBM. I see some of these in your notes. We talked about ChatGPT, but that's in relation to OpenAI. Tell me about some of these competitors. What's the pecking order? What are some of the strengths of the others?
Altman has his rivals. He's just far ahead with the capitalization, and that makes it very difficult. Now, someone like Elon Musk and his work with X and Gronk and all the things that he's doing there are very exciting in terms of providing us with more choices and more opportunities to use almost an AI Senate in the future, where you would ask each one of the AI what their response is and know what their math is, how they are calculating their decisions. So a lot of this is black box right now, and you can see the need for one supercomputer infrastructure. So it's very elitist. Only the top companies have access to these super brains. And the
All right, so nothing yet on NVIDIA. Looks like it wants to go, but histogram is saying not right this second. A little selling into strength, it looks like. Okay. Intel flagging.
In the end, competition is good for the marketplace.
So we think about these large language models, right?
Yeah, you guys keep our members that are down in Florida, keep them in your prayers, even if you're not religious. Think about them. Positive thoughts.
In my mind, in terms of a rival there, and look, the other players in the space all have to.
Okay, I'm just watching S&P 500 one more time. Let's go through the top of the list. Palantir is still number 1 on the S&P 500. Palantir still number 1. Okay, even though we're seeing low profit taking at the highs, Palantir.
You'll see that jockey back and forth with the bigs,
Palantir.
Watson X. These are all attempts for the commercialization of AI, and they're all beneficial to the marketplace. I think as a small business or an entrepreneur, you're looking at this as the beginning of streaming or the beginning of the internet. It's the very beginning of AI.
And IBM Watson has been around so long.
Yes.
I mean, that seems like the curve, they were ahead of the curve and then behind the curve. Right? They were a leader, but then they weren't.
They have a vision really in healthcare, strong presence in healthcare, a lot of work under their belt in healthcare. Different road, less consumer facing, but also very powerful in the overall sense of AI, and their leadership there is unmistakable. We know them almost as the first, but the idea that they get passed by the innovation and the ability of forward-facing companies to utilize AI through OpenAI and others.
So over at Data Vault Holdings, you have hundreds of companies that you're following. You have Web3 technology with these layers where you can help these companies to monetize their proprietary data, right? And see the trends. And so what are some of the takeaways or things that have surprised you most that may surprise us?
That really data there's a lot of fear around PII, personally identifiable information. A lot of the usable information that we have in the world doesn't belong to a person. Right. And the lack of PII in data sets can add to their ubiquity and to their monetization strategy. There's a lot of fear in even touching the server that's got that data in it. And what's changing now is our ability to de-identify, to protect consumers, protect identity, but also get utility from data. And that companies that didn't before share their marbles with respect to their data sets are finding the non-controversial, non-competitive data sets that they can monetize on behalf of their stakeholders. And
Without
that's
sacrificing the personal information.
correct, by protecting consumers and protecting the rights and the law, under the law, having legal monetization of data.
Look, I've seen many surveys where people are very still afraid.
Oh, wow. Reed Timmer's down there.
Getting out. It just seems so real. And as you mentioned, Scarlett Johansson's
Oh,
voice,
hold on, Noah Ryan.
story to tell in this case. It's good to chat with you, and very, very evident that Sam Altman's in a good place and well capitalized.
He is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathaniel Bradley, founder CEO at
Reed Timmer.
Thank you for joining us on the show.
Okay.
Technical Tuesday, Kevin Horner is standing by, and we will look at key trends that he is watching on the S&P 500, which isn't too far off from its all-time highs. Also, Otis Worldwide, McDonald's, which had a call today. We'll get right back to you here on the watch list.
Palantir, what a beauty. What a beautiful chart, huh? Nice and clean. Every once in a while, it pulls back. For the previous few weeks in September, it looks like institutions were picking up shares, and this just keeps pushing higher. Palantir, that one reports earnings November 4th. All right, it just reported August the 5th. Palantir. Okay, I mean, it missed the estimates, but it has good earnings growth. It has good revenue growth. Would be nice to see all four of these green, but Palantir, looks good. Enterprise data platforms, okay, /AI. So that's what they've been focusing on. Tom Lee likes it though. Tom Lee, watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying to do something. See that little liquidity grab there? You see that? Okay, watching this wick right here on this candle. NVIDIA. It's a little buy order block right there. Okay, so if we can push higher, this buy order block is at the high of the day. You see that?
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors. Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago and from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Okay, there goes Intel. Intel going again. Okay, watch Intel. Watch Intel. Intel's looking like it wants to go again. Okay, Intel. Pow, look at Intel. Looking good, Intel. Intel on the move.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Okay, Intel.
Available anytime.
Watch the hourly over here too. It's got a bullish chalk, change of character. It's been in a downtrend over the last few days. Now it's popping. It came right back down to the 21 day, I guess. Intel. 21 day right there, bounced before it got to the 50 day. Now there's always a possibility this continues to make lower lows, but for now it's making higher highs. So maybe this is a higher low and we start to break higher. That'd be great if we can see Intel bounce off the 21 day, follow through tomorrow, head for 25. I could see 10% on this one, $2 or $3 move, definitely. Okay, it's already up 3.5% today. Can it match that tomorrow? Yeah, I hope so. MACD stochastics volume. Okay, people start to notice it. This volume will pick up again. You can see where institutions were picking up shares over here back in September. Yeah, it looks like this is going to go. You see this volume by price band area over here? Looks like a big base. What do we say? Look for phase one to tell you, identify phase one. That'll tell you where institutions are accumulating shares. Okay. Phase four is the markdown. Prices stay below the 921 50 day most of the time. Once the moving averages start to move sideways, you start to look for reasons to think that this could turn accumulation. That's institutions. That's phase one. After phase one, what happens? The 9 and 21 day turn up and to the right. Once they turn up and to the right, that's your signal. Not the best stock, but it is still doing exactly the same thing. Phase two will start. Maybe we get back up to the 200 day over the next several months. Intel definitely looks good, though. Okay, Palantir back to the highs. Palantir back to the high of the day. Palantir looking good. Beautiful. Okay, buying these dips, selling the rips.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, and plus it's so much volatility that people have to deal with along the way. You are talking about Otis Worldwide. That is on your list today. It's just off a new high of 105 and change. Tell me some of your thoughts here. Where do you think this could be headed, or what kind of channel are you watching?
Well, we're paying attention to the fact that we broke out from this really nice range. We've been in this range basically.
Okay, Intel pushing a bit more. Note the histogram. Keep an eye on that histogram, both on the 5, 15, 30, 60-minute, the shorter time frames. Okay, these are blasting higher. Now, I do expect to see some profit taking over the next hour and 15 minutes. So keep an eye on that. But a nice reprieve from yesterday's sell-off. We're down, what, 60 handles at one point? Another buy signal on Intel.
If we were to apply something like the volume profile study, we'll see that there's a volume point of control on this chart at 97. So traders are not necessarily, Nicole, likely to step in immediately on a test of support like this. They may wish to give it a couple of days. Let's see if we can maintain that $100 level. But I kind of liken it often to when you get in the midst of a reversal like this, Nicole, traders want to let the selling stop to ensure that they've found support. It's kind of like driving along the road and wanting to hit reverse. You don't go from into reverse directly to drive. You put your car to a total stop and then you get to reverse. That's kind of the same process here. Let's let the selling cease, come to an end, which could happen anywhere between 97 and 100 perhaps. That might give traders an opportunity to participate.
At the same time, I just want to highlight Wolf Research downgraded Otis Worldwide to pure perform from outperform. And that was news today. We have Wells Fargo. They have a 108 target. Barclays has an equal weight at a price target of 96. Those were some of the latest calls. Also wanted to talk about McDonald's, which actually had some positive analyst commentary today, turning that arrow around, right? Because Otis was down today, and McDonald's is a little higher at 302 and change.
Intel looking good. All right, so NVIDIA. Okay, there goes Nanonuclear. Nanonuclear. Okay, I'm going to add again. Nanonuclear.
22% off of those lows and 13% just since the end of July. So really August, September, and thus far
Nanonuclear.
A nice strong push as well.
Good place to add again. All right, looks like it's going to turn. We got hammers on it. I got hammers on Nano. I just added a little while ago, so I'm not going to add yet.
Sufficient to validate that this is an actual breakout. And this is a spot where it really resembles a bit of a bull flag, having fallen only about $5 to $7 here over the last 2 to 3 days off of that high. It does appear the path of least resistance is higher, but it is
is imperative that it maintains that 300 level. And what's great about it, if it does, Nicole, is again, breaking from a range, it can give traders the belief that this can move the height of the range. That's about a 50 to 55 point approximation. So could it be maybe a 340 to 350 target if it can hold this 300 breakout level? So certainly been a really great move in the last few months. You want to see, can we push through higher to validate the support that we have now created at $300 a share?
Yeah, pretty amazing here.
Palantir, NVIDIA. Let's see, NVIDIA. Trying to break out NVIDIA. Just can't seem to do it. Histogram is showing you what's happening here. You got selling into strength. Got a liquidity grab right there. You see that? You see that little wick with the rectangle around it? That's a liquidity grab. That's institutions trying to get capture some liquidity there at the highs. There's probably some stops overhead. Now, if we blast through this area, this could rip up to 135 real quick. Still looks like resistance, though, for NVIDIA for now. Still looks like resistance. Can't seem to make it through this area.
And the gas buddy said 16% of those gas places ran out of gas. And you have, they said, hundreds of thousands, millions trying to get out. Yeah. All right. Kevin Horner, good to see you. Senior manager.
Thank you, Nicole. Good to see you.
Charles Schwab, thank you. Still ahead, we're bringing our panel to discuss Supermicro's big moves that we've been seeing. Monday, it announced shipment data that was good news. So, what's behind the increased demand that we're seeing? Is Supermicro out of the woods? We'll be right back.
Neil, how's my favorite client? Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab? Choices? Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own. Come on, you know
Palantir. Looking good.
Neil, tell me you know this. Gotta run, Carl. Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest.
Looks like Milton is starting to tick a little bit lower.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Okay, just watching NVIDIA trying to do something here. Okay. I don't know. Just feels like we're done for today. Intel's trying to push a bit higher. Intel's looking good. Looks like it wants to go. Intel. Go time, Intel. Big change in character on Intel.
Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
There goes Intel.
Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. It's time to focus on Supermicro. Today, down about 7%. After a big jump yesterday of 16%, the stock was higher yesterday on some good news on shipments of 100,000 GPUs with the cooling solution. That could equal billions of dollars in orders. But don't forget, this stock is well.
All right, we got an hour and 9 minutes to go. Hour and 9 minutes to go.
Short report, and so Senior Vice President, Equity Research at Wedbush Securities, and Nick Patience, VP and AI Practice at the Futurum Group. So glad you're both with us. So, Matthew, I read the news yesterday. It certainly seems like great news, but it led me to the bigger picture of is Supermicro out of the woods? Because you remember August 27th when we got that short report, there were concerns about accounting. Some of it was delayed or pushed off. Where do we stand now on this name that jumped 16% yesterday, Matthew?
I think, at least in terms of accounting, where we've been for a little bit now, right? You don't know exactly what's wrong. We have seen this before with the company where last time it happened, they struggled to get their financials filed and eventually ended up being delisted. You also have DOJ investigation. And so I think that, well, the news yesterday should be viewed as great for the third quarter. You have that uncertainty, which is still going to hang over the company.
What kind of rating do you have on it, quickly?
I'm neutral.
Yeah, neutral. So sort of just wait and see. I mean, Nick, what do you make of it over at the Futurum Group? I mean, it seems obvious that they have great demand because this is billions of dollars in orders, from what I understand. When you read through the numbers, and Barron said it, what do you think?
Well, I think they are. Yeah, they're very much. Yeah, the announcement they made demonstrates just this seemingly insatiable demand there is for AI infrastructure. So as generative AI has taken off in the last almost 2 years, it's completely transformed the demand for systems and servers and networking and obviously chips. And obviously Supermicro in the servers business and networking business is right in the middle of that. And so it's been I think this ride has got some way to go yet. There may be blips on the road here and there, but I think the direction of travel is pretty clear for the foreseeable future. I mean, I would say maybe for the next couple of years.
And, Matthew, what kind of landscape do they have in the competitive landscape, especially since they have DOJ investigation and they're certainly under the microscope here? Who else is doing the same thing, if at all?
Yeah, no, you certainly have competitors out there. So you've seen Dell, who's announced a couple big customers where actually they're supplying alongside Supermicro. You have HP and Lenovo. I think Supermicro's advantage is that
Intel.
Generative AI showed up, and ChatGPT 4.0 showed up a couple of years ago. They'd already been standing up large servers for Facebook, and so they understood how to put these large clusters of GPUs together, and so they were early to market. They've taken advantage of that. They've changed the narrative around Supermicro from a scrappy competitor into the leader in AI. But as you kind of pointed to, Nicole, the problem is that when you have this investigation, if I'm a customer, I at least think about it. And then beyond that, I think there's a longer term question around if everyone can make these servers, is the gross margin sustainable? Do we see some commoditization? And that's one of the other overhangs that I think has been weighing on Supermicro the last few quarters.
Yeah, and a final quick thought, Nick, on the AI infrastructure demand overall. How would you even quantify it this year, next year, 10 years? Quickly.
In terms of numbers, I don't have numbers to the top of my head, but I think it's I think there's so much demand. You see it like in announcements like Microsoft and BlackRock doing that $30 billion fund. There is a lot of runway left in this thing overall, and I think Supermicro, there's not many. So we mentioned Lenovo, HP. And Dell, there's not actually many companies can do what they do. Plus, their NVIDIA partnership goes back a long way, and obviously that is crucial to their ongoing success.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Right. Look, the demand is there. Good to see you both, Matthew and Nick. Thank you, Matthew Bryson, Nick Patience. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for us here on the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalidi. Thanks for being with me every single day here on Schwab Network. That you can get the app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. Thanks for watching.
Okay, there goes Intel. Boom. Looks good.
this election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are
Intel. Wow.
no agenda, no hysteria,
Very nice Intel.
fashion analysis of what policy
Okay, we're coming up to 2350, 24. That area north of 2350 is going to have some supply. Apple going? Apple's going.
$1 trillion piece. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. So if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself, find out.
November calls. I see somebody buying November calls. Intel, November calls. Let's take a look at Intel November. Okay. Let me go to volume and open interest. Volume open interest. Let's see. Intel. November. Ooh, 5,000. 5,000 of the 27 call. Yeah, that's too far out. That's too far out. Let's see what else. Intel November 22nd.
Any activation in these emotional or reward
Yeah.
as if
What about,
you don't have an emotional reaction.
okay, the 8th? Yeah, so looks like somebody's buying the 27s on the cheap. Intel, the 27s. It's too far out of the money. I don't see it getting to 27, but they're 75 cents. That's got to be like a 20 delta or something like that, right? Let me check this. Let me turn it to delta. The 27 is a 28 delta. Yeah, so maybe it gets there. For every dollar move, you're going to make about $30 per contract. I don't like it. I would rather buy the 24s. Intel, just looking at Intel, or just trade options and scalp it. Yeah, it starts picking up around 25. That's doable. That's doable. Intel's going. $27. Okay, I bought some November 25s. Intel.
Some of the losses from yesterday. Nasdaq really ramping up. Tech is having a great session here. Nvidia looks like it's trying to break free. So a few really important things happening that we'll go through, and we've got some good guests joining us. Talk about this afternoon.
It's at the high of the day, so just keep in mind.
Big technology and Mag 7 stories. We've got the Robo event this week from Tesla. That stock is up. We've got Microsoft shrugging off kind of a negative note this morning. Nvidia powering back up 133. Haven't been that far into the 13 handle in a while, so that's looking pretty good. Jared Dillon's going to join us to talk about what he sees as the next big short. And then Corey Johnson will be here to talk the tech stuff. So we got a good afternoon coming up. Lots to get through. And right now, Nasdaq up 275 points. It's a pretty good move. Markets have been taking in stride, better than expected economic data, higher yields. That fits the framework that I've been using here on Market on Close, which is that the economy needs to improve. And if we have
Okay, so super risky to buy end of day like this, but I bought some calls at 25. There's a lot of volume there.
Just really having one of those blockbuster sessions here. Now, if you have to choose, I think you want to choose tech.
Looking for a little dip tomorrow and then a follow through. Got plenty of time. The idea is that I don't want to miss it if it does gap up and run tomorrow, whatever's going on here with the volume. But I don't want to take so much that I regret it. So same thing with Nano Nuclear. That's moving back to VWAP. Nano Nuclear.
Possibility of this breakout in the cards. And now we're seeing that it is happening. This is a pretty big deal. We'll talk about some of the news flow. There's not a ton, but there is an interesting story from Taiwan based on.
All right, Nano Nuclear catching a bid.
So NVIDIA really leading the session. A breakout move, star of the rally, shining again. That thing gets to an all-time high. Do you really want to try and fade anything in the market? Probably not. But if you do want to fade things when it turns very tech heavy, then it's going to be the other side of the equation. Crude oil's down pretty big, giving back some of the recent gains. You might be able to put
Okay, what is FedEx doing? FedEx bouncing, trying to get back above the 200-day. Maybe tomorrow, next day, FedEx. Halliburton, that one pulled back with the energy stocks. Palantir, of course, at the highs. Palantir looking good. Palantir. Beautiful candle on Palantir. The last time we saw candles like this, it followed through. Over here as well. Gap up, flag, and follow through. Got a feeling institutions are buying. Look at what's happened over the last 5 weeks. 4 weeks. That's institutions. MACD's above the signal line. Bulls are in control. Stochastics looks good. RSI is rising, showing muscle. Okay, so the trend is persistent and bullish, strengthening. Let's see if Ryan Hall has any updates here.
Still, though, for investors should be to wish for better than expected economic outcomes. If that means higher yields, then we should welcome it. Now, if it gets really intense, that could be a different.
It's an awful lot. It's crazy for all these names. You know, I had Rick Reeder on BlackRock earlier today on halftime, and he came across as, you know, he described himself
Intel looks good.
An uncomfortable bull. Yeah. A lot of money around, so it's hard not to be bullish. But then he looks at the multiples and he's like, I mean, I'm a little uncomfortable. It sounds like you guys share a view that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind being associated with the same sense for him in any way. So sure. You know, I think there's certain names. We're working on a research note, Trevor, where we're looking at stocks that have been re-rated. Look, I could tell you, I think Costco is an amazing company. I think we've all been there. It's a good store. We like some of the operating characteristics, but there aren't that many companies that are 250 billion plus in revenue that traded in the 30 times forward and now traded 50 times forward. Like at some point, it's hard to, you get a little nervous about, you're uncomfortable a little bit about the valuation, even if you think it's a great business. So I don't think the Mag 7, or if you want to say Big Six, whatever, are really at that level. They're not quite that expensive because they're growing pretty well.
Looking good.
Growing faster than the market, excluding.
Okay, NVIDIA. Yeah, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it, do it, do it.
A little bit, you know, more relaxed about the next three to 6 months, I think.
Why do you think the market has been as pretty resilient as it has? You know, we have an election a few weeks away. Have another very, very big and dangerous storm heading towards Florida right now. But not to mention, you know, just other issues that are out there. Yields are still hovering, you know, high. I could go down the list.
Intel. Yeah, looks good. Intel.
I was worried even into September about the slowing U.S. consumer, and I didn't really think the Fed cutting would.
Okay, we got 55 minutes to go. 55 minutes to go.
Bit of a weird, head fake here a little bit. They got people excited to be multiple things coming, and then they sort of took a step back today. But you don't want to fight stimulus plus, you know, the front end, right? I just did a bunch of meetings. I don't know anybody who thinks the Fed's going to cut 6-7 times in the next year. I think people think if they do, it's because conditions got much worse. I see the big firms now.
I don't know. You guys think the Fed's going to cut a bunch of times? I mean, maybe another quarter point, but I don't know. The market seems to be acting pretty good, even though.
We've got some macro data that's not acute. That maybe spending will be pushed off a little after the election, and then we'll get, you know, a little bit more confidence out of the CEOs for next year.
And so I think people think the risk reward's a little bit better, and that's where people's heads are. I never thought the Mag 7 should underperform, or lead the Big Six, unless you're very bullish on the market.
I mean, you have interesting sector recommendations. Yeah.
Okay. Super Micro is finally starting to turn the corner. All right, watch Super Micro. Super Micro.
Underweight financials. Yeah, I think that's an interesting call, because there are some who suggest you need the financials to help this market continue moving higher. You're suggesting you don't like them, but you're still kind of bullish on the market.
Banks, well, first of all, the market can definitely do well without banks doing well. There are a lot of things in financials. I just think a lot of the banks aren't that cheap on price to tangible book. I think the interest rate environment that I'm rooting for, I know what I want. I want a 5% 10-year or a 3% 2-year in an economy that's growing. I can't come up with a path why that's anywhere near possible in the next 6 months.
Wow, look at Intel.
And the NIMs can go up, and I think that's unlikely. So I'd rather play offense maybe with select, with the AI semis, with select healthcare, which I think can both be offense and defense depending on what it is. Power is really, utilities isn't just, your traditional rate stuff.
Utilities are up a lot. You still want to be overweight that group?
I do. I think that if you look at the themes that I think are going to work 1, 3, and 5 years, AI semis, power to the whole complex, select software, healthcare services, housing, and related. Those things are going to grow above GDP. The things I want to avoid, banks that have to spend money before they benefit, physical retailers, commercial real estate. Like, there's definitely trades that I want to avoid. I've been wrong about the banks the last few months, to be honest with you. They act better than I thought they would.
Watch Super Micro. Super Micro, watching for it.
I don't really know if I can go by it. Some of these banks are up a lot. Regions, Key, they've acted well. I'd rather take a shot.
Intel. Bounce at the 21-day. Intel bounce at the 21-day. Pretty obvious volume. Okay.
It's just a difference. So I think there's ways to play financial banks. That's more my point in the financial.
Okay, more stocks are turning.
I love it. I think this is like.
Okay, Palantir making new highs. Palantir. Intel. Intel looks good. Intel. Wow. Pretty chart. Intel.
Distributors, whether it's in life sciences generally, and then ultimately maybe down the road even in drug development. So I think the way we think about healthcare in the next few years is going to change.
Because of AI?
Yeah, predicamental
AMD.
Optimization in
Okay, AMD. All right, so AMD. I didn't buy that today, right? AMD. Monitor filled orders today. No, I didn't buy today. All right, so Intel, AMD is looking good. AMD is going as well. AMD chips getting bought. Chips getting bought. All right, there goes AMD. Hourly chart on the right. Okay, watch the histogram on the left. Okay, Intel, AMD turning. Okay, AMD, what can we do here? AMD. Okay, AMD, still looking at the same idea here. AMD.
Well, if they're not going to stimulate as much as maybe you thought they would.
Man, it seems like the best signal you want is to know what they're going to do one day in advance, right? And you buy casinos and copper, and then they tell you not. You short them all today. Yeah, so somebody's making 50%.
Okay, AMD finally turning. Looks good. Looking good. All right, with 50 minutes to go, got AMD turning. It's inside the gap.
So I think you can also like Freeport with demand exceeding supply. So I think you want to be neutral to constructive here into earnings and guidance. I don't see any reason to get too negative because we made it through. There's no real pre-releases and there's lots of things to own.
All right, let's bring in Keith Lerner, true as well, and Max Kettner, HSBC Global Research. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Max, you're first. What's your view?
Yeah, so we're still pretty bullish. I mean, you guys are talking about being uncomfortable pools. I think I would describe myself as a very, very comfortable pool. We've been bullish throughout really the last couple of months. We've never really believed in this story around the US consumer being or feeling much more strained than consensus has thought. and I still really would believe in that story. I do think in terms of positioning going forward, I think you want to play a bit like the opposite of what worked in Q3. So it's more going into the tech stuff, into materials, into discretionary as well. So really playing a bit more cyclicality, really playing that, in fact, the higher frequency data, particularly since the beginning of August in the US, has really been picking up and been pretty solid. And I think that just got validated by Friday. I think we were really waiting for that one data point out of the labor market where everyone really sort of realized, look, that it's not just the activity data, which might be lagging, but it's really across the board where the US is just doing pretty fine.
All right, AMD's going too. AMD looks good. Good.
It's a bit like playing the opposite of what worked in Q3, taking your bond proxies, your utilities, your real estate as your potential shorts, and really the longs being more the cyclical stuff now for the next couple of weeks and months.
I find it interesting that you want to play the opposite of what worked, because in large part what worked was anticipating what was going to happen. Fed was going to cut, the economy stay strong. You'd want to be in some of those cyclical areas. Why do you want to go opposite of what was working? I mean, there is something about momentum.
There goes Netflix is going again. Netflix.
I think, look, at the end of the day, when we look at the last couple of months, I think people were freaking out a bit too much with the July CPI, and then of course this unwinding of the carry trade at the beginning of August. Let's remember, I mean, at least me, I've had no other discussions other than how much of that carry trade
AMD.
needs to be unwound. That was pretty much the only discussion we had in August. And now September, the discussion was around why
Okay, AMD looks good. Looks like it could make it up to that high, right? Looks like it can make it up to 180, 185 maybe. What does Money Magic levels say? I think it was 185, wasn't it? AMD, where's AMD? There it is. AMD 180. All right, so 175, 180. Okay, that will be a resistance 175, 180. AMD.
Subset of the data higher, whether that is income, whether that's wages and salaries, whether that's dividend income, interest income, whether it's GDP, GDI, whether that's profits. Literally every single thing just got revised higher, and it was destroying a lot of the bearish sort of pushbacks, right? The sort of GDI versus GDP divergence. A lot of economists used that in the last 2 years. That narrative got destroyed. The narrative around profitability is only a Max 7 story, well, actually, as economy-wide profits that look much better. The narrative got destroyed around wages and salaries being much stronger, which actually points to perhaps a healthier labor market than we thought. So a lot of the narratives, a lot of the bearish pushbacks that people have been giving me in the last couple of months have frankly been pushed out of the window.
Keith, is the environment as bullish as Max paints it to be?
I think overall the backdrop is still positive, and we're still bullish, and we're still sticking with the trend. I think if you look at some of the basic pillars of this market, don't fight the trend, the price trend's still up, and don't fight central banks. I mean, maybe the Fed slows down a little bit, but if the economy starts to weaken even some, they'll probably be more aggressive. I do think that China will continue to provide stimulus. I think the market got a little bit overheated on a short-term basis, but I would be surprised if they're going to let this thing just roll over this quickly after coming out with all this ammunition. And one thing I will say is there's been this kind of, 1 month we're arguing whether the economy is heading towards recession. The next month I'll be saying it's moving too fast. Corporate profits have been unbelievably stable. They're making 52-week highs every week. And then as you talked about earlier, I think
Okay, AMD looking good too. AMD. AMD. All right, that looks good. AMD. There goes Meta. Meta's on the move. There goes Meta. Meta.
At 4%, I'm comfortable. I think where I feel a bit less comfortable is if we start moving, say, north of 4.25, 4.5. At 4%, I think on a relative basis, stocks still look relatively attractive. And more importantly, credit spreads are extremely tight. So we're not seeing anything systemic there as a whole. And again, if the yields are moving up somewhat because the economy is showing a bit more resiliency, that should be a positive for corporate profits.
Yeah, I mean, look, the best thing is to romanticize your.
Yeah, as far as Intel consolidating Bollinger Bands, okay, so let's take a look at that. Corey pointing it out. So what happens after they consolidate? Doesn't mean it doesn't mean it has to come all the way back together. If this starts to turn up, that'll be a function of price. So if Bollinger Bands do buck the trend is consolidation. If it bucks the trend tomorrow, or we're up tomorrow, that upper band will turn up. You can see it's already starting to turn a little bit. If that upper band starts to turn, look for the lower band eventually to turn as well. Okay, let's go to 1 standard deviation instead of 2 and see what the difference is in the Bollinger Bands. Okay, here's 1 standard deviation. Okay, 1 standard deviation, it's at the top bands. Okay, 1 standard deviation. Okay, so we'll go back to 2 standard deviations. Okay, so yes, the Bollinger Bands are contracting. That's saying this could stay like this, but if it doesn't, it'll be a function of price. If price and volatility pick up, Bollinger Bands will follow and they'll open up. Okay, it's a function of price, not the other way around. Price a function of Bollinger Bands.
You're still doing jobs at a pretty healthy clip. Yeah, and so the question is, they cut a little bit and the unemployment rate goes down 30, 40, 3.5, 3.7. Like, how can they cut more? So
Price is definitely the arbiter of direction at this point. AMD and all of these chip stocks are showing the same thing. SMH. Okay, for SMH to be rallying like this, that means all the chips are going too. Okay, that looks good.
strategists targets max continue to go higher, and they make the argument that the multiple is fair currently where we are in the stock market, even though it's it's historically high. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, when you look at the multiples, one thing I always have a bit of a problem with when people just look at like 10-year, 20-year averages,
Meta.
or fees, or they look at
Meta's going. There goes Meta. Meta. There goes Meta. Pow. Turning the corner. Okay, you got the dip, ABCD pattern. So it's late in the day, but that's a B and C if I ever saw one. Okay, so the A was yesterday. B and C today. Actually, B was yesterday too. Higher low, C. Looks like Meta wants to go. Okay. Anybody trading Meta? I don't. Yeah, not the best. Hopefully we wake up tomorrow and Hurricane Milton moves further south, maybe misses. Obviously that's not going to happen, but there were models that were suggesting that it could drop to like a category 3, and the wind field expand. I don't know what's better. Broadcom moving higher. Broadcom and Nvidia looks like it wants to go. Nvidia looks like it wants to go. New high of the day. Looks like it wants to rip here. Okay, note that we got a squeeze on right now. Okay, the flash flood all the way up to Charleston, it looks like. But it's supposed to go off the coast. Once it hits Florida, it's supposed to like veer due east. Okay, and be a category 1 at that point, north of the Bahamas. Okay, Palantir. Super strong Palantir. Let me show you what I'm looking at on you know what? Let me change it for all of these. Let me change it for Nvidia. Okay, let's look at a Heiken Ashi chart. Okay. Heiken Ashi. Okay, let's look at Heiken Ashi for all of these. Let's look at, we haven't looked at S&P. S&P continues to move higher. SP, AMD. Okay, AMD. AMD. AMD, check the Heiken Ashi chart.
About a week ago that wants to be a competitor to NVIDIA, right?
Okay, note the Heiken Ashi chart. Looks really good on Palantir. Check Palantir. Check out Palantir. Palantir, PLTR. Okay, pretty solid looking Heiken Ashi. Okay, that's very strong. Super strong. Look at that. This is Palantir. Very strong. No hint of a red bar yet. Intel. Look at this. Look at the Heiken Ashi. No appearance of a red bar yet. This is a good thing for new traders to have at their disposal. You know, every once in a while, check the Heiken Ashi version. If you're thinking about selling into strength or whatever, watch your histogram bar. Volume look at the volume on Palantir. Wow. Okay, Meta. Let's take a look at Meta. Not as good. Microsoft. Okay, so definitely Palantir is the best looking chart of the day. It's the number one on the S&P 500. It is number... Okay, it was on the top of the list for the NASDAQ 100, but it's not there anymore. But the S&P 500, Palantir is number one. Still number one, up 6.2%. Broadcom with lots of volume. Let's take a look at Broadcom, another one. That looks pretty solid. That's a pretty solid looking chart for Broadcom. Let's see what Apple looks like. Apple. Okay. Yeah, Palantir looks the best. Palantir, the best chart. Chart of the day, Palantir. Solid Heiken Ashi green candles. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, Intel. Broadcom looks good. Come on, NVIDIA. You can do this. NVIDIA can do it.
Thank you. Victor Stevens, we're just getting started here. Coming up next, Vantage Rock Xavier Sheffield is back with her market playbook. She'll join me at first time just after the break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
JBDI pulled back. NVIDIA. Okay. Palantir. Pretty solid looking chart. Palantir. Okay. Palantir. Number one on the S&P 500. NVIDIA still looks good. Cats are snoring. One of the cats is snoring. It's so funny. Okay. 3:24. All right. So we got 35 minutes to go. All right, so Palantir looking very strong. Palantir. Okay. Palantir. Okay, we'll watch that one for a minute or two.
robotaxis, which they don't have. It's going to be enormously profitable. But maybe the most important thing, and it's going to capture a lot of market share and be a great vehicle. There's a lot of speculation in this name. There always has been a lot of speculation in Tesla shares. But when I look at it, I can't possibly value, when I do my discounted cash flow statement, I can't possibly value businesses that don't exist.
Right.
I can't imagine how profitable they're going to be. But that is certainly the hope of the Tesla Bulls.
What do you think? Like, what are those inputs into the model that could get cleared up? Could it be like the areas in which they are able to operate, an actual model of a vehicle? If they come out and say like, hey, this is what the new car is going to look like. I mean, do you think that there's something, is there potential to, rabbit out of the hat here?
I'm not counting on revenues from a semi anytime soon, even though that's been promised for many years. I'm not counting on robots, although that's been promised for a few years.
Yeah, they're like Android robot.
I mean, the most important thing for this company, I think, really is going to be the Model 2. It's going to be a truly low-cost vehicle that they can sell around the world. And because now there is something of an infrastructure, right? Now there are charging stations. Now they've got manufacturing capabilities that they didn't used to have. But a low-cost Model 2 that they've been talking about, has been discussed for a long time, is really important for this next leg of growth for this company.
What about the energy, just purely the energy sales potential? We haven't seen the last couple quarters show up on the balance sheet in a positive way.
Yeah, and
since they're just going to own all the charging infrastructure, it seems like.
That has not been a good business for them. It's not been a very profitable business for them.
Potentially, or
I don't
so far not, but
it hasn't worked out for them yet.
Yeah. Before let's go, what else in the world of tech is exciting to you? What's number 2 after Robos?
Everything that NVIDIA is doing is just thrilling, and the massive spending. I spent some time with the Synopsys CFO.
Right. Yeah.
They do the software that's used to design chips and other systems.
Yes.
And it's just explosive growth in everything in AI, and it's really exciting because the AI is now being used to make AI products, and the companies like Synopsys that are facilitating the creation of new things in AI are also using AI to accelerate their growth. And it's just, I've been covering technology for a long time. I've never seen, maybe the start of the internet is the only thing I've ever seen that was so exciting.
NVIDIA looks like it's trying to break out again.
Yeah, a lot of stocks I was looking at, shares, companies I own.
All right, NVIDIA doing its thing, finally.
It's a good day.
You had a few in there under the radar AI trade.
Okay, I got a hard stop at 4 o'clock. I got to go help my daughter with something. So 4 o'clock, I'm going to leave here. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 3:31 on the East Coast. It is Tuesday, the 8th of October. Looking for a nice follow through into tomorrow. Most stocks will give us a bullish bias on the close today. Okay, Supermicro is turning. Supermicro is turning. Supermicro is turning, folks.
Coming up with straight some options, look at the flows, Kevin Green, and S&P's still in that 57 handle, but the NASDAQ is really jamming right now.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers.
Supermicro is turning.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full real.
Okay, Broadcom going. Broadcom on the move. Nice move. Intel going. All right, everything is working on the semiconductor side. Cool. So I had to wait till the last half an hour of the day for markets to take off. So one strategy you could do, if you're a new trader, one strategy, I mean, if you're working especially, set your charts to Heikin-Ashi. Make sure you have TTM deployed and wait until the evening session, until you get a green signal. Once you get a green signal, you can see there was a little false signal there, but histogram didn't really turn. Now histogram is turning very well. So if you just look at this and you wait until, say, 11, 12 o'clock, you can see what happened here at 10:30 on Intel. Man, $100 a day, that's $2,000 a month. $100 a day. That's all you need to make, $100 a day. You can do that with one call, 2 calls, or, you know, a couple hundred shares, depending on what you trade. Let's look at MicroStrategy, MSTR, MicroStrategy, pulling back, looking for a bounce. Supermicro with the turn. NVIDIA had a good day, NVIDIA. Okay, look at your TTM. This thing just keeps going. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So wait until afternoon. If you're out on the West Coast, of course, that's 9 o'clock for you. 3 o'clock p.m. You know, you can wait till 3 p.m. for your lunch hour. Take a look at your charts. Do you have TTM turning? Wager a little bit. Make your $100 a day. Not bad, not bad. The biggest thing you can do to help yourself is stop chasing stocks. Understand ATR. Understand the tendencies of institutions, or not institutions. Well, institutions, yeah. to trick you into buying at the wrong time, selling at the wrong time. They understand pain and have deep pockets. Watching Nvidia. Nvidia's still going, looking really good.
Still to show where the concentration is playing a big role in lifting this market again. Advanced decline going down, but we'll tick up today as we've got most sectors moving higher. But given the multiple rejections here, this does seem really important because if we can get back through it on a day where Nvidia is also breaking out, you got two really big pieces of the technical puzzle falling into place.
Yeah, I would say a signal for risk-on type of sentiment has been the options volume for today. The top traded contracts have traded well over 100,000 contracts. We haven't had that in a very long time. So I think that also kind of shows you that it's not only just equity traders having fun, right?
All right, Intel.
The retail traders, those speculators maybe into those zero DTE options are also trying to party, for a lack of a better term right now. If you kind of look at that histogram on the left-hand side there, Oliver, that's going to be your negative positioning, but it's kind of spread out. There's not a significant amount of concentration there, and actually 5,700 is still at negative gamma level for today. If you're just looking at the volume, if you kind of spread it out and average it out.
Look at this market. Very nice.
So you're just seeing a lot of bullish reaction that's going into the market right now to the upside. Now, it's going to be a very big call wall to try to break through 5750. And if we're going to
Wow.
I mean, you can have a scenario here where you could have around $50 billion worth of gamma exposure going into the close. Now, that's if we have a lot of traders and investors trying to get into those zero DTEs, really try to force those dealers to cover any type of short positioning and really try to get long in order to try to cover themselves on the long side here. So the chance for a squeeze is very high right now. I think we're seeing that. We just want to be able to maintain and really try to close at these levels going in tomorrow as well as Thursday, as the economic data could really give us the push that we need to kind of break out of this range that we've been in over the last 10 trading sessions.
What do you make of the negative gamma level being?
There goes
I don't know,
Intel.
It seems like kind of it's in a weird spot based on the 10-day chart. A lot of times the gamma levels align pretty well with clear technical areas, and maybe there's a lot of volume going on there at that level, but it kind of seems like it's like in a strange spot on the chart. I don't know. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, you are. So when we kind of look at
Oh, Google turning the corner. AMD. Big pop on AMD. I hear the train a coming. It's rolling round the bend. Go, Johnny, go. Go, Johnny, go. Go, go, go. Stuck in Folsom Prison. What a crazy song, right? Good song, but crazy. All right, so looking good. Market's on the move. Market's on the move. There we go. Nice. I can't tell you how many times I glance over P&L and I see the evening, the morning, you get a brief move up, say 11 o'clock, your P&L's up the most. And then between, say, 11 and 2 or 3 o'clock, P&L drops a little bit. That freaks out a lot of people. I don't recommend watching your P&L. Watch the chart instead. But by the end of the day, a lot of times your P&L turns back up. It's just something I see every single day. It's just so crazy. You just have to focus on the right sector, the one that is actually moving the most, so you can get those B and C pivots. What you doing? What you doing? Are you hungry? You hungry a bit? You guys hungry? Okay, let me go feed the cats here real quick. They always come up to well, actually, they just woke up from a sleep, so. Super Micro working. Okay, Super Micro turning the corner. Wow, Intel is just kicking it. Okay, Super Micro turning the corner. Good job, folks. Super Micro. I mean, it was at 51 this morning, so there's got to be a reason why it ran up like it did yesterday after hours. So keep an eye on Super Micro. This one's working.
cheaper for third-party sellers to sell on their marketplace. That might force Amazon's hand in that respect and potentially lower expenses. But when I think about all the levers that Amazon has, whether it be AWS, obviously the cloud business, whether it's advertising, which was up 20% year over year, and their subscription business that continues to grow with Prime, I just think there's a lot of areas for them to make up the gap, if there is some competition in the retail side. So I like what Jassy's got and his plan going forward. So I think this stock can continue to move.
All right, let me ask you about Microsoft quickly too, okay? The company obviously got a lot of credit because of the investment in OpenAI. The stock had a tremendous run as a result of that, and you can make that maybe the line in the sand that started this whole thing in the first place. Oppenheimer downgraded Microsoft today, in part because they think of losses accelerating at OpenAI that Microsoft's going to have to take up more than they had initially modeled into how they viewed the stock. So if we credited Microsoft and the stock's rise on the way up, how do we think about that issue in and of itself affecting the stock's trajectory from here?
I mean, it's a great question, Scott. And I think obviously it was a $10 billion investment early on that had to show up on the balance sheet. And clearly we're starting to, we continue to see losses on OpenAI, which often we do see in early stage companies. But I think for going forward, there's definitely upside there. And I think it goes back to my point earlier when you're talking about, again, if we're talking about CapEx, Microsoft spending $80 billion, plan to spend $80 billion in CapEx next year, on this whole AI theme. We're talking about Copilot, again, somewhat disillusioned on how that is going, how production is going, how pricing, we know what pricing is, but what does the revenue stakes look like? So I think that has been somewhat of a concern. Again, it's only up 10% year to date. But again, when I look at the subscription business and I look at their significant ecosystem, I just think Microsoft has a leg up on the others. And I think this is just a short-term blip, and it will continue to catch steam going into 2025.
All right, Jay, we'll talk to you soon. That's Jason Snipe joining us once again. Up next, we track the biggest movers into the close. Pippa Stevens is back with that. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Energy stocks falling as Hurricane Milton approaches Florida. What's behind the decline? Coming up next.
All right. Chips look good. Chips are looking good. Nice follow through. Good day.
It's basically unofficially official at this point. Once you get that data, it is the category 5 hurricane.
All right. Dentel looking really good.
Tweet that said that only 2 other hurricanes in Mexico have achieved category 5 status 2 times, which is Camille and Alan. So this will be the third one. Very interesting statistic there. So there you go, Ryan.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, it's very uncommon for a storm to reach category 5 strength, especially twice. So this will be added to that very short list of storms to do that in the Atlantic Basin. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting for that reconnaissance data. I honestly think we might be kind of shocked by the update that we get. I think that this is much stronger right now than it was in that last thing. So,
Okay. It looks like we're trying to turn here. Super micro. Super micro.
the more that storm strengthens right now, the more weakening it has to do before it gets to Florida. Obviously, the stronger it is, it starts weakening, the longer it's going to take to fully weaken. So we're watching that closely. Vivian, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And let's see here. trying to keep track of yeah. This is a Cat 5 now. It's Category 5 strength, but it is not officially from the National Hurricane Center. It's not been updated yet. It may go soon. Let's look at the progress of our flight here. Hurricane hunters, they haven't really made it that far yet. They took off from Gulfport not too long ago, and they're going to be heading all the way down here. So it might take them a little while before they get there, but we do have the hurricane hunters on the way.
Okay, let's see, 5 minutes.
If you don't have a car to evacuate, they are providing free evacuation shuttles tomorrow. Was it tomorrow? Somebody that graphic.
Download the app.
All right, we're less than 15 from the close. Let's get back now. Pippa Stevens, who's watching stocks for us. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Scott, oil prices tumbling more than 4% after China failed to announce additional stimulus measures, giving back some of the gains from the last week on escalating tensions in the Middle East. Now, that is weighing on the entire energy complex, which is one of just two sectors in the red today and the biggest laggard by a long shot. Now, the refiners are leading those declines. Marathon Petroleum, Valero, and Phillips 66, all sharply lower as Hurricane Milton barrels towards Florida. Now, the storm is not expected to disrupt any infrastructure, given Florida has no refineries, but it could cut demand for petroleum products since people fill up ahead of time and then are not driving as much in the aftermath. Scott?
Intel looking good.
Thank you. Still ahead. We'll tell you what's driving the big bounce in Robinhood stock today. It's coming up. We're back on the bell just after this break.
Robinhood, big move today. Congrats there, Jason. I know you bought some Robinhood. Amazon, nice move on Amazon, Meta, Nvidia, Broadcom starting to consolidate at the highs. Broadcom. Intel still pushing. What's Trump Media doing? DJT. All right, that one looks like it's going to go again. DJT. Okay, looks good.
Disneyland or Disney in Florida being closed. Here's the latest information on that. Disney is closely monitoring the path of the Hurricane storm. Disney Sport, Wilderness Resort, and Campground, including dining and recreation locations, will close beginning at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, October 9th. Same thing for the resort and campground, the Tree House, the Saratoga Springs Resort and Spa are likely to remain closed until October 13th.
Super Micro. Super Micro. Super Micro. 1 minute chart. Heiken-Ashi.
Storm chaser Bryce Shelton is already out there, and we'll be hearing from him about tomorrow. Police are escorting fuel trucks into the Tampa area, and we got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, Waffle House has now posted something.
Trump Media looks like it's going to go again. I'm just watching Super Micro. Broadcom, a little profit taking. Amazon at the high of the day. Amazon. Microsoft, high of the day. AMD looks like it wants to go.
All right, coming up next, CNBC catching up with the CEO of Hard Rock. We'll tell you what he told us about potential deals that could be critical in the gaming space. All the details when we take you inside the market center.
Microsoft pushing higher. Intel. Okay, watch Super Micro here. Okay, Super Micro is starting to move into the close. Super Micro looking for the follow through. Okay. All right, I got a hard stop at 4 o'clock. I got to go meet my daughter. Going back to school.
Just doesn't seem to be as favorable for the small rate cuts. You know, that trade-off still apparently that group of the market wants the cuts more.
It does, but you know, interesting, Oliver, I was looking at the daily performance.
There goes Super Micro. Super Micro is about to rip.
Underperforming technology. But on a day, you know, where yields are holding up, the 10-year yield is at 4.03, which is, you know, like you said, that's a decent jump from where we got last week. It's interesting to see just kind of how well those components are holding up. You know, I look at one other thing though, Oliver, and that's what else is holding up, and that's the VIX. And so even though the VIX is coming,
There goes Super Micro. Ooh, there goes. There goes Super Micro. There goes Super Micro.
Who knows what that's going to be, but I think we'll get some decent insights towards the end of the week when earnings kind of kick off.
Yeah, VIX generally up while stocks have held in firm. So I really like that observation. It always seems like there's something interesting brewing when that builds up. To the point of stocks and the relationship with bonds, Lizanne, as you mentioned, as long as yields are correlated with growth, how do we know what will we be looking for to make sure that's the case? Is it commodity prices staying muted?
Okay, Super Micro going to push through this 45-50 area. That should get us some energy.
To see continued sort of easing in some of the concerns with regard to oil prices. I also think this week's inflation data, CPI and PPI, and the combination, and watching what the sort of reaction is on the part of Treasury yields, and then in turn market behavior, could give you a sense of whether we'll maintain that positive correlation between yields and stocks. But that's a newer phenomenon. You know, we've been in this environment of an inverse correlation between yields and stocks, and that was in play during the elevated portion of inflation and even in the disinflationary period until recently. And I think it was the shift on the part of the Fed
Super Micro.
away from their inflation mandate, but decision making driven maybe a bit more by the labor market part of their mandate, and that essentially change that correlation such that higher yields, as long as it was alongside better growth prospects, was met with better equity performance. And I think the next possible
Okay, 4 minutes to
either
go.
reaffirmation of that or inflection point back in the other direction could be this week's inflation data.
All right, so we are alerted
Shorts covering.
to potential kind of negative impulses for bonds. But right now, we frame it as mostly positive when it comes on the back of good economic data prints. We've got earnings. I mean, it's amazing that they're coming up so quickly here. We just heard that case from Brian Joyce of the NASDAQ kind of watch the more cyclical stuff. It's trying to firm up. The earnings, it seems like, then, could be a nice potential for some guidance as a joke. We're getting, economic data not missing like we were. Because last reporting season, we were kind of in the middle of like economic data missing. Now we're in the middle of economic data beating. So I wonder if that informs our potential outlooks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would look to Friday or Monday's reports. I'm not expecting great numbers from financials. They've already kind of
Okay, looking for a follow through.
on trading activity.
Super micro, looking for the follow through.
The movement that we've seen in net interest margin. So that, that might not be the first signal that you're going to look for. You're probably going to want to wait and get a couple weeks worth of data there. But in terms of expectations, yeah, financials are expected to be down, and energy is really expected to kind of take it up again.
All right. Got a couple of minutes to go. I got to leave here exactly 4 o'clock.
Good stuff. Thanks, guys. Great to see you again. Great to catch up. Absolutely. Liz Ann Saunders and Joe Mazzola. All right, we got our closers panel. Kevin Green and join me alongside Alex Coffey. We're going to check out some of the market action in the Intel, trying to ramp it up here.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always so through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
All right, folks. I have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. I have to get out of here and go help my daughter with something. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. It's Because of Eddie coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday the 8th at the closing bell. And that'll be a wrap. Watch Supermicro for a follow through tomorrow. Palantir, NVIDIA, AMD. A lot of these stocks will follow through. All right. And that's a wrap. See you tomorrow. Ciao.